Year 2125 of the 9 provinces calendar. On the training grounds of Azure Wave Academy, students stood in a long line, waiting to awaken their talents. Every student had to face this life-changing event at 18, using the tower's mysterious power to activate a unique talent of their own. Talents range from F rank to SSS rank. The higher the rank, the greater the person's future potential. When my turn came, I stepped out from the corner of the line. Plenty of people around me were so nervous that their palms were sweating, but I felt strangely calm. It's finally time. I wonder what kind of talent I'll awaken. Anticipation burned in my eyes like starlight. I had transmigrated to the 9 provinces continent 3 years ago. Unlike Earth, everyone here could awaken a talent and become a player in a world where reality and a game overlapped. A century ago, the abyssal race invaded and demon towers descended. The government of the 9 provinces seized one of those towers and gained the right to log into a game called Sanctuary. After awakening inside a demon tower, players could enter the game, kill monsters, and obtain treasures, and every ounce of power they gained there could be brought back into reality. The age of universal awakening had arrived. Anyone with a powerful talent could enlist and fight the abyssal race. Memories flashed through my mind, and I couldn't help thinking how extraordinary this world was. I clenched my fists and walked up the steps with a steady gaze. I had lived an exceptional life before transmigrating. This little pressure was nothing to me. Calm and composed, I followed the line to the tower. Senior Class 4, Jiang Feng, the instructor called. A red mark was branded onto my arm. Once the light faded, I had obtained the qualifications to log into Sanctuary. "Are you ready?" my homeroom teacher asked. I nodded and stepped into the teleportation array glowing with red light. I vanished in an instant. The ground seemed to drop away beneath my feet, and it felt as if I were riding in a high-speed aircraft. A heavy pressure filled my head before gradually fading. Then a magnificent sea of stars unfolded before me, blazing with every color imaginable. "Welcome, brave adventurer, to the world of Sanctuary. Drawing your talent now," a melodious voice rang inside my mind. A-rank talent acquired, Midas Touch. Transmute a monster's corpse into an equal amount of gold. As the voice faded, the red brand on my arm quietly changed. The mark that had once resembled a burning flame transformed into a short golden wand. This is my talent. Confusion stirred inside me. It isn't even combat-related. All it does is turn corpses into gold. That's pretty useless. I frowned slightly. Just as doubt set in, a system alert suddenly blared. "Warning, anomalous error detected. Warning, unknown code intrusion. Warning, code intrusion successful." Another announcement immediately followed. "Blessing of the Flame Goddess detected. Talent advancement successful. A-rank talent advanced to SSS rank. SSS rank talent, Midas Touch. Transmute monster corpses to receive gold, attributes, skill points, and other benefits. Unique talent. Stage 2 unlock. Expand the range of monsters that can be executed, including bosses. Executed targets grant abundant rewards. Advancement requirement. Transmute 50 corrupted monsters." The sudden change left me stunned. SSS rank. Excitement flashed in my eyes. As far as I remembered, only 2 humans in history had ever awakened SSS rank talents. One powerhouse from the 9 provinces and another from the Beacon Nation. They were the ones who had defeated the monsters in the Great War and secured humanity's survival. I never imagined that my A-rank talent would mutate into an exceedingly rare SSS rank talent. With this power, I might one day reach the heights of those legendary predecessors. My gaze hardened as an overwhelming desire to grow stronger ignited inside me. I logged out of Sanctuary. Back in reality, the demon tower shone red, and my talent appeared on its wall, Jiang Feng. A-rank talent, Midas Touch. The instructor's eyes lit up as he announced it for everyone to hear. An A-rank talent was not the absolute best, but it was far superior to the countless low-rank talents. Midas Touch might not be combat-oriented, but it could still accumulate immense wealth. "Next, Zhang Jun, prepare for your awakening," the instructor continued. The corner of my mouth lifted. Letting them think it's only a rank is perfect. It'll save me a lot of trouble. No one knew that this A-rank talent had already advanced into the one and only SSS rank Midas Touch. If the truth got out, it would cause an uproar across the entire world. After all, only 2 people had awakened SSS rank talents in the past 100 years. The emergence of a third would put me in grave danger. The tallest tree always caught the most wind. I absolutely could not reveal my true strength carelessly. I wasn't afraid of being recruited by powerful factions. My real concern was the abyssal monsters that had gone into hiding after their defeat. The black market offered astronomical bounties, and assassination organizations filled the monsters' ranks. If my name landed on one of their lists, countless experts would come after me. The monsters' bounties were staggering. Killing an S-rank awakened earned 100 million, while an SS-rank target was worth as much as 20 billion, or even a peerless treasure. If an SSS rank awakened appeared, killers from across the globe would hunt them down for a reward beyond imagination. That was why I had to conceal my SSS rank talent. An A rank talent was neither too high nor too low, making it the perfect cover for my real power. That was another advantage of its advancement. Graduates of Azure Wave Academy could apply to the 4 Divine Beast Academies: Azure Dragon for Water Magic, White Tiger for Wind Magic, Vermilion Bird for Fire Magic, and Black Tortoise for Earth Magic. Mages were the continent's dominant profession. Assassins, warriors, and archers could also be powerful, but their growth potential was inferior to that of a mage. Anyone who failed to become a mage had to attend another academy to change classes. Mages also received generous benefits from the nation of 9 provinces, including scholarships and cultivation allowances. They enjoyed lofty social status, widespread admiration, and no shortage of admirers. That was what true strength represented. I smiled. My first priority was to enter the game, slaughter monsters as quickly as possible, and rise to power. After returning home, I cooked 2 dishes and a soup. Once I finished dinner, I used my mind to log into Sanctuary through the Demon Tower. Sanctuary Demon Tower initializing. Creating account. Please enter a character name. Sovereign. Character name created successfully. Please select a class. Warrior. Specializes in physical attacks and serves as the tank in dungeons. Mage. Wields powerful area attacks and rapid damage output. The primary damage dealer in dungeons. Archer. Attacks from long range and relies on equipment to increase combat strength. Priest. Casts supportive auras, heals allies, and strengthens the party. Assassin. Uses hidden weapons and short blades to deal explosive damage, but has low health and poor survivability. Without hesitation, I chose Mage. Of the 5 major classes, Mage was unquestionably the strongest. Before transmigrating, I had always played mages, so I was already highly skilled at controlling one. Character created successfully. Loading game. Sovereign. Level 1. Class. Mage Apprentice. HP. 100/100. MP. 100/100. Talent. Midas Touch. Attributes. Constitution 10, Spirit 10, Strength 9, Agility 8, Luck 1. Skill. Magic Bolt LV1. Magic Bolt LV1. Instant cast. Gathers magical elements and attacks a single target, dealing 50 damage. Cooldown, 1 second. Cost, 7 MP. Before logging into the Sanctuary Demon Tower, I had studied the available guides. Mages were powerful, but their spells consumed enormous amounts of mana. Once their mana ran dry, they were left in an extremely awkward position. With the SSS rank talent Midas Touch, I no longer had to worry nearly as much about running out of mana. With that thought, I opened the dungeon menu and prepared to use my cheat-like talent to increase my strength. You are about to enter the Novice Dungeon, Death Desert. Please select a difficulty: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, or terror. Death Desert. Description: the longer you survive and the more enemies you kill, the greater your reward. Reward: quality chest. Status: incomplete. Without the slightest hesitation, I selected the highest difficulty: terror. White light flashed, and I appeared in a scorching desert. I knew that the longer I survived inside the dungeon, the better the reward I would receive. The first 4 difficulties could not produce a legendary chest, so I had chosen the ultimate difficulty for one reason alone: to claim that precious treasure. Chest quality progressed through 8 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, rare, epic, and legendary. Just then, a crawling monster appeared in my field of vision. I opened its status panel. Death Sandworm. Level 1. Rank: Silver. HP: 200/200. Attack: 48/12. Physical/magical. Defense: 15/0. Physical/magical. Skill: Sand Spray LV3. I was confident that I could defeat it easily by kiting it and controlling my position. But the number of monsters would soon multiply, eventually reaching more than 100. They would close in from every direction, making survival increasingly difficult. Many instructors recommended staying hidden in a dungeon like this, waiting for isolated monsters to appear and killing them one at a time. That was the safest strategy. This time, I had gotten lucky. I had encountered a lone death sandworm the moment I entered. Its sand spray skill inflicted a mild blinding effect, but that meant little to me. Magic Bolt. I cast the spell at once. A pale blue magic projectile the size of a fist streaked toward the death sandworm, trailing a curtain of light behind it. The magic bolt struck the sandworm's head, spraying blood through the air, 50 damage. Notice, Spirit times 2.5 plus Spirit times 2.5 times skill level times 1 equals magic bolt damage. My mana fell to 93 out of 100. The spell had consumed 7 MP. The death sandworm reacted immediately. Its earthy yellow eyes turned red as it fixed me with a murderous stare. SHHHK, SHHHK, SHHHK. It burrowed into the ground and lunged straight at me. I calmly retreated while flicking my hand and launching another magic bolt. Another 50 damage appeared as blood burst from the sandworm's head. The distance between us had already been cut in half. When the sandworm drew within 3 or 4 steps, I fired again. A clear 50 damage floated above it. Sand spray. Magic bolt. The two attacks erupted one after the other. My magic bolt blasted the death sandworm apart, scattering its twitching remains across the ground. Its final sand spray nearly killed me. My health dropped to 37 out of 100 after taking 63 magical damage. This high-difficulty dungeon was every bit as dangerous as expected. A single minor monster had almost taken my life. I would have to be much more cautious from now on. One bad step could leave me surrounded by a horde, and the consequences would be unthinkable. As I considered that, the system chimed. You have slain a death sandworm and gained 105 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your level has increased to 2. You have received 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point. Golden light shimmered around my body. I had leveled up. I immediately allocated my points. Spirit determined magical attack power, so I raised it straight from 10 to 12. Each level normally granted 1 free attribute point, and together with the additional point awarded for leveling, I had 2 to spend this time. I used the skill point to raise Magic Bolt from level 1 to level 2. Magic Bolt LV2 was an instant cast spell that hurled magical elements at an enemy, dealing 90 single target damage with a 0.9 second cooldown at a cost of 7 MP. Its damage had nearly tripled, and the increase felt incredible. Leveling meant becoming stronger. I remembered that the awakened students from the previous class had needed half a month just to reach level 3. I had encountered a monster immediately and jumped to level 2 in 1 kill. That certainly counted as good luck. I hoped I would keep encountering isolated monsters, though they were exceedingly rare. I had not forgotten to use Midas Touch on the corpse. The red brand on my right arm lit up, and a solid streak of golden light shot out. The system announced, "You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute a death sandworm's corpse. You have received 3 skill points." My eyebrows rose. 3 skill points were extremely valuable and normally came only from killing a boss or defeating an enemy above one's level. Many players spent fortunes buying potions to level up, while higher skill levels produced enormous boosts in damage. With an SSS rank talent, I would be able to acquire far more skill points in the future. Without hesitation, I poured all 3 points in a magic bolt. The skill rose from level 2 to level 3, then level 4, and finally level 5. Once Magic Bolt reached level 5, every skill point I had was gone. Magic Bolt LV5, instant cast. Gathers magical power and attacks one target, dealing 180 damage. Cooldown, 0.6 seconds. Cost, 6 MP. Its damage had increased several times over, and its cooldown had shortened as well. Delighted, I continued onward. As I walked, thirst and heat began to set in. After all, my body's reactions here were synchronized with reality. I took out a blue potion from my inventory. It restored 5 MP per second for 4 seconds. After drinking it, my mana rose from 97 to 117, and some of my physical discomfort faded. Suddenly, a swarm of death sandworms emerged ahead of me. SHHHK, SHHHK, SHHHK. They burst from the sand and lunged at me. Startled, I hurried to find cover, but there was nothing around me except desert, not even a single rock. I spotted a large dead tree dozens of yards away. With no time to think, I sprinted toward it with everything I had. My agility was decent. After pushing myself to the limit, I finally managed to climb the tree. There was no time to hesitate. I raised my hand and rained level 5 magic bolts down on the sandworms below. If I did not wipe them out quickly, they would chew through the roots and bring the entire tree down with me. A magic bolt carved a streak of blue light through the air and struck one sandworm directly. It dealt 180 damage, leaving the monster with only 20 HP. I immediately fired a second magic bolt and killed it. You have slain a death sandworm and gained 106 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your level has increased to 3. You have received 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point. Golden light wrapped around me. I began assigning my new points. My spirit rose from 12 to 13. Magic Bolt advanced from level 5 to level 6. Its damage jumped from 180 to 228. More than 200 damage was enough to kill any death sandworm in a single hit. I gradually found my rhythm, and the fight became effortless. I had not forgotten my Midas Touch talent. I stretched out my right hand toward the death sandworm's corpse. The system announced, "You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute a death sandworm's corpse. You have received 7 free attribute points." My eyes lit up. I decisively poured all 7 points into spirit. My spirit rose from 13 to 20. The damage of my level 6 magic bolt shot straight up to 350. My damage had exploded. In the distance, I heard death sandworms gnawing at the tree bark. Without hesitation, I began firing magic bolts in rapid succession. 1 bolt every half second, 2 every second. I bombarded the monsters below with everything I had. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blue spheres of light poured down on the monsters like rain. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered without pause, killing the death sandworms almost instantly. The ground became slick with red and green fluids. You have slain a death sandworm and gained 103 EXP. You have slain a death sandworm and gained 105 EXP. You have slain a death sandworm and gained 108 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your level has increased to 4. You have received 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your level has increased to 5. You have received 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point. I kept casting Magic Bolt as system notifications rang out one after another. Golden light repeatedly flashed over my body, signaling one level up after another. Minus 351. Minus 350. Minus 352. 2 magic bolts struck their targets every second, sending crimson damage numbers floating through the air. You have slain a death sandworm and gained 108 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. I reached level 6 and received 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point. By the time the final system announcement ended, I had gained a total of 3 skill points and 3 free attribute points from leveling. I assigned them immediately. My spirit rose from 20 to 23, while Magic Bolt shot from level 6 to level 9. My strength surged, and mana churned inside me. Magic Bolt LV9, instant cast. Summons magical elements to attack one target, dealing 575 damage. Cooldown, 0.2 seconds. Cost, 6 MP. That was a substantial improvement over its previous 350 damage. All 9 death sandworms on the field had been killed instantly. Not one survived. I smiled and immediately used my SSS rank talent, Midas Touch, on their corpses. System announcements sounded without pause. You have received 7 free attribute points. You have received 10 strength. You have received 11 spirit. And among the rewards were even 3 more skill points. The rewards put me in an excellent mood. The sandworms had dropped no items or gold at all, but the transmutation rewards were incredibly generous. I had made a fortune. I counted my gains. 10 strength, 22 agility, 12 constitution, 13 spirit, 14 free attribute points, and 6 skill points. I poured all 14 free attribute points into spirit, committing myself to a pure, overwhelming magic build. I also spent all 6 skill points on Magic Bolt, raising it from level 9 to level 15. I opened my status panel. Sovereign. Level 6. Class, Mage Apprentice. HP, 220/220. MP, 500/500. Talent, Midas Touch. Attributes, Constitution 22, Spirit 50, Strength 19, Agility 30, Luck 1. Skill, Magic Bolt LV, 15. Magic Bolt LV, 15, instant cast. Gathers magical elements and bombards the target, dealing 2,000 single target damage. Cooldown, 0.1 seconds. Cost, 5 MP. It was terrifyingly powerful. A single cast could instantly kill 10 death sandworms. I smiled and leaped down from the tree. My increased agility made my movements light and steady. Only a faint cloud of dust rose as I landed, every motion as fluid as flowing water. A character normally gained only 1 attribute point upon leveling, but every use of my SSS rank talent, Midas Touch, rewarded me with at least 7 points. the equivalent of 7 entire levels. And as I transmuted more corpses, those attribute rewards would continue to stack, making me stronger and stronger. I checked the time. Half an hour had already passed. The chat function unlocked as my level rose. I opened the regional chat to see what the other players were doing. The system responded immediately. A chat window appeared before me, filled with player names and speech bubbles. I regret this so much. I never should have entered a terror difficulty dungeon. I've died twice and lost 2,000 gold. It hurts. Earning even this little 9 provinces currency is way too hard. That S-rank talent of yours is already amazing. Once you stabilize, you'll soar in the later stages. I'm so jealous of the S-rank big shot. Don't rush inside the dungeon. Finding isolated sandworms is the only safe strategy. I ran into a few and was too scared to fight them. If you're weak, stay out of terror difficulty. Know your limits. Have you managed to kill a death sandworm? Look, a level 6 monster just appeared in the chat. That awakened is called Sovereign. He's ranked first, and second place is only level 2. That's insane. I'm a girl. Someone carry me through this, and I'll reward you handsomely once we get out. I skimmed the messages and found them utterly boring. Strength determined everything. The powerful naturally earn the worship of countless followers. I understood that truth, and my resolve to become stronger burned even brighter. I closed the chat window, clenched my fists, and continued forward. Until now, I had remained near the edge of the terror difficulty dungeon, Death Desert. After several minutes of walking, I finally entered its central region. The scorching heat made my throat unbearably dry, and my physical discomfort grew worse. A monster appeared in the distance, and a sharp glint flashed through my eyes. It was exactly the kind of target I had been waiting for. I opened its status panel. Crimson Flame Troll. Level 5. Rank Gold. HP 3000/3000. Attack 90/50ths. Physical/magical. Defense 45/0. Physical/magical. Skill Heavy Strike LV8. Before the monster could lock onto me, I calmly pulled a red potion from my pocket. Red Potion. Level 1. Rank Bronze. Effect restores 10 HP per second for 4 seconds. Description provided by the system at the beginning of the dungeon. Price 1 gold. The potion could restore health and ease my thirst, making it perfect for this sweltering desert. Magic Bolt LV15. Without hesitation, I cast a pale blue sphere of energy at the distant monster. Boosted by my spirit and the skills level, the bolt had grown from the size of a fist to the size of a basketball. Magical energy burned fiercely through the air as it slammed into the Crimson Flame Troll. The monster stood as tall as a 2-story building. Its entire body was sandy yellow, and the heat radiating from it warped the surrounding air. The basketball-sized magic bolt struck, and a crimson damage number floated above its head. -2005. Its health bar plunged from full to 30% in an instant. The Crimson Flame Troll roared in agony, its face twisting viciously as it locked onto me with blazing fury. Just as it prepared to retaliate, another pale blue sphere of magic came flying toward it. Boom! Before the Crimson Flame Troll could react, my magic bolt blasted it into pieces. Its body collapsed into a pile of sand, scattered on the wind, and vanished without a trace. The monster was dead. My magic bolt had already reached level 15 and dealt a staggering 2,000 damage. Its cooldown had fallen to 0.1 seconds, allowing me to fire 10 blue bolts every second. That meant my damage per second exceeded 10,000, enough to annihilate most monsters in this dungeon with ease. The system announced, "You have slain a Crimson Flame Troll and gained 2,546 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level 7 and received 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point." A golden halo shimmered around me, the unmistakable sign of a level up. I used Midas Touch on the monster's remains. You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch and received 3,231 gold. My eyes widened in delight. A monster can be transmuted into this much gold. That was equivalent to more than 3,009 provinces dollars. This was an incredible chance to make money. The more monsters I killed, the more wealth I would accumulate. I would be rich in no time. Gold was crucial to a mage. A mage needed gold for equipment, support items, and powerful weapons. Without money, a mage could never bring out the class's full potential. Leveling unlocked more functions, and an awakened without wealth was destined to be eliminated. I was determined to become a mighty mage. I would seize every advantage and rise as quickly as possible. After leveling, I assigned my points. My spirit rose from 50 to 51, and Magic Bolt reached level 16. Its single target damage increased from 2,000 to 2,168. I had not gone far before I encountered another Crimson Flame Troll. I immediately fired 2 level 16 magic bolts. Pale blue spheres of magical energy tore through the night and struck the monster head-on. Boom, boom. Both bolts hit, killing the monster instantly. The system announced, "You have slain a Crimson Flame Troll and gained 2,555 EXP. You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute a Crimson Flame Troll's corpse. You have received 13 free attribute points." I smiled. This time, I had actually received 13 free attribute points. The reward helped me understand the rule behind my SSS rank talent even more clearly. The stronger the monster, the greater the reward from Midas Touch. I assigned the points immediately, raising my spirit from 51 to 64. My single target magic damage climbed from 2,168 to 2,720, giving my combat strength another massive boost. Huh? What's that? A cluster of golden light was glowing beside the monster's corpse. From what my teachers and textbooks had taught me, I knew it had to be a treasure. Official drop rates were abysmal. Plenty of players spent weeks without finding a single item. Even so, I walked over to it. It really did drop something. I happily picked up the item. You have obtained a skill book. Lightwave Roar. Lightwave Roar LV 1. Instant cast magic skill. Deals 230 area damage to the target and all nearby enemies. Cooldown 3 seconds. Cost 18 MP. Note: damage equals spirit times 1.8 plus spirit times 1.8 times skill level times 1. You have learned Lightwave Roar. What an unexpected surprise. I had obtained a powerful area of effect spell. Once I raised its level, my monster clearing speed would become terrifying. I continued onward. The temperature rose sharply, and the information in my memory told me that I had reached the boss's lair. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have earned an SS rating in the Terror Difficulty Death Desert. Would you like to summon the boss, Death Lord? If you decline, you will leave the dungeon immediately and receive 1 chest of platinum to epic quality. If you summon and defeat the boss, you are guaranteed 1 legendary chest." Without hesitation, I stepped into the lair and made my decision. Summon it. A legendary chest had been my goal from the very beginning. Why would I stop now and leave without summoning the boss? Roar, Ruhar, Roar. The instant the system accepted my command, sand and dust exploded through the air. An enormous silhouette slowly took shape inside the storm. The boss had appeared. A wave of scorching wind struck my face. Sand whipped all around me, blurring my vision. I immediately opened the boss's status panel. Death Lord. Level 10. Rank Platinum. HP 80,000. Attack 500/500. Physical/magical. Defense 120/80ths. Physical/magical. Skills: Drain LV 15, Binding LV 20. After reading its attributes, the corner of my mouth twitched. This boss was absurdly strong. 80,000 health and 500 in both attack types were far beyond what ordinary players could handle easily. Even a normal 100-player team would struggle to kill it. Any one of its attacks could absolutely kill a player in a single blow. Even so, I wasn't worried. This was a novice dungeon, after all. Dying here would not cause me to drop items or equipment. Drops occurred only upon death in other dungeons. Here, death cost only 1,000 gold, the revival fee. But anyone who refused to pay for revival could not enter the next dungeon, let alone continue leveling. I did not hesitate. Only one thought filled my mind. Charge. 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 If I wanted to rise, I had to smash through every obstacle with all my strength. My SSS rank talent, Midas Touch, had already granted me a mountain of attributes, gold, and skill points. My strength had increased dramatically. I was confident I could solo the Death Lord. Magic Bolt. Magic Bolt. Magic Bolt. My hand moved without pause, launching one blue sphere of light after another. Level 16 Magic Bolt had a cooldown of only 0.1 seconds and a range of 50 meters. I stood at maximum range and fired like a machine gun. Pale blue magical projectiles relentlessly bombarded the area ahead. In less than a second, I had fired more than 10 magic bolts. At the same time, my mana plummeted from its maximum of 640. Minus 5 MP. Minus 5 MP. Minus 5 MP. Blue magical energy drained away without pause. Fighting like this was practically burning money. Meanwhile, boom, boom, boom. The pale blue magic bolts kept slamming into the Death Lord. Sparks burst across its gigantic body, while the sharp stench of explosions and friction filled the air. It was a spectacular sight. The boss was forced backward again and again. Roar! The Death Lord's furious bellow shook the sky. Yet under my relentless barrage, it had no chance to retaliate. Once a player's damage reached a certain threshold, every hit produced a short knockback effect. I retreated as I attacked, always keeping the boss within my 50-meter spell range. My strategy was perfectly clear: kite it to death. At the same time, minus 2,574, minus 2,487, minus 2,674, minus 2,599. Crimson damage numbers rose from the Death Lord like a dazzling fireworks display, impossible to look away from. Roar! The Death Lord bellowed in fury, blasting dust into the air with terrifying force. Binding LV-20. I could tell that the boss had grown desperate. The Death Lord unleashed a long-range control skill. Whoosh! A sandy yellow ray shot toward me at incredible speed. It moved too quickly for most people to react. No Awakened with less than 100 agility could possibly dodge it. My agility was only 30, so evasion was out of the question. The binding status appeared. An icon of green vines wrapping around one another materialized in the upper right corner of my vision. I breathed a sigh of relief. Binding dealt no damage. It merely prevented movement. That suited me perfectly. I continued hurling magic bolts at the Death Lord. The boss had 69% of its health remaining. It had expected binding to let it counterattack, never imagining that my barrage would continue uninterrupted. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful magic bolts detonated one after another. Smoke filled the air as the boss's health bar plunged. Only 68% remained. Its health kept falling, draining away like water. Before long, the Death Lord had only 31% left. Its face twisted savagely, yet it had no way to deal with me. In 3 seconds, I fired more than 30 magic bolts, each dealing over 2,000 damage. By the time the 30-second bolt struck, all 80,000 of the Death Lord's HP had been erased. Its enormous body crashed to the ground and sent up a cloud of dust. My mana had fallen to 480/640. A notification rang in my mind. You have slain the Death Lord and gained more than 50,000 EXP. Congratulations, you have reached level 12. You have received 5 skill points and 5 free attribute points. I drew a startled breath. The experience reward was enormous. My level had leaped from 7 straight to 12. According to the textbooks, even the strongest person in the 9 provinces had needed 2 days to reach level 10. I had broken through level 12 in less than half a day. The speed was astonishing. Golden light glowed on the ground. I picked up a skill book, Mana Recovery. It was a passive skill that restored 1 MP every second, whether I was fighting or resting. Minor and elite monsters had extremely low drop rates. Bosses dropped items somewhat more often, but finding a skill book was still exceedingly rare. Mages burned through money, which made a Mana Recovery skill book extraordinarily valuable. It was more precious than many platinum items, and after leveling, its effect could rival rare equipment. I had truly found a treasure this time. I immediately raised Mana Recovery to level 6. Mana Recovery LV 6, passive skill, restores 6 MP per second, whether in combat or at rest. Once I finished assigning the points, I felt mana flowing back into my body. The number recovered visibly, 486/640, for 92/640, for 198/640ths. This regeneration was permanent. As long as my mana remained below its maximum, it would continue restoring itself. Every point of mana I recovered represented real wealth. In the shop, a blue potion that restored 20 MP over 4 seconds cost 200 gold. That meant every point of mana was worth 10 gold. I could now recover 6 MP per second. That was like earning 6 gold every second, 360 gold every minute, and more than 10,000 gold every hour. And I could keep increasing Mana Recovery's level in the future. The benefits would only grow. This felt incredible. Next, I raised my spirit from 64 to 69. Magic Bolt's damage increased from 2,720 to 2,933, steadily strengthening my overall combat power. At that moment, a system announcement shook the entire world. System announcement. Congratulations to player Sovereign for clearing the Terror Difficulty Dungeon Death Desert, slaying the boss Death Lord, and achieving an SSS completion rating. Rewards: 1 legendary chest, 18 skill points, and 1 hidden class advancement certificate. The entire server erupted. Players cried out in shock. Who is Sovereign? No one has ever cleared a Terror Difficulty dungeon. A legendary chest is insane. It's far beyond rare or epic quality. An SSS rating? That's a new world record. A diamond chest sells for 100 million, rare for 1 billion, and epic starts at 10 billion. I've never even heard of someone obtaining a legendary chest. Boss Sovereign, I'm friends with the campus belle at Azure Wave Academy. Can someone introduce us? 18 skill points. He's going to soar. And a hidden class advancement certificate? How many hidden classes even exist in the entire world? The heated discussion never stopped, and my character name became the center of attention. After all, I was the first player in history to clear a terror difficulty dungeon. The Death Lord had defeated countless experts and piled their corpses into mountains. Its difficulty was legendary. Now, a player called Sovereign had somehow defeated it. No one could believe it. Sovereign was only my character name, and my real identity remained hidden, so the attention would not cause me any immediate trouble. I only needed to keep a low profile and prevent anyone from learning that Sovereign was me. I knew fame invited trouble. Ignoring the other players, I closed the world chat immediately. A chest radiating dark red light appeared inside my inventory. I happily opened it, and the system chimed. Congratulations. You have opened a legendary chest and received the Blood Drinker Pendant. Blood Drinker Pendant, unique, growth type. Level, 10. Quality, legendary. Attributes, Spirit plus 30, Constitution plus 10. Effect, grants the permanent passive ability Bloodthirst while equipped. A beautiful dark red pendant appeared in the second slot of my inventory. I equipped it immediately. Dark red light wrapped around my body, and a violent gleam entered my eyes, terrifying enough to make anyone recoil. Bloodthirst effect. Every drop of monster blood collected grants 1 point of true damage. Stacks up to the maximum limit. Every attack deals additional true damage. After advancement, all attacks are converted into true damage. I was overjoyed. The pendant's attributes and effect were both overwhelming, practically divine. True damage ignored defense. No matter how high an enemy's defenses became, my attacks could pierce straight through them. After collecting 30,000 drops of blood, I would gain an additional 30,000 true damage, and even my magic attacks would be converted into true damage. For now, simply equipping it granted me 30 spirit and 10 constitution. My constitution rose from 22 to 32, increasing my health from 220 to 320. My spirit climbed from 69 to 99. Magic bolt's damage surged from 2,933 to 4,208, greatly increasing my overall strength. Then another notification rang in my mind. A nearby corpse has been detected. Conditions for absorbing blood have been met. Absorb now. I knew this was the Blood Drinker Pendant's effect and issued the command without hesitation. Absorb. The Death Lord's corpse began to wither. Blood slowly flowed out, floated through the air, and entered my body. The system displayed. You have collected 3,200 drops of boss blood and converted them into 3,200 true damage. My damage rose again. Each attack could now deal 6 or 7,000 damage, and the sensation of overwhelming power put me in an excellent mood. The boss's corpse had become a shriveled husk. Smiling, I waved my hand, and the short wand mark on my arm released golden light. The system announced, you have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute the Death Lord's corpse. You have received 10 skill points. A boss had yielded far more than the 3 points I received from a minor monster, almost as much as the reward for killing the boss itself. I counted my gains. Including the 18 skill points awarded for defeating the boss, I now had 28. I first spent 4 to raise mana recovery from level 6 to level 10, increasing its regeneration from 6 MP to 10 MP per second. Then I spent 9 points to maximize Lightwave Roar, raising it from level 1 to level 10. Lightwave Roar was an instant cast area attack. It now dealt 1,960 area damage, had a cooldown of only 2 seconds, and consumed 17 MP. With its greatly increased damage, it would be devastating against groups of monsters. I decisively poured the remaining 15 skill points into Magic Bolt. It was my strongest single target attack and deserved to be my main focus. Magic Bolt shot directly from level 16 to level 31. My overall magic damage skyrocketed. Magic Bolt LV 31, instant cast, gathers magical elements and bombards one target, dealing 7,920 single target damage. Cooldown 0.1 seconds. Cost 3 MP. With the additional 3,200 true damage from Bloodthirst, every magic bolt now dealt more than 10,000 damage. I could fire 10 bolts per second, giving me a damage output of 100,000 per second. I could kill the Death Lord in a single second now. The system spoke again. System message. You have slain the Death Lord and advanced the SSS rank talent Midas Touch toward stage 2. Corrupted creature progress updated 1/50. My eyes lit up. Once Midas Touch unlocked stage 2, it would gain a targeted execution ability. It would instantly kill not only ordinary monsters, but bosses as well. The power would be absolutely terrifying. More importantly, the qualifying targets were not limited to abyssal monsters. Many powerful dungeon bosses also counted as corrupted creatures. That meant I had already completed 1/50th of the requirement. I had profited enormously. Beyond the cities of the 9 provinces lay wildlands filled with immensely powerful creatures from the abyssal caverns. Even with my current strength, killing them would not be easy. Completing part of the requirement here had been an incredible bargain. I was filled with anticipation for the second stage of Midas Touch. One more reward remained in my inventory, the Hidden Class Advancement Certificate. I touched it with my mind, and a description appeared on the screen. Hidden Class Advancement Certificate. Enter a dungeon, find a Class Advancement Master NPC, and pass the assessment to obtain a hidden class. Note: hidden classes are divided into 7 ranks: Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Rare, Epic, and Legendary. The higher the rank, the greater the class's growth potential. The higher your assessment rating, the better the hidden class you receive. I smiled. A hidden class would greatly improve my future growth. I quietly reviewed the information in my memory. The most powerful awakened in the world naturally possessed special hidden classes. Among all other players, the highest known class quality was only Diamond. My current class, Mage Apprentice, was merely Bronze. I had said that I absolutely had to obtain this treasure, and now it was finally mine. The excitement was almost overwhelming. Of course, the quality of the hidden class I ultimately received would still depend on my own fortune and performance. My strength was already formidable, and my growth rate was astonishing, but I was more than willing to become even stronger. With that thought, I exited the Terror Difficulty dungeon, my body dissolving into white light. Only later, as intelligence from various sources became public, did I gradually piece together the full picture of what happened that night. The outside world had already erupted into chaos. Countless players had attempted that dungeon during the past century, and every awakened received only one chance. Yet no one had ever defeated the Death Lord. At the headquarters of Vanguard, the top club in the 9 provinces, senior leaders gathered for an urgent discussion. Boss Jian, who exactly is this sovereign? I fought the Death Lord 18 times and still couldn't beat it. He actually killed the boss and triggered a world announcement. I think we need to recruit him as soon as possible. Not even E, the strongest player in the 9 provinces, managed to clear that dungeon. I agree. We have to bring this unaffiliated player, Sovereign, into our ranks. Don't rush. Have the intelligence division investigate his real identity first. Then contact him in the game and bring him under our command. Landing a player like that would be a tremendous coup. Good. It's settled. That was only one small move by a single major club. Countless corporations, clans, and government factions were also desperate to recruit this top-tier powerhouse with limitless potential. Whoever secured him would gain an extraordinary trump card. Every major forum and social platform exploded with rumors. People claimed Sovereign's growth potential rivaled Sun, the strongest person in the 9 provinces, and might even surpass him. Across countless live streams, my victory over the Death Lord was elevated into legend, attracting hordes of new fans. At the headquarters of the 9 provinces Crimson Blood Legion, senior officers filled the seats around a large round table. The Legion had become a household name during the war against the abyssal demons. The nation once had 18 legions, each containing as many as 30,000 awakened. After the monsters' relentless assaults, only the Crimson Blood Legion remained. Every elite officer at that roundtable meeting wore a chest full of medals. They possessed outstanding battle records, immense strength, and intimidating presences. Each general stood at the pinnacle of the military. Few could compare with those undefeated veterans. Commanders who had once guarded every corner of the nation were gathered in one place. Their conduct was nothing like that of ordinary awakened. They had survived the dark age of the abyssal monsters and fought their way out through sheer strength. Every one of them carried an extraordinary, majestic bearing. Commander Yin Shishue rose and swept the room with a sharp gaze. I'm sure all of you know why I called this meeting. His voice was not loud, yet it carried throughout the entire chamber. The veterans remained silent, fully aware of the matter's importance. Yin Shishue nodded, his expression growing sterner. I won't waste time. Effective immediately, The nation of 9 provinces is issuing a Level 1 order. Protect sovereign at any cost. Report any developments immediately. If any foreign intruder dares cause trouble within our borders, kill them on sight. His words carried the authority of a roaring tiger, permitting no challenge. Someone responded at once. I know Azure Wave Academy well. Leave this mission to me, Commander. I will not fail you. With that, the officer departed. Yin Qixue surveyed the room and called out, Where is Banner Commander Li? A middle-aged man stood. Li Zhanjiang, present. Yin Qixue said coldly, You and Banner Commander Zhou will take responsibility for guarding the abyssal caverns. Li Zhanjiang hesitated. Commander, you mean for us to? Yin Qixue clenched his fist. Exactly. We must protect Sovereign of Azure Wave Academy. His potential is astonishing. Before long, he will surpass everyone in this room. A new star is rising, and the monsters will never stand by and watch. That is why I'm sending you to reinforce the abyssal caverns. Li Zhanjiang accepted the order without hesitation. Understood. I'll report to military headquarters immediately and lead my banner army to the caverns tonight. We'll reinforce the defensive line. Yin Qixue nodded, dismissing him. After Li Zhanjiang left, the commander returned to his high-back chair and tapped one finger against the table in thought. Seeing that he had no further orders, a middle-aged man in an azure robe rose to deliver a report. Commander, 2 other banner commanders and I have finished exploring the Dragon Soul dungeon. We lost 10,000 battle general, 2,000 battle generals, 800 battle generals, and 21 junior officers. The losses were significant, but we secured ownership of the dungeon. The foreign forces could do nothing but watch. Ha ha. The Azure Robe Banner Commander Zhao was one of the Crimson Blood Legion's finest warriors, a veteran of countless charges. He had not disappointed Yin Qixue, once again capturing the dungeon. Dungeons could only be discovered along national borders, and every newly found ruin promised enormous benefits. Yin Qixue had received a scout's report several days earlier and dispatched the banner commanders to conquer it. Dungeon resources affected a nation's strength. If the teleportation array could be moved inside the 9 provinces and used to attract high-level players, the entire country would grow stronger. You've worked hard, Banner Commander Zhao. Collect your reward and rest for a few days before the next meeting. Zhao departed after receiving the order. Yin Qixue then announced, Meeting adjourned. He turned, his long robe sweeping behind him, and left the chamber. The veterans remained silent for a moment before rising one after another. Quiet conversations broke out as they departed. I never imagined such a powerful expert would emerge from the 9 provinces. Sovereign cleared a terror dungeon that, even soon, the strongest person in the nation couldn't beat. The Death Lord killed experts from home and abroad. By defeating it, Sovereign won glory for our nation and spread the prestige of the 9 provinces. Ha! Once Sovereign rises, what other nation will dare compete with us? Don't celebrate too soon. Sovereign must already be on the assassination list. Don't forget the creatures hiding in the abyssal caverns. Old Yuan is right. The abyssal race's assassination network is incredibly broad, and its intelligence is disturbingly accurate. The commander warned us today. There must be traitors inside the 9 provinces. Those traitors have to be selling intelligence to the monsters. How else could their assassinations be so precise? More than 5,000 students entered dungeons this time, and 30 to 40% of the players with high-rank talents were assassinated. If Sovereign is killed too, the prestige of the 9 provinces will be ruined. Screen everyone for traitors and uncover the abyssal moles as soon as possible. Nothing is more important. A storm swept through the nation of 9 provinces. Every faction launched an investigation and competed to recruit Sovereign. Domestic news coverage became feverish, and stories about Sovereign and the Death Lord easily reached the top of every trending list. Meanwhile, deep within the abyssal caverns, countless grotesque monsters gathered in the damp darkness. Violent, murderous energy rolled from their bodies, infecting and killing every small creature that drew near. These were the demons of the abyssal race. Decades earlier, the Federation's powerhouses had suppressed them. Now they remained hidden inside the caverns, holding their ground. The caverns were easy to defend and difficult to attack. The Federation had fought deep inside, but it had never managed to eradicate the abyssal race completely. After decades of rebuilding, the monster's power had risen again, even surpassing its former peak. During the past 10 years, a creature with an extraordinarily powerful talent had emerged among them. Its true form was a 9-headed serpent. Ordinarily, that bloodline was so weak that it could not compare with even a bronze-rank monster. Yet within 2 hours of its birth, Its bloodline underwent a mutation. Over the next 10 years, it matured into the monster's supreme ruler. Known as the Serpent Emperor and the Abyssal Demon King, it lived in the deepest cavern, rarely revealing itself and communicating with its subjects through secret arts. Now, the corrupted monsters had gathered together. Their whispers carried an undercurrent of unease. Old Eagle, you're the most diligent among us. Nothing within thousands of miles escapes your eyes. Tell us who this sovereign really is. If he's a viable target, I'll accept the Serpent Emperor's assassination mission myself. Coo. My abilities have limits. I'm not all-powerful. I investigated for half the day and couldn't find a single piece of information about Sovereign. Coo. You found absolutely nothing, yet you say it with such confidence. Impressive. I heard Sovereign received quite a few skill points and a hidden class advancement certificate. Obviously, one of the calf demons under my command has already infiltrated human territory. I knew what rewards Sovereign received long ago. The abyss ruling the world is our highest priority. The Serpent Emperor is in seclusion, cultivating a powerful secret art. If we accept the bounty on Sovereign and kill him before His Majesty emerges, the Emperor will certainly be pleased. Exactly. The Serpent Emperor posted a 1 billion bounty for Sovereign's assassination. Whoever has the strength can claim the grand prize. At that moment, I had just left the Death Desert and had no idea that my victory had turned the world upside down. I had slain the Death Lord, immediately triggered a world announcement, and sent players across the globe into an uproar. Only later did I learn that the Abyssal race placed me at the top of its assassination list the moment it received the news. The Serpent Emperor had put an astronomical bounty of 1 billion on my head. That chain reaction made the name Sovereign famous throughout the world. Even soon, the strongest person in the 9 provinces had left Death Desert empty-handed. Then I appeared out of nowhere, killed the Death Lord, and shocked the entire world. Late that night, after clearing the dungeon, I went to sleep. My 99 spirit could have kept me awake for several days, but sustaining that level of exertion would not have been worthwhile. Growing stronger and obtaining dungeon rewards were my most important priorities. Leveling was not something I could finish overnight. It would be a long campaign, and I needed to advance steadily. I intended to remain in peak condition and complete my plan every day. Just as dripping water could pierce stone, countless small gains would eventually bring success. I woke early the next morning, washed up, ate a simple breakfast, and left home. I knew that if even the slightest clue about my identity leaked, powerful factions would immediately restrict my movements, and my life might be in danger. I knew a fair amount about the Abyssal race. The monsters hiding in the caverns had remained quiet for decades. Official reports claimed that war between them and the 9 provinces was inevitable. The Abyssal race had also secretly created an assassination ranking, using human targets to train its newly risen monsters. It was a vicious strategy, but the 9 provinces would never let them run rampant. The two sides had not openly declared war, yet their conflict in the shadows was extraordinarily dangerous. Stories about monsters assassinating players with high-ranked talents and the 9 provinces' military arresting traitors appeared constantly in the news. They had become ordinary topics of conversation among the public. I absolutely refused to become a monster's source of experience. The training grounds contained every kind of testing equipment. Our teacher announced loudly, "When I call your name, come forward and test your magic damage. Anyone who deals more than 100 damage can become a mage. More than 200 qualifies you for an advanced academy, and more than 300 lets you apply to one of the 4 divine beast academies." Students stepped forward one at a time. I had prepared in advance and disabled the 3,200 bonus true damage from Bloodthirst. Otherwise, my damage would be far too high, and my magic output could expose my identity. Zhou Ji, 85 damage. Failed. Li Yuanshan, 122 damage. Passed. Collect an application form. Sun Fei, 219 damage. Excellent. Collect an application form. Anyone who dealt more than 100 damage could enter the mage profession. Those who fell short had no choice but to give it up. Some students possessed great strength but weak spirit, making it impossible for them to become mages. The successful students excitedly collected their application forms. After dealing 219 damage, Sun Fei was hailed as a genius. Envious voices rang out from every direction. He's the campus heartthrob, and he's amazing at both academics and magic. Sun Fei has to possess an S-rank talent with a magic bonus. Yi Mimi loves geniuses like that. You've got this, Brother Fei. Which element do you think he'll choose? Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, definitely fire or earth. They have the strongest damage. When my turn arrived, I walked to the front and cast a spell at the reinforced straw target. An explosion boomed. The target swayed several times before coming to a stop. Every I turned toward it, as a number floated into view. -300. The crimson damage number appeared above the straw dummy, stunning the entire training ground. The nearby students stared with their eyes wide open. What's going on? 300 magic damage? Am I seeing this right? How is that student so strong? It's real. He beat Sun Phase 219. Doesn't that mean he can apply to the 4 Divine Beast Academies, which are even better than the Advanced Academies? The Divine Beast Academies are where countless students dream of studying. I'm so jealous. In an instant, every student who had been admiring Sun Fei turned to look at me. After all, 300 magic damage was exactly the admission threshold for the 4 Divine Beast Academies. Those 4 institutions were anything but ordinary. Their graduates had limitless prospects. Whether they pursued civilian employment or a military career, success came easily. Every year, students treated the 4 elemental Divine Beast Academies as the starting point of their dreams. Only after entering one of those academies could they earn a true opportunity to soar. Seeing someone qualify today inspired many of my classmates. My homeroom teacher finally recovered from the surrounding commotion and announced, "Jiang Feng, passed. Come to the round table and collect your application form." Sun Fei froze when he heard the announcement. His smile stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had been immensely proud of dealing 219 magic damage and had basked in the glory of being called a genius. But my 300 damage had surpassed him by a wide margin. I had stolen his spotlight completely. I had dealt exactly 300 damage because I deliberately locked my spell's output at that number. In reality, players could precisely control their damage. Inside the Sanctuary Demon Tower, they could not. Damage values were fixed in the game. Not even the world's strongest player could change them. In reality, however, players could regulate their output with extreme precision based on the strength they had gained in the game. A warrior with 10 strength in the game, for example, received 22 points of physical attack in addition to the damage from their own body. The warrior could choose any exact amount of damage within their minimum and maximum range. Mages worked the same way. That was how I had produced precisely 300 magic damage. I had done it to conceal my strength and avoid unnecessary trouble. The monsters were relentless assassins. If they saw even the smallest opportunity, they would never let a target escape. In the end, my damage landed exactly on Vermilion Bird Academy's admission line. Meeting the threshold was enough to let me study there. The 4 Divine Beast Academies possessed long histories and profound foundations. Their collections included many fire magic skill books, along with a large reserve of high-level fire spells. Of the 4, Vermilion Bird Academy offered the strongest fire magic. My goal was clear, and my plan was precise. 300 damage was enough to qualify without drawing the monster's attention. Every class of newly awakened students included plenty of S-rank players who could easily score more than 300. For someone with an A-rank talent, reaching that number merely suggested that I had gotten lucky. Without finding a treasure in the dungeon, such a result would have been difficult to achieve. But everyone believed that an A-rank talent had less potential than an S-rank one. That meant I would not remain the center of attention. Only elite geniuses who scored more than 500 became assassination targets. I had nothing to worry about. Under everyone's gaze, I walked to the round table and accepted an application form from the instructor. I filled it out quickly, my pen scratching across the paper. The other students continued their assessments, and several soon dealt 300 or 400 damage. The brilliance of my 300-point result was quickly drowned out. This world was brutally realistic. The strong drew envy and worship. Since my score was no longer remarkable, everyone's attention naturally shifted to the more talented students. I soon finished the application. Name: Jiang Feng. Grade: Senior Class 4. Talent: a rank. Intended Academy: Vermilion Bird Academy. Assessment: a rank. Damage: 300. Preferred School of Magic: Fire. Personal Statement: My name is Jiang Feng, and I am a student at Azure Wave Academy. I love magic, especially fire magic. I am determined to become an outstanding fire mage. The magic instructor smiled when he saw that I was applying to Vermilion Bird Academy. He regarded me with clear approval. In his eyes, I was a quiet, low-profile student who rarely spoke, but possessed excellent academic knowledge and a strong understanding of the game. Normally, a student with an A-rank talent had little chance of being admitted to one of the 4 Divine Beast Academies. I was different. Exceptional luck had allowed me to deal 300 magic damage with a lower-rank talent. As far as he was concerned, My strength and fortune were both impeccable. The instructor thought highly of me and said warmly, "Congratulations, Jiang Feng. Go home and rest today. Bring your enrollment documents to Vermilion Bird Academy tomorrow and report for admission." Envious gazes came from every direction. Everyone wondered why I had chosen Vermilion Bird Academy so decisively. The reason was simple. I pursued ultimate damage and wanted to become a burst damage mage. Mages like that possessed astonishing offensive power. With forbidden magic, they could destroy an entire city. Training one cost an immense amount, requiring an almost unimaginable quantity of gold. But once fully developed, they wielded enough power to devastate heaven and earth. That was why I was so determined to pursue overwhelming damage. The 4 Divine Beast Academies were the finest institutions for advanced magical training in the nation. White Tiger Academy specialized in wind magic and excelled at speed. Azure Dragon Academy focused on defensive water magic. Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise Academy specialized in fire and earth magic respectively, both emphasizing offense. But fire magic was far more destructive than earth magic. Soon, the strongest person in the 9 provinces was a master fire mage. His practical command of fire magic far surpassed that of any earth mage. One reason was that Sun had left a vast collection of game guides at Vermilion Bird Academy. Those guides had helped fire magic flourish even further. For all those reasons, I firmly believed Fire Mage was the strongest path. With its tremendous offensive power and my own relentless pursuit of damage, I was confident I could push fire magic to its absolute limit. What I did not know at the time was that Wu Yan, the principal of Azure Wave Academy, was sitting alone in his office. The list of students who had passed this year's assessment was piled on the desk before him. He looked around, closed the office door, and revealed a secretive smile. He first examined the names of players who had dealt less than 100 magic damage, then discarded them immediately. Those players clearly did not meet Wu Yan's selection criteria. Next came the students who had dealt 200 damage. Wu Yan passed over them as well. He ignored the names in the 300-point range too. Even my name failed to attract his attention. After repeatedly filtering the list, Wu Yan selected 55 students who had dealt more than 500 magic damage. He recorded every name in his phone's notes app. Then he quietly edited the message and sent it to a contact named SY. Immediately afterward, Wu Yan cast a mysterious spell and erased every trace of the transmission. Once he finished, he put on his glasses as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, after finishing my assessment, I bought some ingredients at the market. I returned home and soon prepared a fragrant meal. After eating, I extended my right arm. The Shortwand brand released golden light. A notification rang in my mind. "Congratulations. You have logged into the Sanctuary Demon Tower and descended into the ancient city of the 9 provinces." White light flashed, and I vanished instantly. When I opened my eyes, ancient architecture filled my view. Human powerhouses had seized demon towers and used their energy to give humanity access to the game. After players from the 9 provinces cleared the novice dungeon, they descended into this city. I had appeared inside a fountain spraying golden liquid. Whether players died or used a return scroll, they always came back here. The fountain covered more than 1,000 square yards, leaving the area spacious and open. A bustling street lay nearby. Weapon shops, equipment stores, gem shops, spirit pet stores, apothecaries, general stores, and countless other businesses lined both sides. Powerful factions stood behind every merchant. The rent alone cost more than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. I entered an apothecary to replenish my potions. "Brother, what kind of potion are you looking for?" A middle-aged man approached and asked directly. The character named Little Jojo floated above his head. That told me he was a player rather than an NPC and the owner of this apothecary. "I'll look around first. I'll let you know when I decide." After answering, I paid no further attention to the owner and focused on selecting the potions I needed. A moment later, the status panels of 2 potions appeared before me. Red potion, level 10, rank gold. Effect, restores 40 HP per second for 4 seconds. Description, crafted by player Little Jojo. Price, 500 gold. Blue potion, level 10, rank gold. Effect, restores 20 MP per second for 4 seconds. Description, also crafted by Little Jojo. Price, 800 gold. My health was full at 320/320ths, and my mana was plentiful at 990/990. These 2 gold rank potions were the best options for me. I told the owner what I wanted to buy. Little Jojo took the potions from a glass display case. I paid him in gold. A crisp system alert sounded in my mind. "You have spent 3,100 gold. Remaining balance, 131 gold. You have received 2 gold rank blue potions. Added to inventory. You have received 3 gold rank red potions. Added to inventory. Thank you for your business. Please come again. Little Jojo smiled as he spoke. I smiled back, turned, and left the apothecary. Looking at the mere 131 gold left in my inventory, I couldn't help thinking how expensive the mage class truly was. I had not even purchased weapons or equipment, yet almost all my gold was already gone. I need to find a chance to earn more gold. But for now, advancing my class comes first. I opened my inventory and found the treasure marked with a book icon. Hidden Class Advancement Certificate. Enter a dungeon, find an NPC Class Advancement Master, and complete the assessment mission to obtain a hidden class. It did not reveal what class I would receive or what rank that class might be. I was filled with anticipation, eager to discover what I could become. Without hesitation, I shattered the certificate. Boom! A roar filled my mind. Golden light flashed around me and teleported me into another realm. My vision gradually went dark. Congratulations! You have entered the Eternal Sanctuary. Please find the Eternal Mentor to complete your class advancement, the system announced. A wave of dizziness swept over me. My vision slowly cleared. A magnificent palace towered ahead, its solemn halls supported by 2 rows of massive stone pillars. Colossal statues of the divine race radiated sacred majesty. I walked down the central aisle and soon spotted an NPC whose name appeared in green, Divine Archmage. Welcome to the Divine Temple. Congratulations on earning the privilege of entering this place, the Archmage said. Can you help me advance my class? I asked. Of course, the Archmage replied. You possess an 8th tier legendary advancement certificate. As long as your spirit has reached 80, you can pass the assessment and obtain an 8th tier class. The Archmage radiated overwhelming power. His piercing gaze seemed capable of seeing straight through a person's heart. The light spread across my face. When I first received the certificate, I never imagined it would be an 8th tier legendary treasure. I had struck gold. Sacred power flowed from the Archmage's hand, and a golden screen of light enveloped me. System notifications rang in my mind. Congratulations! Your spirit has reached 80. You have passed the Eternal Mentor's assessment and met the class advancement requirements. Class advancement successful. You have obtained the 8th tier legendary hidden class, Eternal Mage. You have acquired the passive skill Eternal Power. Your class potential has risen to 8th tier. You have received 84 free attribute points. Excitement surged through me. So advancing into the Eternal Mage hidden class required at least 80 spirit. Anyone below that threshold would have to wait until their attributes rose high enough. Fortunately, I already qualified, all thanks to my SSS rank Midas Touch. More importantly, advancing from a 1st tier to an 8th tier class changed my reward per level from 1 free attribute point to 8. I was level 12, and the additional 7 points for each of those 12 levels totaled exactly 84. I began assigning them at once. Add all 84 free attribute points to Spirit. Current Spirit, 99. New Spirit, 183. A vast surge of magical energy poured into me. My mental power nearly doubled in an instant, leaving me with an exhilarating sense of absolute fullness. At the same time, Magic Bolt's damage rose from 7,920, while Lightwave Roar increased from 1,960 to 3,623. My overall combat strength improved enormously. Possessing this much magical power at level 12 was exceedingly rare in the entire history of the continent. Even so, I did not relax in the slightest. The faster I rose, the more carefully I had to conceal myself. I immediately hid my status panel. Once hidden, no one else could inspect my attributes. After checking repeatedly and confirming that I had left no trace exposed, I nodded in satisfaction. Then I examined the Eternal Mage's passive skill. Eternal Power. Every attack deals additional magical damage equal to level times 1% of the target's total HP and inflicts Scorch, dealing magical damage equal to level times 0.2% of the target's total HP per second. The skill's power stunned me. Every part of its damage was percentage-based. The more health a target possessed, the more devastating the effect became. At level 12, with 320 HP, the attack's additional damage calculated to 12% times 320 is equal to 38.4. At level 30 with 3000 HP, that number would become 30% times 3000 is equal to 900. The higher my level and health rose, the more terrifying the magic damage would become. No wonder this was a legendary class. Its potential was immense. Finally, I opened my status panel. Sovereign. Level 12. Class, Eternal Mage. HP, 320/320. MP, 1, 830/1, 830. Talent, Midas Touch, SSS rank. Attributes, Constitution 32, Spirit 183, Strength 19, Agility 30, Luck 1. Skills, Magic Bolt LV. 31, Lightwave Roar LV. 10, Mana Recovery LV. 10, Frenzy Bomb, Passive, Unique. Gold, 131. Equipment, Blooddrinker Pendant, Bloodthirst, 3, 200/. Inventory, 3 gold rank red potions, 2 gold rank blue potions. I smiled, completely satisfied with my class advancement. I left the Divine Temple. White light flashed, and I reappeared in the ancient city of the 9 provinces. I shook my head with a bitter smile at the mere 131 gold left in my inventory. My equipment slots were almost completely empty. It was pitiful. I'm way too poor. I need to earn some gold and find decent equipment. With that thought, I fixed my gaze on the far end of the road and headed toward the teleportation hall through the bustling crowd. Vendors shouted on both sides of the street, but I ignored them and walked straight to my destination. Dungeons came in many types: solo, party, legion, regional, and world class. Their difficulties were easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and terror, while their level requirements ranged from level 1 to level 1000. Every dungeon was accessible worldwide, allowing players from the 9 provinces and every other nation to enter. But a player had to meet the dungeon's minimum level or entry would be denied. A level 10 dungeon, for example, required players to be at least level 10. Every player received only one opportunity to enter the novice dungeon, Death Desert, so I could not return. Instead, I set my sights on the level 10 dungeon Frost Temple. Its description said that the longer I survived and the more monsters I killed, the better the quality chest I would receive. Its status was incomplete. I raised an eyebrow. This was the highest level dungeon currently available to me. The system announced, "You are about to enter the level 10 dungeon Frost Temple. Please select a difficulty: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, or terror." Without hesitation, I chose terror. The greater the difficulty, the better the rewards. White light flashed, and I vanished from the teleportation hall. My goal was clear: continue my path of transmutation, earn money along the way, and finally fill those empty equipment slots. I appeared in a boundless snowy wilderness, where a freezing wind sent snowflakes swirling through the air. My head spun briefly before I recovered. I found myself at the edge of the Frost Temple map in a region called the Snowfield. The moment I arrived, I saw 2 foreign players: a muscular blonde man more than 6.5 feet tall, and a woman with long emerald green hair. Both had hidden their status panels, so none of us could see the other's attributes or names. "Hey, brat, what are you staring at? You want to die?" The blonde man arrogantly waved a fist in warning. The woman clung to his arm and stared at me with open contempt. I sneered. "If you want to live, get lost before I change my mind." They were foreign players, but the dungeon automatically translated every language. Even when I spoke English, they understood me perfectly. The green-haired woman frowned at my forceful demeanor and turned to her companion. "Brother Pass, he's challenging you." How hilarious. Some country bumpkin from the 9 provinces actually dares act this arrogantly. She mocked me and deliberately egged him on. Relying on his towering height, the blonde player stepped forward with an oppressive presence. Another player might have retreated, but I was different. Sovereign's name had already spread across the globe, and killing a few more enemies made no difference to me. I knew the first strike decided the fight. I had been looking for a chance to test my strength. Without warning, I cast Lightwave Roar LV 10. A powerful sphere of magical energy detonated above the 2 foreign players. Boom! Minus 3,200. Minus 3,586. Minus 36. Minus 7. Minus 3,200. Minus 3,588. Minus 37. Minus 7. The explosion ended, and both players died instantly. Countless white magical fragments scattered and faded, leaving the snowfield silent once again. You have slain the level 18 player Pass Shilling and gained 988 EXP. You have slain the level 18 player Ekiel William and gained 995 EXP. The 2 level 18 warriors had only around 3,000 HP. The 4 damage components came from Lightwave Roar itself, Bloodthirst, the Eternal Mage's health-based bonus, and Eternal Power. Together, they killed both players instantly. Neither had even a chance to breathe. You have absorbed the 33rd drop of blood. Bloodthirst's true damage has increased. You have absorbed the 34th drop of blood. Bloodthirst true damage continues to increase. Current Bloodthirst total, 3,267 drops. True damage, 3,267. The announcements rang in my mind. The two corpses before me rapidly withered. I knew my accumulated blood had increased again. Without hesitation, I used Midas Touch on both foreign players' bodies. You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute past Schilling's corpse. You have received 4 skill points. You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute Ekiel Williams' corpse. You have received 15 Constitution. The system notifications sounded one after another. My health rose to 470. I left the skill points unassigned for now, planning to spend them after I cleared the dungeon. With my current magical attack, I could clear this place effortlessly. As I continued forward, I discovered several dropped items and picked them up without hesitation. You have obtained equipment, Cross Helm. You have obtained weapon, Archangel Greatsword. The light spread across my face. I knew both treasures had belonged to the foreign players. I examined their information. Cross Helm. Level, 15. Rank Gold. Class, Universal. Attributes, Defense plus 28, Strength plus 15. Description, equipment dropped in Frost Temple. Archangel Greatsword. Level, 13. Rank, Silver. Class, Universal. Attributes, Strength plus 32, Agility plus 12. Description, a weapon dropped in Frost Temple. I shook my head. They're both warrior items. It doesn't matter. I can sell them to other players for gold after I leave the dungeon. I did not realize just how valuable those seemingly useless treasures had been to the two foreign players. Equipment and weapons were extremely scarce for players in the teens. Both items could sell for a high price. Crunch, crunch. I continued forward, the deep snow crunching beneath my feet. A trail of deep footprints stretched out behind me. Roar. A thunderous bellow suddenly shattered the silence and echoed across the entire snowfield. I stared ahead. An enormous beast had appeared before me. White fur covered its body, and it stood as tall as a 3- or 4-story building. Thick muscles bulged beneath its hide, giving it a savage presence, while its crimson eyes constantly swept the area. Before the beast noticed me, I quickly opened its status panel. Frost Behemoth. Level, 12. Rank Gold. Attack, 165 23rds, physical/magical. Defense, 75 27ths, physical/magical. Skills, Heavy Hammer LV, 11, Roar LV 5. After reading its attributes, I immediately cast Magic Bolt LV, 31. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of icy blue magical energy shot toward the beast. It had not even registered me as a target before crimson damage numbers began leaping above its head. Minus 3,267. Minus 29. Minus 5. The damage was overwhelming. Even if I faced more than a dozen monsters like this, I could kill them all in an instant. The system announced, you have slain a Frost Behemoth and gained 5,841 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level 13 and received 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. Golden light wrapped around me as a surge of powerful energy poured into my body. I leveled up. My gaze remained firm, but delight filled my heart. My 8th tier Eternal Mage class had already seemed powerful, and now I discovered that its explosive potential was even more astonishing. Its passive ability, Frenzy Bomb, was formidable, while the 8 free attribute points and 8 skill points I received per level were 8 times the rewards of an ordinary first-tier class. I poured all 8 free attribute points into Spirit, raising it from 183 to 191 and greatly strengthening every spell. Combined with the 4 skill points I had earned from killing the enemy players, I now had 12. I spent all of them on Magic Bolt, raising it from level 31 to level 43. Magic Bolt LV, 43. Instant cast. Gathers magical elements and bombards one target, dealing single target damage. Cooldown, 0.1 seconds. Cost, 2 MP. I had pushed my damage to the limit. Staring at the behemoth's corpse, I absorbed its blood first. You have absorbed 38 drops of blood. Bloodthirst true damage has increased. Current bloodthirst total, 3,305 drops. True damage, 3,305. Immediately afterward, I used my SSS rank talent, Midas Touch. You have used Midas Touch to transmute the Frost Behemoth's corpse. You have received 10 luck. The announcement rang in my mind, and my luck rose from 1 to 11. I did not fully understand luck's exact function, but textbooks and instructors agreed that it affected item drop rates. Luck was incredibly difficult to obtain. A player could kill several bosses without gaining even 1 point, so a tiny increase made little difference to most people. But the higher the total rose, the more noticeable its effect on drop rates became. In any case, gaining attributes could only be profitable. The system spoke again. Congratulations. You have earned an A rating in the Terror difficulty Frost Temple. Would you like to leave the dungeon and claim 1 gold chest? Claiming the reward will end the dungeon. Declining will allow you to continue. My eyes gleamed. I answered silently. Continue the journey. An A rating did not interest me. Continuing to explore would bring much richer rewards. Crunch, crunch. My footprints once again marked the snow. The weather in this frozen wasteland was bitterly cold. I took a torch from my inventory and lit it, letting the flame warm the daylight around me. Huh? What's that? A blurry silhouette suddenly flew toward me from ahead. I quickly opened the monster's panel. Snowfield Hawk. Level 15. Rank Gold. Attack 208/122. Physical/magical. Defense 68/45. Physical/magical. Skills: Dive LV 13, Frost Venom LV 8, Magic Bolt LV 43. I instantly unleashed a blast of powerful magical energy. Boom! The explosion thundered across the sky. -3,305. -16. -3. You have slain a Snowfield Hawk and gained 6,351 EXP. Golden light flowed through my body, but no level-up announcement followed. Clearly, the experience had not been enough. I looked at the hawk's corpse and immediately absorbed its blood. You have absorbed 41 drops of blood. Bloodthirst true damage has increased. Current blood total, 3,346 drops. True damage, 3,346. I moved quickly. Before the final notification had even faded, I used my SSS rank talent, Midas Touch. You have transmuted the Snowfield Hawk's corpse with Midas Touch and received 18 spirit. Magical powers surged into me, raising my spirit from 191 to 209. As the hawk's corpse dissolved into nothingness, golden light suddenly flashed ahead. My eyes lit up. I knew it was a dropped item and immediately ran over to retrieve the treasure. You have obtained a dropped item, Frost Pendant. Frost Pendant. Level 10. Rank Gold. Class Universal. Attributes: HP plus 500, Spirit plus 20. Description: a lost piece of jewelry from Frost Temple. This is a nice treasure. Its attributes are perfect for me. Satisfied, I equipped it. My attributes rose instantly, and I smiled. Luck was every bit as powerful as expected. Even an ordinary monster had dropped jewelry. Some dungeon bosses did not drop anything, and jewelry had an even lower drop rate than ordinary equipment. Thoroughly satisfied, I continued forward. Before long, I found the entrance to the temple. It radiated icy blue light and resembled an enormous teleportation array. I knew it would take me inside Frost Temple. Just as I prepared to enter, I caught a faint blue glimmer at the edge of my vision. I walked closer and found a small blue plant. Its information panel displayed. Blue Heartgrass. Level 5. Rank Gold. Effect: permanently increases constitution by 5 when consumed. Description: a lost alchemical ingredient from Frost Temple. Can be refined into an advanced potion at an apothecary in the ancient city of the 9 provinces. You have collected Blue Heartgrass. Use it now. The system prompt rang in my mind as I picked it. You have consumed Blue Heartgrass. Constitution permanently increased by 5. My constitution rose from 47 to 52. Combined with the Frost Pendant's 500 bonus HP, my health reached 1,020. The Blue Heartgrass was extremely valuable and could sell for hundreds of thousands of gold. But I cared more about increasing my strength. Becoming stronger mattered more than earning money, and refining advanced potions was not my specialty. If I saved the plant, I would only end up selling it to someone else. So I consumed it immediately. Then I stepped into Frost Temple. The system announced that I had earned an S rating on Terror difficulty and asked whether I wanted to claim a platinum chest. I declined. A platinum chest held little value for me. Only rare quality or higher was worth accepting. I decided to continue deeper. After finding the Blue Heartgrass, I paid much closer attention to my surroundings. A place capable of producing one treasure might hold others. 2 monsters appeared ahead, and I inspected their information. Snowfield Frost Wolf, level 18. Rank Platinum. Physical attack 380. Magical attack 175. Defense 165/80. Skills: Charge LV 18, Bite LV 21. The other wolf was level 19 and possessed even higher attributes. This dungeon truly deserved its difficulty. Even its ordinary monsters were powerful, but my combat strength was greater. Battle intent blazed in my eyes. I fired dozens of magic bolts in rapid succession, spraying them at the two frost wolves like machine gun rounds. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered through the sky as damage numbers rose everywhere. Minus 3,346. Minus 50. Minus 10. The two monsters charging toward me were instantly killed by the enormous damage. Their bodies crashed heavily onto the ground. Thud, thud. The system rang in my mind. You have slain a snowfield frost wolf and gained 9,541 EXP. The second wolf died immediately afterward, granting another 9,622 EXP. I rose to level 14 and received 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. The system continued. You have slain 2 snowfield frost wolves. SSS rank talent Midas Touch stage 2 progress updated 3/50. Golden light wrapped around my body and then faded, marking the level up. Anticipation flashed in my eyes. It seemed that stronger monsters were classified as corrupted creatures, allowing their deaths to advance my talent. I need to kill more monsters here. Midas Touch already let me transmute monster corpses. Once advanced, it would also allow me to execute high-level bosses at a designated point. Its rewards would naturally be abundant, and its power could not be underestimated. I did not assign my points immediately. First, I collected the wolf's blood. You have absorbed 66 drops of blood. Bloodthirst's true damage progress has increased. Then I absorbed another 67 drops, raising my total to 3,479 and my true damage to the same number. Both corpses withered instantly as I drained every drop of blood. My power continued to accumulate. I activated my SSS rank talent, Midas Touch. The system announced, you have transmuted a snowfield frost wolf's corpse and received 13 luck. You have received 5 skill points. Golden light circled me as my luck leaped from 11 to 24. Luck might be invisible, but it was immensely valuable. Even if these monsters dropped nothing, my future drop rates would rise substantially. Then I added all 8 free attribute points to Spirit, increasing it from 229 to 237 and strengthening my spells significantly. Next, I spent all 13 skill points on mana recovery, raising it from level 10 to level 23. Mana recovery LV 23, passive skill, restores 23 MP per second, whether in combat or at rest. This allocation prepared me for sustained damage and prevented my mana from running dry. With everything ready, I continued forward. After only a few steps, I discovered an ice cellar beside the frozen wall. The piercing wind made me shiver. I discarded my extinguished torch and lit a fresh one, letting its flame provide a little warmth. Inside the cellar, 3 treasure chests stood side by side, 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 yellow. Another chest spawned. I knew that system-generated chests inside dungeons often contained excellent items. But opening the first chest always summoned a powerful guardian far stronger than ordinary monsters. Just as I prepared to open it, a figure darted in front of me. Who are you? I saw these 3 chests first. Get lost, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. The newcomer was a male player. His name and status panel were both hidden. He glared fiercely and brandished a greatsword, clearly marking him as a warrior. I remained silent. His attitude told me everything I needed to know about him, though I had yet to see his true strength. We faced each other in a tense standoff. The man glanced at me, mistook my silence for hesitation, and opened the first blue chest himself. Rumble! The ice cellar suddenly shook so violently that neither of us could remain steady. Roar! An enormous shadow engulfed the chamber. A ghostly monster as tall as a 3- or 4-story building bellowed. Foolish humans! You dare invade my territory? Die! I quickly inspected its attributes. Snowfield Battle Spirit. Level 25. Rank Diamond. HP Unknown. Attack 450/265 Physical/Magical. Defense 220/130 Physical/Magical. Skills Heavy Hammer LV 28, Frost Strike LV 25, Mutation LV 1. The Snowfield Battle Spirit was a mighty elite monster of the frozen region. Its strength rivaled the Death Lord from the Novice Dungeon, proving how dangerous this map truly was. The moment the other player accidentally summoned the Guardian, the Battle Spirit used Frost Strike. A fist of ice as large as a person hurtled toward us. The blast bloomed like icy fireworks, scattering frozen shards in every direction. I retreated immediately. I could kill the monster in an instant and possessed more health than an ordinary mage, but its 265 magical attack could still be fatal if I grew careless. The warrior's health bar nearly emptied at once. In terror, he raised a large shield and blocked most of the damage, yet the lingering frost still injured him severely. The snowfield battle spirit swung its icy hammer again. Heavy hammer LV 28 descended, smashing toward the player's head. Minus 1,358. Minus 254. Minus 359. Minus 195. A chain of damage numbers rose above the warrior. Before he could react, the attack killed him instantly and transformed his body into a frozen statue. Roar! The monster's bellow echoed through the chamber as the situation became even more dangerous. Crack! Crunch! Under the snowfield battle spirit's roar, it opened its enormous mouth and devoured the player's corpse. The sight stunned me. Then the creature's body began to mutate. Roar! Roar! Thunderous bellows reverberated through the ice cellar, sending a fierce, freezing wind against my face. I immediately opened the transformed monsters panel. Mutated snowfield battle spirit, level 28. Rank, Diamond. Attack, 900/530. Defense, 440/260. Skills, Heavy Hammer LV, 35, Frost Strike LV, 30, Bloodlust LV, 1. Every attribute had doubled, and its combat strength had soared. Even so, unwavering battle intent burned in my eyes. Magic Bolt. Magic Bolt. In a single second, I fired a continuous stream of blue projectiles into the mutated creature. Boom. 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 The bolts detonated, sending shock waves through the air. Crimson damage numbers rose without pause, creating a spectacular scene. You have slain the mutated snowfield battle spirit and gained EXP. Congratulations, you have reached level 15 and received 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. SSS rank Talent Midas Touch Stage 2 Corrupted Creature Progress updated. 450. Golden light flowed around me. The rewards had been substantial. Instead of assigning my points immediately, I absorbed the monster's blood. You have absorbed 122 drops of blood. Bloodthirst true damage progress has increased. My total reached 3,601 drops, granting 3,601 true damage. The battle spirit's corpse gradually withered. A few seconds later, the mutated monster had become a dried husk. I calmly activated my SSS rank talent, Midas Touch. You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute the mutated snowfield battle spirit's corpse. You have received 38 constitution. The monster vanished into nothingness. My constitution rose from 58 to 90, and an endless reservoir of strength filled my body. My health also increased to 400/400. The Eternal Mage grew stronger as both health and level increased. After the mutated guardian died, golden light appeared on the floor. The light spread across my face. The 32 points I had invested in luck had not been wasted. At the critical moment, they truly had improved the monster's drop rate. I walked over and collected the items. You have obtained a weapon, Abyssal Staff. You have received 1 gold coin. Abyssal Staff. Level, 15. Quality, Platinum. Class, Mage or Hidden Mage class. Attributes, Spirit plus 50, Luck plus 6. Effect, every magical attack has a 100% chance to drain the enemy's blood and convert it into your own health. Lifesteal equals 10% of total magic damage. Description, a precious weapon lost inside Frost Temple. The weapon was excellent. It would greatly improve my ability to sustain myself in battle. I equipped the staff immediately, and the magical power inside me became incomparably dense. In addition, I had received more than 60,000 gold, equivalent to over 60,000 in real-world currency. The profit was enormous. After collecting everything, I turned toward the 2 remaining chests, 1 red and 1 yellow. According to my memory and my instructor's explanations, opening the first chest always summoned a monster. The second had a 50% chance of producing a monster and a 50% chance of producing treasure. The third always contained the richest reward. Anticipation filled my eyes, but I remained cautious as I opened the second chest first. If a monster spawned, my reaction speed would let me detect it immediately. You have opened a platinum chest and obtained a skill book, Magic Shield. I learned the skill as soon as I received the book, then examined its detailed description. Magic Shield LV 1 Instant Cast. Creates a magical shield for 15 seconds that absorbs 861 damage of any type, physical or magical. Consumes 10 MP per second. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Note: Magic Shield absorption equals Spirit times 1.5 plus Spirit times 1.5 times skill level times 1. Overall, it was an extremely useful skill. It could absorb only 861 damage for now, but that number would increase as the skill leveled. With that thought, I looked at my 8 available skill points and spent them on Magic Shield without hesitation. Magic Shield LV9, Instant Cast. Creates a magical shield for 15 seconds that absorbs 4,305 damage of any type. Consumes 10 MP per second. Cooldown, 30 seconds. After leveling, the shield could absorb 4,305 damage. It was practically an iron wall. I had made another huge profit. Then I opened the third chest without the slightest hesitation. This one was guaranteed to contain something valuable. You have received the Platinum Chest reward, Golden Sacred Armor. I opened the equipment information. Golden Sacred Armor. Level, 15. Rank, Gold. Class, Warrior. Attributes: Defense plus 66, Agility plus 17. Effect: All elemental magic resistance plus 3%. Description: Precious equipment dropped in Frost Temple. It's a shame that it's warrior equipment, but I can still sell it on the free market. I calculated its value. Equipment and weapons had extremely low drop rates. Even an ordinary piece sold for tens of thousands, while items with additional attributes commanded far higher prices. I placed the Golden Sacred Armor in my inventory and left the ice cellar. Congratulations. You have earned an SS rating in the Terror difficulty Frost Temple. Would you like to leave the dungeon immediately and claim 1 diamond chest? Warning: Claiming the reward will force you to exit the dungeon. If you decline, the dungeon will continue. The voice rang in my mind. Another player might have accepted the reward and left immediately, but I intended to challenge the boss. A diamond chest could not compare with the rewards for slaying Frost Temple's final boss. Decline the reward. I issued the command with my mind. Would you like to summon the boss now? The system asked. Summon it. I answered without hesitation. The instant my command fell, a deafening rumble shook heaven and earth. It sounded as if the entire Frost Temple might collapse at any moment. Shards of ice exploded around the throne ahead, creating a spectacular storm. Before long, an enormous statue of a frost goddess appeared. Her crystalline body was elegant and perfectly sculpted, with graceful curves and a pair of pale legs faintly visible through the ice. But no player would allow that beautiful exterior to deceive them. This was the boss of Frost Temple, the Frost Goddess. Her strength was terrifying and could never be underestimated. I immediately opened the boss's status panel. Frost Goddess. Level, 35. Rank, Rare. HP, Unknown. Attack, 1, 500/1, 800, Physical/Magical. Defense, 650, 750ths, Physical/Magical. Skills: Freeze LV, 50, Ice Sculpture LV, 42, Frost Bomb LV 30. After reading her attributes, I retreated immediately and opened the distance between us. Her physical attack was 1,500, while her magical attack reached 1,800. Without protection, a hit would injure me severely at best and kill me outright at worst. I immediately cast Magic Shield on myself. Frost Bomb, the goddess roared. The moment she saw me retreat, she unleashed her strongest magical attack. Several razor-sharp icicles shot toward me like arrows, moving too quickly for an ordinary person to react. Fortunately, my shield formed instantly, and a white barrier bar appeared above my head. Boom, boom, boom. The icicles struck the ground, shaking the entire temple. 3 enormous pillars of ice exploded, filling the air with frozen fragments and bitter cold. Immediately afterward, 2 crimson damage numbers flashed above me, 2,046 and 2,113. Crack! My white magic shield fractured and nearly shattered, leaving only a thin layer of protection, about 150 points. Surprise flashed through my eyes. I had not expected the boss's attack to be this ferocious. At the same time, I counterattacked, firing 10 blue magic bolts in rapid succession. They bombarded the Frost Goddess as damage numbers alternated between 3,601 and 1. Explosions ripped across her body, instantly cutting her health bar from full to 40%. The ice sculpture boss staggered backward under the barrage and became immobilized. Any other player who witnessed this would have been stunned. I had actually pinned a boss in place. The Frost Goddess clearly possessed some intelligence. Realizing how powerful my magic was, she immediately cast a control skill. Ice Sculpture LV 42. A beam of frost shot toward me. My eyes narrowed, and I tried to dodge, but the frost still struck my right foot. Ice instantly encased my leg, preventing me from moving and restricting my entire body. A damage number of 1,446 rose above me. I had no time to check my remaining health. As long as my vision had not turned black and white, I knew I was still alive. I immediately fired more than 10 magic bolts. Blue light struck the frost goddess again and again as densely packed crimson numbers alternated between 3,601 and 1. The barrage was relentless. The frost goddess's body shattered, scattering countless fragments of ice and snow. The temple shook violently as the powerful boss fell for good. System announcement. Congratulations to player Sovereign for clearing the Terror difficulty dungeon Frost Temple, slaying the boss Frost Goddess, and achieving an SSS completion rating. Rewards: 1 epic chest, 25 skill points, and 1 advanced magic skill book. 3 consecutive announcements filled the screen and instantly ignited heated discussion among players worldwide. The entire world descended into another frenzy. Sovereign cleared another dungeon? It hasn't even been a full day? He's unstoppable. His fame is almost catching up with Sun, the strongest person in the 9 provinces. He has to be the son of some rich family in real life. Sovereign is incredible. Messages flooded the world channel. Sovereign had already become the hottest name in the 9 provinces, and clearing Frost Temple on Terror difficulty proved his extraordinary strength. Only 3 people in the world had previously cleared this dungeon. Sun of the 9 provinces, a legendary veteran player from the Beacon Nation, and a player from the Sakura Isles. I had now become the 4th, and I had completed 2 Terror difficulty dungeons in a row. No one could question my strength or potential. The balance of the world quietly shifted as multiple factions set their sights on Sovereign. The bounty on the monster's assassination list also rose to 5 billion. Within minutes, women across the world were calling Sovereign their dream man. With strength and potential like that, who could resist? I closed the world announcements without the slightest interest in joining their chatter. Increasing my strength was my only goal. System notifications continued ringing. You have slain the Frost Goddess and gained 200,000 EXP. Level up. You have reached level 16 and received 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. Level up. You have reached level 17 and received 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. Level up. You have reached level 18 and received 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. You have slain the Frost Goddess. SSS rank talent Midas Touch Stage 2 Corrupted Creature Progress updated 5/50. The boss had granted an unbelievable amount of experience. I had jumped 3 entire levels at once. That gave me 24 skill points and 24 free attribute points. I needed the skill points most of all. The more rewards I received, the happier I became. My Corrupted Creature Progress had also reached 5/50. I poured every skill point into Magic Shield LV9. Together with the 25 points awarded for slaying the boss, I had a total of 49 skill points. Magic Shield rose from level 9 to level 58. I opened its description. Magic Shield LV58, instant cast. Creates a shield around the caster for 20 seconds, absorbing all physical and magical damage. Consumes 5 MP per second. Cooldown, 25 seconds. The shield was obviously extraordinary. Its strength equaled 20 times my current health. If I fought the Frost Goddess again, I could simply stand behind the shield and endure her attacks. Every level also shortened its cooldown and extended its duration. Only 5 seconds separated the end of one shield from the moment I could cast another. As long as I was not continuously controlled, the barrier would remain active almost all the time. Ideally, I wanted to raise Magic Shield to level 80. At level 80, it would last 23 seconds with a 22-second cooldown, giving it effectively permanent uptime. In addition, the Eternal Mage's class skill, Eternal Power, enhanced the shield and made its protection even stronger. The 3 level-ups had granted 24 free attribute points. Combined with the 8 I had saved earlier, I now had 32. I immediately placed all 32 into Spirit. My Spirit rose from 287 to 319. Golden light surrounded me as my magical power increased sharply. I did not add Constitution because Spirit affected both spell damage and the strength of my shield. Compared with the alternatives, Spirit offered the greatest return. Then I turned my attention to the Frost Goddess's corpse. The boss's body was no longer intact. My attacks had blasted the ice sculpture into fragments, leaving only an exceptionally hard frozen heart. Thick ice covered the outside, but its blood-red core continued beating steadily. I stared at the heart and issued a silent command. You have absorbed 4,800 drops of blood. Bloodthirst true damage progress has increased. The system continued. Current bloodthirst total, 8,401 drops. True damage, 8,401. That was far more than the 3,200 drops I had taken from the Death Lord. After growing stronger again, I opened my inventory and found a chest radiating dark red light. The system described it. Epic chest, dropped in Frost Temple. Guaranteed to contain an epic or higher treasure. I opened it without hesitation. You have obtained an advanced magic skill book, Icewall Fortress. The system displayed its details. Icewall Fortress LV1, instant cast. Creates a wall of ice ahead of the caster to block enemies and divide their formation. Deals 2,009 magical damage to enemies struck by its core and 1,005 damage to enemies struck by its edges. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Cost, 15 MP damage formula. Spirit times 3.5 plus spirit times 3.5 times skill level. I smiled. The skill could temporarily control the battlefield while blocking enemy attacks, making it extremely practical. During my fight with the Frost Goddess, I had been reduced to only 100 HP. If I had possessed this spell together with Magic Shield, I could have defeated her with ease. My strength would have completely surpassed hers. I continued examining my inventory and discovered another advanced magic skill book. I opened it, and the system announced, "You have learned Thunderclap Strike. Summons heavenly lightning to deal 3,190 magical damage to a group of enemies and stun them for 1 second. Cost, 50 MP cooldown, 12 seconds. Skill level times 0 times 1 equals Thunderclap Strike damage." Not bad. My eyes lit up, and my mood soared. I was receiving exactly what I needed. Control skills were my greatest weakness, and the system had given me an exceptionally useful one. It was as if heaven itself were helping me, adding wings to a tiger. I took stock of my arsenal: Magic Shield, overwhelming single target damage, area damage, a magical barrier, and an area stun from the heavens. The basic framework of a true mage build had nearly taken shape. A deep sense of satisfaction and accomplishment filled me. Then a crisp notification suddenly rang in my mind. The dungeon has ended. Would you like to exit the current map immediately? No, I answered without hesitation. I wanted to keep accumulating attributes, kill more monsters, and push my SSS rank Midas Touch closer to Stage 2. Tomorrow was my first day reporting to Vermilion Bird Academy, and I had no idea what would happen once I arrived. So I decided to slaughter my way across this map and increase my strength first. Thud, thud, thud. I marched forward with firm steps. An enormous monster suddenly appeared ahead. Before it could lock onto me, I opened its status panel. Snowfield Draconic Steed. Level, 30. Rank, Platinum. HP, Unknown. Attack, 500/300, Physical/Magical. Defense, 200/160ths, Physical/Magical. Skills, Trample LV, 30, Gallop LV, 18. Capturable, yes. I froze for a moment, then smiled. What incredible luck. I actually found a pet. According to the information in my memory, monsters with white names could be captured as pets. Such creatures appeared extremely rarely and could be sold for high prices after capture. A bronze pet could sell for tens of thousands of gold, a silver one for hundreds of thousands, a gold one for millions, and a platinum one for at least 10 million. Diamond pets and above were even rarer, often selling for hundreds of millions. Without hesitation, I immediately used capture. Target too far away. Capture failed. I paused, walked several steps closer, and cast the skill again. Capture failed. This pet refuses to submit. 2 attempts remain. After both fail, further capture attempts will be impossible. I frowned at the announcement. Something this minor would not stop me. At the same time, the Snowfield Draconic Steed locked onto me as its target. Gallop LV, 18. The skill's name appeared above the creature. It had the body of a horse and the head of a dragon. Even on all fours, its massive frame stood a full head taller than an ordinary player. I remained calm as it charged. Thunderclap Strike LV1. A bolt of lightning crashed from the sky with deafening thunder and struck the creature's draconic head. Minus 2,950. The crimson number rose above it, and the lightning stunned the monster on the spot. Seizing the opportunity, I fired 2 level 43 magic bolts in succession. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blue projectiles struck the monster, rapidly reducing its health. When its health reached the critical threshold, I decisively cast capture again. Congratulations! Capture successful. You have obtained the platinum rank pet Snowfield Draconic Steed. Snowfield Draconic Steed. Level 1. Rank, Platinum, 4-star growth. Attack, 250 150ths, physical/magical. Defense, 180ths, physical/magical. Skills, Trample LV, 30, Gallop LV, 18. I examined the pet panel. Its attributes had been halved and its level reset to 1, but it remained powerful overall. Its current attributes already rivaled an ordinary level 10 player, and it would become even stronger as it grew. However, I was strong enough to challenge far more dangerous enemies on my own, so I designated it as a mount rather than a battle pet. Just as the terms implied, players were free to choose whether a captured creature became a mount or a combat companion. If a pet was unsuitable for battle, for example, it could be assigned as a riding mount instead. You have mounted the Snowfield Draconic Steed. All character attributes plus 4%. Movement speed plus 150%. The notification rang in my mind, and the corner of my mouth lifted. I opened my status panel. Sovereign. Level, 18. Class, Eternal Mage. HP, 1, 440/1, 440. Includes plus 500 from Frost Pendant. MP, 3, 320/3, 320. Talent, Midas Touch, SSS rank. Attributes, Constitution 90 plus 4, Spirit 249 plus 83, Strength 20, Agility 31, Luck 40. Skills, Magic Bolt LV, 43, Lightwave Roar LV, 10, Mana Recovery LV, 23, Frenzy Bomb, Passive, Ice Wall Fortress LV1. Equipment, Blood Drinker Pendant, Frost Pendant, Abyssal Staff. Inventory, 3 gold rank red potions, 2 gold rank blue potions, Cross Helm, Archangel Greatsword. Unassigned skill points, 0. Unassigned attribute points, 0. I knew that the additional numbers beside my attributes came from the mount's bonus. I was in an excellent mood. Nothing felt better than becoming stronger. Battle pets had 8 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, rare, epic, and legendary, corresponding to growth potentials of 1 through 8 stars. My platinum Snowfield Draconic Steed was a 4th tier, 4-star pet. When assigned as a mount, it increased all my attributes by 4%. A gold pet was 3rd tier with 3-star growth and granted a 3% increase to all attributes. I climbed onto the Draconic Horse, whose coat mixed dark gold with snowy white, and felt my overall attributes rise again. An endless stream of power poured into me, producing an exhilarating sensation. Taming the mount had neither consumed any bloodthirst progress nor increased my Midas Touch count. The pet might not be truly precious, but countless more monsters were waiting for me to hunt. Its hooves thundered against the ground as I raced across the temple's snowfield at more than twice my former speed. That was the great advantage of a mount. It increased a player's movement speed dramatically. Less than half a minute later, another monster appeared ahead. My eyes lit up, and I quickly opened its panel. Snowfield Frostwolf. Level, 20. Rank, Platinum. HP, Unknown. Attack, 396/182, Physical/Magical. Defense, 167/79, Physical/Magical. Skills, Charge LV, 18, Bite LV, 24. It was another Snowfield Frostwolf, with white fur and a vicious stare capable of terrifying ordinary players. Magic Bolt LV, 43. I cast immediately. 2 blue spheres of magic shot forward and struck the monster in an instant. Minus 8,401. Minus 259. Minus 52. The combined barrage dealt roughly 70,000 magical damage, killing the monster on the spot. You have slain a Snowfield Frostwolf and gained 9,625 EXP, the system announced. You have slain 1 Snowfield Frostwolf. SSS rank Talent Midas Touch Stage 2 Corrupted Creature Progress Updated, 6/50. Golden experience light poured into my body, and my advancement progress rose with it. Only 44 more corrupted creatures stood between me and Stage 2 of Midas Touch. I could almost feel that explosive power within reach. The system continued. You have absorbed 68 drops of blood. Bloodthirst true damage progress has increased. Current bloodthirst total, 8,469 drops. True damage, 8,469. The corpse had already withered, so I activated Midas Touch. You have used the SSS rank Talent Midas Touch to transmute the Snowfield Frostwolf's corpse. You have received 18 agility. Golden light surged into my body, filling me with exhilaration. The pleasure of killing monsters instantly was intoxicating. This time, I had received only agility, but enough rewards of any kind would add up to an enormous gain. I mounted my steed again. Before long, a commotion rose ahead, where a dense black mass covered the snow. My gaze sharpened with excitement. This had to be a monster horde. The more monsters I found, the more attributes Midas Touch could bring me. I opened the monster panels again and prepared for battle. The first creatures had 396 physical attack, 182 magical attack, 167 physical defense, and 79 magical defense, along with charge LV 18 and bite LV 24. The pack of Snowfield Frost Wolves did not irritate me. Instead, excitement surged through me like a shot of adrenaline. The more monsters there were, the better. Every one of them could make me stronger until I feared nothing. I inspected the creatures one by one. The level 18 Platinum Snowfield Frost Wolves had 380 physical attack, 169 magical attack, 175 physical defense, and 55 magical defense, with charge LV 25 and bite LV 15. The level 11 Gold Frost Behemoths had 146 physical attack, 31 magical attack, 80 physical defense, and 22 magical defense, with Heavy Hammer LV 10 and Roar LV 8. The level 25 Platinum Ice Crystal Phoenixes had 125 physical attack, 600 magical attack, 25 physical defense, and 168 magical defense, with Dive LV 1 and Freeze LV 20. The horde consisted of those three monster types: Crystal Phoenixes in the sky and Frost Wolves and massive behemoths on the ground. There were more than a dozen in all. This is my monster grinding paradise. I laughed and cast Thunderclap Strike LV 1, summoning heavenly lightning that dealt 3,320 magical damage to every enemy in the group and stunned them for 1 second. The spell consumed 50 MP and had a 12-second cooldown. Rumble. Countless thunderbolts crashed into the horde amid a dazzling storm of color. Electricity tore through the monsters, filling the air with smoke and flying sparks. Damage numbers rose above their heads without pause. 3,154, 8,469, 159, 31, 3,240, 8,469, 157, 35, 3,143, 8,469, 155, 32. The relentless magical attacks stunned every creature, leaving them unable to move. The monsters remained frozen for 1 second. I seized the opportunity and immediately cast an area spell. Lightwave Roar LV 10, instant cast. Releases magical elements in a bombardment that deals 6,574 area damage. Cooldown 2 seconds. Cost 17 MP. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of explosions erupted as white light engulfed every monster. Crimson damage numbers rose without end. Minus 6,014. Minus 8,469. Minus 156. Minus 32. Their health bars plunged, leaving some at only 75, 69, 63, or 72%. While my area skills cooled down, I fired magic bolts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1 every 0.1 seconds. 10 per second. Blue light swept across the front rank like machine gun fire, inflicting devastating damage. Numbers kept rising. Minus 8,469. Minus 160. Minus 158. One monster after another died. The system announced, "You have slain a Snowfield Frost Wolf and gained 9,968 EXP. You have slain a Frost Behemoth and gained 5,841 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level 19 and received 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. You have absorbed 39 drops of blood. Bloodthirst true damage has increased. Current blood total, 8,508 drops. True damage, 8,508. You have absorbed 70 drops, 96 drops, and 43 drops of blood. Your total continues to rise. You have slain a corrupted creature. SSS rank Talent Midas Touch Stage 2 Progress Updated. 7/50. You have slain a corrupted creature. SSS rank Talent Midas Touch Stage 2 Progress Updated. 8/50. You have slain a corrupted creature. SSS rank Talent Midas Touch Stage 2 Progress Updated. 1350. System notifications rang endlessly in my mind. My level and experience climbed at astonishing speed. Level 19, 20%, 28, 37. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level 20 and received 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. My level kept rising as experience poured in. Streams of golden light flowed from the monsters' corpses into my body. My magic enraged the surviving creatures, and every one of them locked onto me. Ice crystal phoenixes dove from the sky, while frost wolves and behemoths charged across the ground. My gaze turned cold as I cast another major spell. Ice Wall Fortress LV-1 instant cast. Creates an ice wall more than 10 yards tall and 3 to 4 yards thick. The crystal clear barrier allows the caster to see enemies ahead while blocking their advance. Deals 2,317 magical damage at its core and 1,005 along its edges. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Cost, 15 MP. Minus 2,150. Minus 8,690. Minus 163. Minus 33. Minus 8,690. Minus 165. Minus 34. Boom. Boom. The monsters slammed into the ice wall, and I couldn't help laughing at the sound. I did not hesitate. The moment my lightning spell came off cooldown, I cast the control skill again. Rumble. Thunder packed the sky as countless bolts of lightning crashed down. Boom. 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 Every thunderbolt shook the monsters. Some were scorched by lightning and erupted in blazing fire. By the time I finished casting Ice Wall Fortress, Thunderclap Strike's cooldown had reset. The sky suddenly darkened beneath heavy clouds, and the oppressive gloom made it almost difficult to breathe. Countless crimson damage numbers immediately rose above the monsters. Minus 3,188. Minus 8,690. Minus 163. Minus 32. The screen became a sea of bloody numbers. I was only level 20, yet my damage far exceeded anything an ordinary player would expect. The monsters were stunned for 1 second. Showing no mercy, I immediately fired a continuous stream of magic bolts. Blue light burst from my body as 10 projectiles per second swept across the horde like machine gun fire. Boom, boom, boom. Blue flames burned fiercely while crimson numbers kept appearing. Minus 8,690. Minus 156. Minus 32. It looked like an absurd action movie where one hero mowed down an entire army. Every magic bolt struck with a crisp, satisfying impact. You have slain a frost behemoth and gained 5,984 EXP. You have slain an ice crystal phoenix and gained 5,841 EXP. Golden light wrapped around me as my strength increased and my level climbed at incredible speed. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level 21 and received 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level 22 and received 8 skill points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level 23 and received. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level 25. My level continued rising. Every monster before me had fallen, and pride welled inside my chest. The sensation was unbelievably exhilarating. Corpses were piled like a mountain. A general success truly rested upon 10,000 bones. A smile appeared on my face, but I did not dare relax. I immediately used my will to suppress my swelling arrogance. I knew pride led only to failure. Then I began draining blood from the corpses. Clear, pleasant notifications rang in my mind. You have absorbed 55 drops of blood. Bloodthirst progress increased. Current total, 8,745 drops. True damage, 8,745. You have absorbed 65 drops of blood. Bloodthirst progress increased. Current total, 8,810 drops. You have absorbed 105 drops of blood. Bloodthirst progress increased. Current total, 8,915 drops. You have absorbed 67 drops of blood. Bloodthirst progress increased. Current total, 8,982 drops. Bloodthirst accumulation rose steadily, and its true damage progress had reached almost 1/3 of the maximum. At the same time, my corrupted creature kill count continued increasing, advancing my SSS rank talent Midas Touch toward stage 2. You have slain a frost behemoth. Progress, 14/50ths. You have slain a snowfield frost wolf. Progress, 15/50ths. You have slain an ice crystal phoenix. Progress, 27/50ths. By the time the notification stopped, I was struggling to contain my excitement. My corrupted creature count had passed the halfway mark. Unlocking the next stage was almost within reach. The progress was both satisfying and thrilling, but I quickly calmed myself. Something even more exciting still lay ahead. I took a deep breath. The drained, Shriveled monster corpses covered the ground before me. Without hesitation, I began transmuting them one after another. You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute a frost behemoth's corpse. You have received 10 luck. You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute a frost behemoth's corpse. You have received 13 agility. You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute a snowfield frost wolf's corpse. You have received 17 spirit. You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute an ice crystal phoenix's corpse. You have received 16 luck. You have used the SSS rank talent Midas Touch to transmute an ice crystal phoenix's corpse. You have received 7 skill points. Midas Touch notifications rang without pause as my attributes skyrocketed. Golden light poured into my body, and I felt my strength growing at an astonishing rate. I was not foolish enough to stop and inspect my status the moment a flood of rewards arrived. Those attributes were already mine. Looking now or later made no difference. The important thing was collecting the monster's dropped items. My increased luck had raised the drop rate, but after 3 to 10 minutes, ownership would become public and anyone could pick them up. I would never allow someone else to claim my loot. Note: exclusive ownership lasts from 3 to 10 minutes, depending on item quality. You have obtained a magic skill book, Arcane Blink. You have obtained a magic skill book, Repelling Ring of Fire. You have obtained an archer skill book, Explosive Arrow. You have obtained a warrior skill book, Mountain Splitting Strike. You have obtained an advanced item, Fruit of the Tree of Life. 5 consecutive notifications stunned me, for skill books had dropped at once. 2 of them even belonged to the mage class. This felt incredible. It was almost as if heaven itself were helping me. That had to be the power of my cheat-like advantage. I had also obtained the advanced fruit of the Tree of Life. I searched my memory for information, but found nothing. Neither my lectures nor my instructors had ever mentioned it. So I opened the item panel. Fruit of the Tree of Life. Level 1. Rank Gold. Type: Advanced Item. Effect: permanently increases HP by 4,600 when consumed. Description: a precious treasure dropped by an unidentified player in the Snowfield dungeon. I stared at the information in disbelief, barely containing my excitement. Then I swallowed the fruit. Maximum HP permanently increased by 4,600. Current HP: 6 for 90/6 for 90. I let out a breath. This is an incredible treasure. It could sell for tens of millions on the market. My luck was astonishing. I also understood how difficult an advanced item like this was to obtain. A player might kill hundreds of millions of level 10 or higher dungeon monsters and still possess only the faintest hope of seeing one. A fruit that granted 4,600 HP was a priceless treasure used by great clans to nurture their heirs. Many clan leaders, especially in the capital of the 9 provinces, would gladly pay 10 times market price to obtain it. To those families, it was simply too important. And yet, if those clan leaders learned what had happened to such a precious treasure, they would probably lose their minds. I had treated it like an ordinary potion and eaten it on the spot. Burp. I gave a satisfied belch and smiled in bliss. Thinking back, the fruit of the Tree of Life had resembled a red apple. Both its skin and flesh were bright red, and its shape looked like a cross between an apple and a heart. Its texture had been pillowy soft, 10 times softer than ordinary fruit. After finishing it, an intense sense of happiness welled inside me. The sweetness felt almost like falling in love, unforgettable and utterly intoxicating. Of course, put another way, even knowing the fruit was worth billions, I did not regret eating it. It had not only been expensive, it had greatly increased my health. The more health I possessed, the stronger my passive skill Frenzy Bomb became. I was now level 25. According to the bonus provided by Eternal Power. Eternal Power, every attack converts, level times 1%, of the enemy's total HP into magical damage and inflicts Scorch, dealing magical damage equal to, level times 0.2%, of the enemy's total HP per second. That meant every attack now dealt an additional 1,623 magical damage, while Scorch inflicted another 324 damage every second. My magical offense had risen significantly once again. Beyond that, I opened my inventory and found the 4 skill books. I examined the 2 that belonged to my own class. Arcane Blink LV1 instantly teleports the caster a certain distance nearby. Cooldown 50 seconds. Cost 120 MP. Note 1. Higher Spirit increases teleportation distance. Note 2. Every 10 skill levels reduce cooldown by 1 second and MP cost by 1. Repelling Ring of Fire LV1. summons a ring of flame that knocks back nearby monsters and deals 996 magical damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cost, 80 MP. Damage formula, Spirit times 1.5 plus Spirit times 1.5 times skill level times 1. These are both excellent skills. A sharp gleam flashed in my eyes. I had obtained 2 new spells. Arcane Blink allowed a mage to evade attacks instantly and was essential for survival. Repelling Ring of Fire resembled Ice Wall Fortress, letting me push enemies away or block an attack. I had profited enormously. I learned both at once. Congratulations, you have learned Arcane Blink. Congratulations, you have learned Repelling Ring of Fire. I immediately felt far safer. Together with my 6,490 HP, the new skills raised my practical combat power to another level. All of it came from the attributes I had gained by transmuting so many corpses. My strength was already formidable. I opened my status panel. Level, 25. Class, Eternal Mage. HP, 6 for 90/6 for 90. Includes plus 500 from Frost Pendant. MP, 4, 570/4, 570. Talent, Midas Touch, SSS Rank, Stage 1. Attributes, Constitution 135 plus 5, Spirit 498, Strength 73 plus 3, Agility 88 plus 4, Luck 130. Skills, Magic Bolt LV, 43, Lightwave Roar LV, 10, Mana Recovery LV, 23, Frenzy Bomb, Passive, Ice Wall Fortress LV, 1, Thunderclap Strike LV, 1, Arcane Blink LV, 1, Repelling Ring of Fire LV1. Equipment, Blooddrinker Pendant, Bloodthirst, 8, 982/. Frost Pendant, Abyssal Staff. Mount, Snowfield Draconic Steed, all attributes plus 4%, movement speed plus 150%. Inventory, 3 gold rank red potions, 2 gold rank blue potions, Cross Helm, Archangel Greatsword, Golden Sacred Armor. Unassigned skill points, 56. Unassigned attribute points, 56. The panel filled me with excitement. Possessing such overwhelming attributes at level 25 was unbelievable. I owed it to Midas Touch and the abundant skill and attribute points granted by my rapid string of level-ups. I had first placed 16 points into luck, raising it from 114 to 130. Luck affected drop rates and was extremely useful. I poured the remaining 40 into Spirit, increasing it from 457 to 498. Golden light entered my body, and the magical energy inside my mind surged. I still had 56 and used skill points. I spent 22 first, raising Magic Shield from level 58 to level 80. Magic Shield LV, 80, instantly creates a shield for 23 seconds that absorbs all damage. Consumes 2 MP per second. Cooldown, 22 seconds. I prioritized it to achieve seamless shield coverage. At level 58, the shield lasted 20 seconds with a 25-second cooldown, leaving a 5-second gap. In a duel between experts, even 1 second could decide victory or defeat. A 5-second opening was unacceptable. My increased spirit had also made the shield's strength skyrocket. Each cast could absorb more than 60,000 damage. The effect could not stack, but that much protection already rivaled the entire health pool of a high-level boss. With my current strength, I could challenge an entire guild alone. Even against numerous powerful opponents, I could kite them flexibly with my skills. In the worst case, Arcane Blink could carry me out of the battlefield instantly. Of the remaining 34 skill points, I spent 9 on Thunderclap Strike and 25 on Arcane Blink. Thunderclap Strike LV, 10, summons Heavenly Lightning to damage a group of enemies and stun them for 1 second. Cost, 32 MP cooldown, 3 seconds. Arcane Blink LV, 26, instantly teleports the caster a certain distance. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Cost, 95 MP. After leveling, Thunderclap Strike's area damage rose dramatically, making it exceptionally deadly. Higher levels shortened Arcane Blink's cooldown. After another 24 levels, it would reset almost every second. That would make approaching me for a melee attack nearly impossible. Ice Wall Fortress remained level 1, but leveling it offered little value. Its main purpose was to block monsters and give me room to reposition. No matter how many points I gained, I would not waste them there. Repelling Ring of Fire had respectable damage and utility, but its range was small, and it could only push away enemies already in melee range. I would consider upgrading it only when I had skill points to spare. Once everything was ready, I left the area. My mission list showed corrupted creature progress at 27/50. I needed only 23 more kills to unlock Stage 2 of Midas Touch. My eyes gleamed. Soon, once Stage 2 unlocks, even bosses won't survive. I continued forward. Not far away, I discovered a group of half-human height monsters wielding spiked clubs and glaring viciously around them. I opened one creature's panel. Icebone Demon. Level 28. Rank Platinum. Attack 320/220. Physical/magical. Defense 150/95. Physical/magical. Skills: Heavy Hammer LV 10, Bleed LV 18. I counted them. 1, 2, 16, 25. There were exactly enough to advance Midas Touch. I immediately cast Thunderclap Strike. Rumble. Thunder shook the palace as lightning struck the monsters and stunned them. A vast field of crimson damage numbers appeared overhead. I followed with Icewall Fortress, creating a massive barrier that blocked their advance. More damage numbers rose. Then I activated Magic Shield, wrapping myself in blue light as a thick white barrier bar appeared above my health. Light Wave Roar. The area spell struck the group with greatly increased damage. I immediately continued firing magic bolts, blue light bursting in every direction as wave after wave of monsters fell. System notifications rang endlessly, and my experience climbed at incredible speed. My level rose from 25 to 26, then 27, then 28. A monster group truly granted abundant experience. Delighted, I kept cycling my spells. Control first, high area damage next, an ice wall to hold the line, and finally a relentless magic bolt barrage. The system refreshed constantly. You have slain an Icebone Demon. SSS rank Talent Midas Touch Stage 2 Corrupted Creature Progress updated, 28 of 50. The number kept rising until it reached 50/50. Congratulations. Your SSS rank Talent Midas Touch has met the advancement requirements for Stage 2. Talent upgraded. Stage 2 unlocked. Midas Touch's range expands and can instantly execute living targets, including bosses. Executed targets grant 1 to 10 times the normal reward. Limited to 3 executions per day, effective both inside and outside dungeons. Stage 3 remained locked. It required killing 1,000 high-level monsters, and its reward was unknown. The description shook me deeply. 1 to 10 times the reward. Excitement surged through me. Midas Touch's rewards had already been incredible, yet now they could multiply randomly. If I killed enough high-level monsters, Stage 3 would eventually fall into my hands as well. This talent defied the heavens. I decided to find a boss and test the power of my new SSS Plus talent. 3 uses per day might sound limited, but the ability to execute a boss instantly was already shocking enough. Meanwhile, the monster horde had brought abundant rewards. I reached level 30 and gained 40 skill points and 40 attribute points. Instead of assigning them at once, I drained the corpses first. Bloodthirst passed 10,000, leaving fewer than 20,000 drops before its maximum of 30,000. I was in no hurry. Accumulating more blood would be easy. Once the corpses withered, I used Midas Touch to extract their attributes. The system repeatedly announced gains in spirit, luck, and free attributes. I then allocated 30 points to spirit and 10 to luck. My panel now showed the Eternal Mage class, 6,890 HP, 6,380 MP, and the SSS rank Midas Touch talent. My attributes were Constitution 182, Spirit 644, Strength 128, Agility 144, and Luck 192. My skills included Magic Bolt LV 43 and Arcane Blink LV 26. My equipment remained the Blooddrinker Pendant, Frost Pendant, and Abyssal Staff, with the Snowfield Draconic Steed as my mount. After assigning the attributes, I felt my magical power soar. Then I spent 24 skill points to raise Arcane Blink to level 50 in preparation for the next challenge. Its cooldown fell to 1 second, and its cost to 92 MP. Being able to blink once every second felt incredible. I poured the remaining 26 skill points into Lightwave Roar. Lightwave Roar LV 26. Instant cast. Gathers magical elements and attacks a group of targets. Cooldown 1 second. Cost 16 MP. I had upgraded it to strengthen my area damage. As my attributes rose, instantly wiping out groups became far more efficient than relying on single target attacks. With my development path settled, I continued forward while checking the time. Evening was approaching, and I still had all 3 executions available for the day. I planned to enter another dungeon, find a powerful boss, and earn a greater reward. White light flashed, and I appeared in the dungeon hall. Players moved everywhere, but no one noticed me, much less realized that I was sovereign. Around the Frost Temple exit, players gathered in small groups to recruit teammates, conduct private trades, or simply chat. Did you hear? Sovereign broke another Frost Temple record, and on terror difficulty. Yeah, he makes headlines every day. Players all over the world know his name. He's so powerful that he's even on the monster's assassination bounty. He'd better be careful in reality. Few people in the last several decades could compare with him. At his level, killing him won't be easy for the monsters. Hey, Sovereign belongs to the 9 provinces. Watch what you say. I blocked out the pointless chatter. Strength mattered far more. Growing stronger was the only true path. I stopped before a level 30 dungeon array and opened its panel. Wraith Cavern. Type, world class. Description, the longer you survive and the more enemies you kill, the greater your rewards. Reward, quality chest. A prompt rang in my mind. You have opened Wraith Cavern. Enter now. Enter. I answered without hesitation. White light flashed, and I vanished. World-class dungeons differed from personal dungeons. Both used ratings to determine chest quality, but a world-class dungeon's level and danger were far greater. Its bosses were immensely powerful. Players without genuine strength entered only to throw away their lives. But I preferred challenges like this, especially because the rewards were richer. Notice, you have entered Wraith Cavern. Death penalties are active. Killing players does not increase infamy. Death penalty, lose 10% of one level. Equipment and inventory items may drop. After a wave of dizziness, I appeared inside a dark and sinister cavern. Skeletons and bones covered the ground, while an eerie wind sent chills down my spine. Several sets of footsteps sounded nearby. Hey brother, you solo? Want to party up so we can watch each other's backs? I looked over and saw 2 male players and 1 woman. They appeared to be a team and did not seem weak. Their character names were hidden, but from the way one man spoke, I guessed he was the leader. A party? No thanks. I'm used to playing solo. I rejected him directly. All 3 were from the 9 provinces. They did not mock my ordinary-looking equipment. The man simply understood my refusal and led his teammates away. I watched them leave, a faint gleam passing through my eyes, then turned in the opposite direction. After only 2 steps, the sound of a fierce battle thundered ahead. I knew combat in this place could not compare with an ordinary dungeon. I had expected as much and opened the boss's panel. Wraith. Level 50. Rank rare. HP unknown. Attack 4, 600 halves, 700 physical/magical. Its defenses were 1,350 physical and 2,011 magical. Its skills included Murky Bone LV 50, Soul Agony LV 70, Life Drain LV 45, and Roar LV 30. My expression changed as I read the panel. No wonder this was a world-class dungeon. Only bosses spawned here, never ordinary monsters. Even the weakest were above level 50 and possessed terrifying attributes. I drew a cold breath. Without my SSS plus Midas touch, I might not survive even a normal attack. Even so, I had no intention of revealing my trump card carelessly. Sovereign's name already drew worldwide attention. If my movements leaked, the consequences would be disastrous. Bosses spawned rarely, but no reward was worth attracting that kind of trouble. I turned to leave in another direction. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. It was the 3-player party that had invited me earlier. They glanced at me, then turned and joined the battle. I watched with wide eyes, anticipating the spectacle. Everyone in this dungeon was powerful, boss drop rates were high, and factions were bound to clash over treasure. The ground trembled as the fighting intensified. Sure enough, only a few seconds passed before the players attacked one another. Members of one guild launched the first strike and charged another faction. When the 3-player party saw the situation change, they immediately prepared to retreat. But at the very moment they tried to leave, a 3rd faction saw their small numbers and attacked. Boom, boom. Explosions rang out as battle erupted instantly. The first time I saw those 3, I had known they were anything but ordinary. Their bearing and speech were distinctly different from common players. But no matter how strong they were, 3 people could not withstand the enemy's concentrated assault. Mages unleashed fireballs, earth spells, and wind magic, while archers fired explosive arrows, piercing arrows, and multi-shot. An endless storm of skills surrounded the trio. Within moments, the attacks buried them, killing all 3 on the spot. The sight stunned me. I had always cleared dungeons alone and had never witnessed a large melee like this. That battle showed me the battlefield's true cruelty. 3 people I had met only moments ago were erased in an instant. I said nothing and immediately withdrew into the distance. If that barrage struck me directly, even I would have difficulty enduring it. But I would never allow that to happen. Magic Shield, Arcane Blink, and Ice Wall Fortress gave me more than enough defensive options to avoid being trapped. Boom, boom, boom. I cast Ice Wall Fortress first, splitting the battlefield apart. The barrier would keep other guild members from noticing me. Even if someone did, the ice wall would prevent an immediate pursuit. Then I used Arcane Blink repeatedly and retreated at high speed. White streaks of light marked my path across the ground. In the blink of an eye, I had escaped far into the distance. The nearby players stared in shock. "Damn, did you see that?" Peakling Yun exclaimed. "Did someone just blink several times in a row?" Peak Aoshi asked uncertainly. "Impossible." Peak Baki refused to believe it. Arcane Blink had to reach level 50 before it could be cast once per second. Investing that many points would normally sacrifice an absurd amount of damage. What idiot would dump everything into Blink? "Unless that player is above level 100, said one of Peak Guild's leaders. Peak Guild's Longting remained silent, unable to judge what had happened. By then, I was already far away and heard none of their discussion. My thoughts churned. I believed I was strong enough, but inside a world-class dungeon, I'm still fighting alone. No matter how powerful one player becomes, a guild's mass control can still trap them like a tiger in a cage. Even with all my defensive magic, being locked down would decide the battle. The encounter had truly opened my eyes. Before transmigrating 3 years ago, I had played countless games and accumulated extensive experience in duels, team battles, and wars between nations. But inside a first-person world like this, I realized that an ordinary game was still only a game. Only when a life was genuinely threatened could the strongest will to fight emerge. I mounted the snowfield draconic steed and raced forward. The enormous dragon-headed horse breathed clouds of mist. Its draconic hooves thundered against the ground, and I swiftly disappeared from sight. Independent players beside the road stared in disbelief. What the hell was that? It vanished in a blink. Is that mount a dragon or a horse? It looks like a dragon no matter how I look at it. My God, he already has a mount. Those aren't cheap. Move. We can't afford to offend someone like that. They looked at me as though they were witnessing the legendary warrior Lu Bu astride the peerless steed Red Hair. But even that famous pair seemed far too ordinary to describe me and my snowfield draconic steed. To any observer, it looked as though a man were riding a gigantic, cloud-breathing dragon across the battlefield. Countless players recorded the scene with the system function and uploaded it, instantly setting the internet ablaze. Posts about the dragon-headed horse and its rider rapidly climbed the rankings. Their titles included, "Dragon Horse General appears in Wraith Cavern," "Mysterious Powerhouse spotted in World Dungeon," "Wraith Cavern produces draconic battle pets." Countless comments followed. I had no idea that I had become the subject of the hottest posts online. Without realizing it, I traveled a considerable distance. Every time I noticed players staring from the roadside, I frowned. My entrance had become too conspicuous. An ordinary player could not casually obtain a platinum mount, especially one of such exceptional quality. If I continued attracting attention, my identity as sovereign might be exposed. Streamers across every platform would cause an uproar, and worse, the monsters hidden in the abyssal caverns might find clues about me. I stored the snowfield draconic steed in my inventory. As expected, the surrounding attention quickly faded. After riding for 20 minutes and walking for another 10, I spotted a faint light ahead. The point was tiny, but I judged that it most likely belonged to a monster. Excitement surged through me. That has to be a boss. With a determined gaze, I strode toward it. World-class dungeons categorize their monsters by rank rather than ordinary level brackets. Every creature in Wraith Cavern was a boss, ranging from bronze to legendary. As I drew closer, the glowing silhouette became clear. I stopped within range, and the system allowed me to inspect its panel. Demon Grudge. Level 55. Rank Rare. HP Unknown. Attack 7, 200/1, 502, Physical/Magical. Defense 2, 550/1, 250, Physical/Magical. Skills: Wrathful Strike LV 55, Soul Return LV 40, Demonic Sword LV 34, Necrotic Resentment LV 8. I drew a sharp breath. This level 55 rare boss was far stronger than the level 50 Wraith, with substantially higher attributes. But I felt no fear. The stronger it was, the richer my reward would be. Just as I prepared to act, before I could cast, the Demon Grudge attacked first. Necrotic resentment. Green malice spread like fog around the boss, filled with countless ghostly figures glowing in eerie green. Hum, hum, hum. The sound resembled sinister wind chimes and sent a chill down my spine. The wave of spectral energy surged toward me. Alert! I immediately activated Magic Shield. A white shell formed over my crimson health bar. At the same moment, I activated Stage 2 of Midas Touch, my SSS Plus talent. Boom! A violent explosion shook the dark cavern. Golden light burst from my right arm and illuminated the surroundings as it shot straight toward the demon grudge. Boom! Another detonation made the entire cavern tremble. The golden radiance engulfed the boss's attack and stripped it of all power. The light descended like a sacred deity, stirring the blood with its divine brilliance. Then system notifications rang in my mind. Congratulations! You have used the SSS Plus talent Midas Touch to execute the rare boss demon grudge. Rewards: 880,000 EXP, 16 skill points, and 1 boss decapitation chest. You have reached level 32 and received 8 attribute points and 8 skill points. Midas Touch reward: F-rank talent Dragon's Wrath. Midas Touch's 1 to 10 times multiplier has triggered. Lucky 7 times amplification. F-rank Dragon's Wrath upgraded to S-rank. Dragon's Wrath, S-rank. Whenever the user casts any skill, there is a 60% chance of inflicting Dragon Roar. If the enemy is frightened, they are paralyzed for 3 seconds. Stage 2. Locked increases the roar's activation chance, strengthens the frightened effect, and extends paralysis to 5 seconds. Advancement requirement: 0 gold, unique. Note: this talent is special. Advancement requirements for other talents are determined individually. Golden light surged into me, rapidly increasing my magical power. The boss rewards entered my inventory automatically. As the creature died, its blood flowed into my body and greatly increased bloodthirst. You have absorbed blood. Bloodthirst's true damage has increased. Current blood total: massive. True damage has increased substantially. The amount equaled the blood of hundreds of ordinary monsters. The gain was enormous. At the same time, a world announcement shook the entire server. System announcement: congratulations to player Sovereign for slaying the boss demon grudge in Wraith Cavern. System announcement: rewards obtained: 880,000 EXP, 16 skill points, and 1 boss decapitation chest. System message: you have earned an S rating. Exiting now will grant an additional rare chest. Players across the globe reacted in shock. Sovereign was just clearing terror difficulty Frost Temple and killed the Frost Goddess. Now he's already slain the level 55 rare boss demon grudge. He's unstoppable. He keeps collecting rewards. Sovereign is going to become the strongest person in the 9 provinces. Exactly. The Great 9 Provinces is rising. Sovereign is incredible. I'm Dreamscape Lingxiao, leader of Celestial Pavilion. I invite Sovereign to join us with exceptional benefits. The vice leader position is waiting. Your tiny guild thinks it can recruit Sovereign? Keep dreaming. If he joins anyone, it'll be a major guild like mine. Brother Sovereign, I'm beautiful and willing to marry you. Just add me as a friend. Their endless chatter echoed in my mind, but I had no interest in it. The rewards from killing Demon Grudge were all I cared about. I disabled the world channel and stopped receiving messages from other players. I chose not to leave the dungeon. I had killed only 1 level 55 boss and still had 2 executions remaining. I would use both before claiming my rating reward and exiting. I opened my inventory and stared at the S-rank Dragon's Wrath in excitement. Stage 2 of my SSS Plus Midas Touch was even more astonishing. Previously, transmuting corpses granted only ordinary attributes, skill points, and gold. After the upgrade, its rewards had become unimaginably rich. The description said Stage 3 would unlock after I killed 1,000 high-level monsters. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Stage 3 had to be even stronger. Killing Demon Grudge raised my high-level monster count to 1/1000. I was not worried about the remaining 999. I could accumulate them gradually. Next, I opened the boss decapitation chest. The system awarded me an advanced assassin skill book, Blinding Backstab. It did not belong to my class, but it was still valuable and should sell for an excellent price. I accepted the result. Receiving an item for another class from a chest was perfectly normal. Then I began assigning my level-up rewards. Killing the boss had raised me from level 30 to 32, granting 32 skill points and 16 attribute points. As usual, I placed every attribute point into Spirit, raising it from 638 to 654. Then I spent all 32 skill points on Thunderclap Strike, raising it from level 10 to level 42. Thunderclap Strike LV 42 summons Heavenly Lightning to deal magical area damage and stun enemies for 1.4 seconds. Cost: 28 MP cooldown, 1 second. The skill now dealt 140,000 magical damage, and excitement surged through me. It combined tremendous area damage with a guaranteed stun. I had not noticed before that the spell's magic coefficient reached 5.0, far beyond that of my other spells. Its only drawback was that the cooldown could not drop below 1 second. But I was already more than satisfied. With area damage, control, and overwhelming power, Thunderclap Strike could serve as my main attack. I mounted the Snowfield Draconic Steed. A group of players suddenly rushed toward me. Some rode mounts, while most ran on foot. Their armor came in different colors, as did their hair, and their skin tones marked them as foreigners. I guessed that they belonged to the same guild. Sure enough, they moved in disciplined formation. One member reported to the guild leader, "Boss, the man ahead is the legendary Sovereign. The Serpent Emperor may not be human, but a billion is too tempting to ignore." Another player agreed. "Numbers are on our side. We can kill Sovereign in 1 second, claim the bounty, and grow the guild enormously." Someone else urged, "Boss, make the call. Kill Sovereign and take the reward." But Sovereign is a genius of the 9 provinces. Killing him will put us on their wanted list. And the Serpent Emperor hides in the abyssal caverns. He's an enemy of humanity. Helping him weakens our own race. It isn't worth it. The players argued from every angle. Their leader's eyes shifted as conflicting emotions crossed his face, making his thoughts impossible to read. I watched the group surround me and frowned. Every gaze was hostile, so I raised my guard. Even so, I had Arcane Blink and could teleport across the battlefield at will. Icewall Fortress could divide their formation and block pursuit, while Magic Shield provided further protection. I felt no fear. In truth, I wanted to see what they intended to do. Their leader's expression hardened. "Kill him. Whoever takes down Sovereign becomes vice leader and receives a massive reward." The guild members attacked with everything they had. Frontline players charged as mages, archers, warriors, and priests unleashed every kind of skill. Countless colors exploded across the battlefield and surged toward me. The leader had clearly committed himself to killing me. Facing the oncoming mob, I remained perfectly calm. Ring. I activated Magic Shield first. Dense blue light wrapped around me, and a nearly indestructible white barrier appeared above my health bar. It could absorb every type of damage, though it consumed mana each second and had a significant cooldown. The barrier possessed nearly 80,000 points of durability, equal to or greater than the health of many bosses. Rumble. Icewall Fortress rose before me, built from massive blocks of solid ice. It stopped both the enemy's advance and their attacks. Explosions immediately battered the wall until large holes appeared across its surface. Seizing the moment, I shouted, "Thunderclap Strike." The powerful spell erupted instantly with a deafening roar. The cavern changed the moment I cast. Wind howled, and countless lightning bolts gathered overhead before crashing into the players. Crimson damage numbers rose everywhere. Anyone struck by Thunderclap Strike suffered catastrophic damage. I cast it once every second, killing entire groups on the spot. Thunder shook the cavern in a magnificent display. Even the guild leader failed to escape and became trapped inside the killing field. System notifications rang continuously as golden light entered my body, and an excited smile spread across my face. Countless player corpses covered my field of vision. My smile widened. The Enyang Gate Guild had been annihilated in an instant. Its leader, vice leader, and elders were all dead. Once the news spread, Sovereign's reputation would rise even further. I began transmuting the corpses. You have used Midas Touch on Enyang Gate Auspicious Dragon Phoenix and received 15 luck. Multiplier triggered. Luck increased to 105. You have transmuted Enyang Gate Old Tang and received 16 spirit. Amplified to 128. You have transmuted Enyang Gate Hanging Blade and received 5 skill points. Amplified to 15. You have used the SSS plus talent Midas Touch to transmute the corpse of Enyang Gate Boss Chong and received gold. Stage 2's 1 to 10 times multiplier has triggered, 10 times amplification. The crisp notification rang in my mind. I was stunned. The rewards were unbelievable. Every transmutation could randomly receive a 1 to 10 times multiplier, and the amplified attributes became overwhelmingly powerful when stacked together. Streams of golden light rose from the corpses like fireflies in the night and entered my body. My attributes increased dramatically. I could not wait to open my panel. Sovereign level 33. Class Eternal Mage. HP 9, 890/9, 890. Includes plus 500 from Frost Pendant. Talents: Midas Touch, SSS plus rank, Stage 2. Dragon's Wrath, S rank, Stage 1. Attributes: Constitution 494, Spirit 1178, Strength 283, Agility 289, Lux 712. Skills: Magic Bolt LV 43, Lightwave Roar LV 26, Mana Recovery LV 23, Eternal Power Passive Ice Wall Fortress LV 1, Thunderclap Strike LV 42, Arcane Blink LV 50, Repelling Ring of Fire LV 1. Gold uncounted. Equipment: Blooddrinker Pendant, Bloodthirst, Frost Pendant, Abyssal Staff. Mount: Snowfield Draconic Steed. All attributes plus 4%. Movement speed plus 150%. Inventory: 95 gold rank red potions, 88 gold rank blue potions, cross helm, Archangel Greatsword, golden sacred armor. Unassigned skill points: 83. Unassigned attribute points: 308. Excitement surged through me as I read the numbers. The higher my spirit rose, the greater my magic damage became. I estimated that I could now deal hundreds of thousands, perhaps close to 1,000,000, damage every second. Stage 2 of Midas Touch was truly terrifying. A 1 to 10 times reward multiplier was anything but ordinary. With a thought, I drew rivers of blood from the fallen players into my body. Dark red light radiated from me as I absorbed it without pause. The bloodthirst status inside me changed rapidly. Before long, I had drained every corpse, raising bloodthirst to more than 23,000. Fewer than 7,000 drops remained before I reached 30,000 true damage. I looked up and saw a pile of golden treasures scattered across the ground, the equipment dropped by Enyang Gates members. Using the system's collection function, I picked them up one by one. You have obtained Moonshadow Cloak. You have obtained Lone Wolf Sword. You have obtained Shattered Armor. You have obtained a rare treasure map. There were 8 pieces of equipment in all, along with countless potions and monster materials. I examined the equipment. Moonshadow Cloak, level 20. Rank Gold. Mage only. Defense plus 66, Spirit plus 39, Movement speed plus 20%, Attack speed plus 15%. It was a drop from the Silent Forest map. My eyes lit up, and I equipped it without hesitation. My attributes immediately rose by a substantial amount. Then I examined the second item. Lone Wolf Dagger, level 20. Rank Silver. Assassin only. Critical chance plus 9%, Agility plus 29, Normal movement speed plus 17%, Movement speed while stealth plus 34%. It originated from the chaotic Star Sea map. I marveled. This silver assassin weapon has attributes and effects comparable to gold or even platinum equipment. I could not use it, but that did not matter. After leaving the dungeon, I could sell it for an excellent price. I placed the Lone Wolf Dagger in my inventory for later sale. I opened the information for the third piece dropped by the enemy players. A translucent panel appeared. Arcane Armor. Level 25. Rank Platinum. Class Universal. Attributes: Physical/magical defense plus 288. All attributes plus 18. Effect: Negates one attack that would deal more than 50% of the wearer's maximum HP. This effect disappears permanently after activation. Description: A treasure from the chaotic Star Sea map. Shock spread across my face as I finished reading the item's description. Arcane Armor's advantage was obvious. If an enemy's attack would deal more than half my health, the armor could negate it instantly. But after one activation, the effect would disappear forever. Without hesitation, I equipped the armor. It combined black iron plates with crimson brocade, looking like both a warrior's armor and a mage's robe. Its presence was imposing. Together with the Moonshadow Cloak behind me, it gave me an extraordinary air of mystery. Equipping it increased every attribute by 18 and greatly strengthened me overall. Its special defensive effect was especially powerful. Then I opened the next item. Dragon Serpent Magic Ring. Level 30. Rank Diamond. Class Mage. Attributes: Spirit plus 188, Accuracy plus 5,000. Effect: Cooldown reduction plus 50%. Description: Rare jewelry from the Dragon Serpent dungeon. I froze when I saw the ring. It not only granted an enormous amount of spirit, but also added 5,000 accuracy, massively improving my chance to hit. The 50% cooldown reduction was even more absurd, cutting every skill cooldown in half. Most of my spells had a 1-second cooldown. With this ring, they needed only half a second. My magic damage output had instantly doubled. This was practically a bugged item. Under ordinary circumstances, I would never even have dreamed of finding equipment this powerful. The items dropped by those players were far from trash. They had increased my strength tremendously. The ring nearly made me leap into the air with excitement. The system's diamond rating for the Dragon Serpent Magic Ring was far too low and completely underestimated its power. Calling it rare, or even epic jewelry, would have been more accurate. Its attributes were terrifying. I smiled and patted my chest, grateful that the enemy players had dropped it. Leaving such a treasure in their hands would have been a waste. They could never have unleashed its full power. The moment I put it on, dense blue magical energy surged into my body. My spirit skyrocketed. It felt as though a rushing stream had suddenly joined the ocean inside my mind, increasing its power even further. More importantly, with my increased accuracy, I could now strike level 70 or 80 monsters with ease. In this game, defeating enemies above one's level required not only strength, but sufficient accuracy. Without it, attacks could not hit the monsters at all. 5,000 accuracy was enough to let me kill level 70 or 80 monsters instantly. My level 43 Magic Bolt surprised me even more. I opened its panel. Magic Bolt LV 43, instant cast. Gathers magical elements and attacks one target. Cooldown 0.05 seconds. Cost 2 MP. Notice, Magic Bolt damage equals Spirit times 2.5 plus Spirit times 2.5 times skill level. Shock and excitement flooded me. The spell's damage had exploded, while its cooldown had become almost non-existent. I could fire one bolt every 0.05 seconds, and each dealt more than 150,000 damage. 20 bolts per second meant more than 3 million magical damage in an instant. That was enough to kill level 70 or 80 bosses, or even stronger ones, in only a few seconds. I found an incredible treasure, I exclaimed. From now on, monsters and bosses won't be my only targets. Killing players can bring amazing items too. My mood sword. Anyone would be delighted after obtaining such extraordinary equipment. I inspected the remaining items, but most belonged to classes other than mages, such as assassins and archers. None of them could compare with the Dragon Serpent Magic Ring. I glanced over them and placed them in my inventory. I planned to sell everything after leaving the dungeon and exchange it for gold. Even after Midas Touch multiplied my gold rewards several times, I currently possessed only 660,000 gold. Selling the equipment would naturally increase that amount substantially. I still had 2 instant executions remaining and absolutely intended to use them. After midnight, Midas Touch would reset. Executing another boss would strengthen me dramatically once again. At this rate, I would become invincible before long. I left the area. Killing so many players had attracted a crowd nearby. Everyone stared at me. That player is insane. He wiped out an entire group from Inyang Gate by himself. No way. Is he a level 100 Archmage? Judging from that magic, he probably is. It has to be Sovereign. I saw him kill Demon Grudge at these coordinates. Inyang Gate attacked him afterward, probably because of the black market bounty. Wasn't that bounty posted by the Abyssal Demons? Is Inyang Gate really siding against humanity? Everyone is selfish these days. People will do anything for profit. Traitors to humanity. From now on, kill Inyang Gate members on sight. They're a disgrace. You dared attack Sovereign of the 9 provinces? Xianyuan Gate will never coexist with you. I listened to the discussion with contempt. I cared even less that Inyang Gate was being condemned as a guild of human traitors. Anyone who dared make an enemy of me would pay the price. I mounted the Snowfield Draconic Steed and continued searching for another boss. However, the moment I climbed onto the magnificent white-furred, dragon-headed horse, the nearby players erupted. My God! Isn't that the dragon-riding mage everyone's talking about online? Someone cried. That's him. This is huge news. Sovereign owns the Snowfield Draconic Steed. They're the same person. I was wondering about that. Those 2 mysterious powerhouses were one man all along. Excited voices rose along the road, but I had already vanished from sight. The World Channel also filled with discussion about Sovereign. Sovereign is incredible. He's slaughtering everything in Wraith Cavern. No, he's already risen. Inyang Gate never stood a chance. Sovereign wiped them all out by himself. Sovereign is humanity's dazzling new star, an invincible existence, and the pride of the 9 provinces. Praise and shock flooded every platform. Sovereign quickly reached the top of global trends, becoming a name known by everyone. Even students under 18 who had not awakened their talents knew who I was. Constant hype from major streamers pushed my fame close to that of Sun, the strongest person in the 9 provinces. Of course, fame brought haters as well as admirers. Sovereign now had 30 or 40 million fans. Whenever critics attacked me online, my supporters quickly fought back. Inyeong Gate also hired trolls to smear Sovereign. They pretended to attack me, but their real goal was to rehabilitate the guild's own reputation. Sovereign is unforgivably evil. He even attacks little girls. Sovereign is an abyssal spy. Don't trust him. Sovereign is a womanizer who toys with girls' feelings. He's a foreign agent, not a citizen of the 9 provinces. Don't let his appearance fool you. Rumors spread everywhere, but a tidal wave of supporters immediately counterattacked. Where did all you trolls come from? Sovereign is the pride of the 9 provinces. He may surpass Sun and even enter the military high command. Keep insulting him and you'll make yourselves targets. Exactly. These haters belong to Inyeong Gate, the traitors who betrayed humanity. They'll pay for treason sooner or later. These idiots are spreading childish rumors about Sovereign. Give up before you destroy yourselves. Sovereign is your daddy. What kind of child curses his own father? You're a pack of rude bastards. The online shouting match raged without pause. Sovereign's fame climbed along with it, and the subject only grew hotter. At the height of the argument, another system announcement filled every screen. System announcement. Congratulations to player Sovereign for slaying the level 70 boss Soul Lord in Wraith Cavern. System announcement. Rewards: 2.88 million EXP, 40 skill points, and 1 boss decapitation chest. System announcement. Congratulations to player Sovereign. System announcement. Rewards obtained. The chain of notifications stunned countless players. The world channel exploded again. This is ridiculous. How many bosses has Sovereign killed today? You'd need a legion of 10,000 level 80 players to kill a level 70 Soul Lord. Sovereign is killing bosses one after another as casually as if he were strolling through his backyard. My God, his growth potential is astonishing. I guarantee he'll become one of the greatest powerhouses in the world. Obviously, everyone knew that already. You're only figuring it out now. That was a level 70 Soul Lord. Last time, my guild leader and I brought 30 or 40,000 players and couldn't even reduce it below half health. The boss sent us all back to the city. Sovereign is unbelievable. The world channel remained deafening. What I did not yet know was that an assassin hiding in the shadows was watching me coldly, the corner of his mouth twitching. He was a player from the 9 provinces. When the Abyssal Demons founded their black market bounty network, he betrayed humanity and joined it to earn greater rewards. His talent and luck had both proven excellent. After many assassinations, he had risen rapidly from an ordinary player. But now, he watched me erase a boss with 1 skill and was so shocked that he questioned everything he knew. That level of attack power could rank among the first-rate experts of the 9 provinces. After all, the records from the past few days left the assassin speechless. Only days earlier, Sovereign had slain the Death Lord in the Novice Dungeon Death Desert, achieved an SSS rating, and cleared a terror difficulty dungeon no one had ever completed. Now, after only a few days, I could kill the level 70 Soul Lord with 1 attack. The assassin had completely lost any desire to carry out the Serpent Emperor's bounty. My abundant attributes and sharp perception still exposed the player hiding in the darkness. Magic Bolt LV-43. With a casual gesture, I launched a bolt dense with blue magical energy directly at him. A crimson damage number rose above the assassin. He died instantly without even understanding what had killed him. I walked over with contempt, curling my mouth. The black market standards are pathetic. They sent weaklings like this to die. A string of notifications sounded in my mind. You have slain Zhou Chongnan and gained EXP. You have absorbed 105 drops of blood. Bloodthirst's true damage progress has increased. Bloodthirst has reached maximum capacity. True damage increased substantially. SSS plus Midas Touch triggered. You have received 160 spirit. My magical power grew even stronger. Killing the Soul Lord had filled Bloodthirst to its maximum, allowing every attack to deal 30,000 true damage. The black market assassin had seemed weak to me, but he was actually a formidable level 80 expert. His combat power placed him among the top 100 in the 9 provinces and would have ranked him comfortably in the top 10 of many smaller nations. His luck had simply been terrible. Against my abnormal magic damage, even his basic magical defenses were useless. After dealing with the assassin, I heard another system notification. System message: you have earned an SS rating. Exiting now will grant an additional epic chest. I smiled faintly. Receiving an epic chest merely for leaving was certainly generous. But I was not tempted. If I could earn a legendary chest, why would I settle for epic? Do not exit. I made my decision, walked to a safe location, and opened the system's reward log. It recorded every reward from killing the level 70 Soul Lord, along with the additional gains from the Midas Touch execution. Rewards: 2.88 million EXP, 40 skill points, and 1 boss decapitation chest. You have reached level 37. You have received 32 free attribute points and 32 skill points. Current free attribute points: 340. Current skill points: 115. You have used the SSS plus talent Midas Touch to execute the level 70 rare boss Soul Lord. Midas Touch reward: F rank talent Azure Dragon Force. Midas Touch's 1 to 10 times multiplier triggered, 9 times amplification. F rank Azure Dragon Force advanced to SSS rank. Azure Dragon Force increases magical attack damage by 200%. Locked stage increases the bonus to 300%. Advancement requirement: deal a cumulative 100 million magical damage. My eyes lit up as I read the rewards. The quantity of skill and attribute points was astonishing, and I had reached level 37. My leveling speed was unbelievable. I had gone from level 1 to 37 in only a few days. For other players, reaching level 10 in half a month was considered fast. Even heavy spenders were praised for doing it in a week. I had gone far beyond ordinary limits. And that was not all. My mood soared because executing the level 70 boss had rewarded me with the SSS rank talent Azure Dragon Force. It doubled my magical attack and could advance even further. Its power was astonishing. I took a ring radiating deep blue energy from my inventory. It was the soul ring dropped by the Soul Lord. The level 35 Diamond Mage ring granted Spirit plus 288, critical chance plus 35%, and magic range plus 800%. Its attributes were powerful enough to rival the Dragon Serpent magic ring. After equipping it, my overall strength increased sharply. I mounted the Snowfield Draconic Steed and continued forward. Midas Touch allowed only 3 boss executions each day. I refused to waste the final use and hurried to find a third boss. Passers-by stared in shock as I raced past, but I ignored them. With no monsters nearby, only players and guild members, I began wondering whether I should leave. Just as I prepared to give up, a pair of bright eyes appeared ahead. My heart jolted. Instinct told me I had found another boss. I approached cautiously. The newly equipped Soul Ring had increased my spell range more than 8-fold, allowing me to inspect the boss from far away. I opened its panel, and translucent text appeared. Demonic Direwolf. Level: 65. Rank: Rare. HP: Unknown. Attack: 8, 888/2, 500, physical/magical. Defense: 1, 955 firsts, 800, physical/magical. Skills: Bite LV, 100, Hunt LV, 70, Killing Intent LV, 55, Demonization LV, 30. My gaze sharpened. Any other player would have been stunned by those attributes. Both its skills and stats were terrifying. Its 8,888 physical attack alone could instantly kill players of the same level. But no matter how powerful its attacks were, they meant nothing if it could never touch me. Midas Touch could kill it in one strike. Roar, roar, roar. Thunderous snarls rolled from ahead, frightening nearby players into retreat. Oh God, that level 65 boss is terrifying. Run. I only passed by and almost got killed instantly. A boss that strong probably needs several major guilds working together. Who would dare fight a level 65 boss? Respect to anyone who tries. Voices rose everywhere. I dismounted and surveyed the crowd. Even more people had gathered than during my fight with the level 70 Soul Lord. I had to end this quickly. If the news spread and major guilds arrived, the situation would become much more complicated. I was powerful and could escape with Arcane Blink, but I did not want the name Sovereign attracting even more attention. I immediately unleashed the SSS plus talent Midas Touch on the level 65 Demonic Direwolf. Then, the golden short wand brand on my arm blazed. Ring. A clear note cut across heaven and earth. Golden light struck the level 65 boss. System announcements immediately appeared before every player. System announcement. Congratulations to player Sovereign for slaying the level 65 boss Demonic Direwolf in Wraith Cavern. System announcement. Rewards: 1.95 million EXP, 30 skill points, and 1 boss decapitation chest. The world channel exploded. This is insane. He killed several bosses in half an hour. Is Sovereign cheating? I surrender. Sovereign is invincible. He'll surpass Sun sooner or later. Brother Sovereign, accept my worship. +1. Sovereign, can I add you as a friend? Players worldwide discuss Sovereign. The speed at which I executed one boss after another stunned everyone. Not even many guild leaders or chiefs of great factions could kill them so quickly. Sovereign's fame and following soared, surpassing many established powerhouses. By then, few people dared accept the Serpent Emperor's 1 billion bounty. Facing me was practically suicide. After the demonic direwolf died, reward notifications rang in my mind. Congratulations! You have slain the level 65 demonic direwolf. Rewards: 1.95 million EXP, 30 skill points, and 1 boss decapitation chest. You have reached level 38. You have reached level 39. You have reached level 40. You have received 24 free attribute points and 24 skill points. Current free attribute points, 364. Current skill points, 169. Congratulations! You have used the SSS Plus talent Midas Touch to execute the level 65 rare boss, Demonic Direwolf. Midas Touch reward. Constitution increased by 200. Midas Touch's 1 to 10 times multiplier triggered. Lucky 10 times amplification. Constitution reward increased to 2,000. Notifications rang endlessly in my mind. I had never imagined these bosses would grant so much experience. I had reached level 40 with ease. Executing the boss had also given me 200 Constitution, amplified directly to 2,000. When I opened my panel, my total Constitution had reached 2,512. My health had climbed to an astonishing level. I was thoroughly satisfied. My hidden class was Eternal Mage, whose passive eternal power added magical damage equal to a level-based percentage of the enemy's total HP and inflicted Scorch, dealing another 0.2% of the enemy's total HP as magical damage every second. The higher my level and health became, the stronger the skill grew. At level 40, every attack gained tremendous additional magical damage, while enemies continued taking 2,406 magic damage per second. I had made an enormous profit. I had not received another mighty talent, but the 200 Constitution and 10 times amplification had sent my health soaring. System messages continued appearing. System message, SSS rating achieved. Additional reward, 1 legendary chest. System message, SSS rating achieved. Additional reward. I breathed a sigh of relief. My Wraith Cavern rating had reached the maximum, so I no longer had to worry about a forced exit. I opened my inventory and inspected the loot from the demonic direwolf. 1 boss decapitation chest and 1 legendary chest. I opened both immediately, and 2 crisp notifications sounded together. You have opened a boss decapitation chest and received 50 skill points. You have opened a legendary chest and received the Heaven Demon Staff. My eyes lit up. 50 skill points was already an exceptionally generous reward. Even more exciting was the legendary Heaven Demon Staff. It was equipment of the highest quality and a mage weapon perfectly suited to me. I immediately inspected its attributes. Heaven Demon Staff. Level 40. Rank Legendary. Class Mage. Attributes: Spirit plus 1,250. Luck plus 650. Critical chance plus 60%. Effect: every enemy killed permanently increases HP or MP by at least 3. Description: a powerful weapon lost in Wraith Cavern. Delight flashed in my eyes. The staff was extraordinary. Its spirit, luck, and critical chance bonuses were all enormous. Its effect was useful as well. 3 points of health or mana per kill seemed small, but the gains would become considerable when accumulated. Equipping the staff raised my spirit directly to 3,121 and doubled my magic attack. I still had 364 free attribute points, so I poured them all into spirit, raising it to 3,485. The magical damage produced by such an immense spirit attribute was terrifying. More importantly, I now had 169 skill points. I first spent 58 points to raise Thunderclap Strike from level 42 to level 100. Thunderclap Strike LV 100 summons Heavenly Lightning to deal 1.7 million area damage and stun enemies for 2 seconds. Cost: 22 MP cooldown, 1 second. My expression changed as I read the description. 1.7 million area damage with an area stun was astonishing. After that upgrade, I had 111 skill points remaining. I spent 27 on Mana Recovery. Mana Recovery LV 50, passive skill. Restores 50 MP per second, whether in combat or at rest. Once it leveled, I felt magical energy constantly pouring into my body. I had 84 skill points left and used 57 to upgrade Magic Bolt LV 43. Magic Bolt LV 100, instant cast. gathers magical elements and attacks a single target. Cooldown 0.05 seconds after Dragon Serpent Magic Ring Reduction. Cost 1 MP. As my primary single target attack, it deserved heavy investment. I placed the remaining 27 points into Lightwave Roar LV 26. Lightwave Roar LV 53. Instant cast. Deals magical area damage. Cooldown 0.5 seconds after reduction. Cost 13 MP. I chose it to maximize my damage output. Lightwave Roar and Thunderclap Strike now shared equally short cooldowns. Together, they could keep enemies stunned indefinitely while dealing overwhelming area damage. With my preparation complete, I open my status panel. Sovereign. Level 40. Class Eternal Mage. HP not displayed. Includes plus 500 from Frost Pendant. MP not displayed. Talents: Midas Touch, SSS plus rank, Stage 2. Dragon's Wrath, S rank, Stage 1. Attributes: Constitution 2512, Spirit 3485, Strength 301, Agility 307, Luck 1380. Skills: Magic Bolt LV 100, Lightwave Roar LV 26, Mana Recovery LV 50, Eternal Power, Passive, Ice Wall Fortress LV 1, Thunderclap Strike LV 100, Arcane Blink LV 50, Repelling Ring of Fire LV 1. Gold, uncounted. Equipment: Blood Drinker Pendant, Bloodthirst, Frost Pendant, Heaven Demon Staff, Moonshadow Cloak, Arcane Armor, Dragon Serpent Magic Ring, minus 50% cooldown, Soul Ring. Mount: Snowfield Draconic Steed. All attributes plus 4%, movement speed plus 150%. Inventory: 95 gold rank red potions, 88 gold rank blue potions, Cross Helm, Archangel Greatsword, Golden Sacred Armor, Lone Wolf Sword, Rare Treasure Map. Unassigned skill points 0, unassigned attribute points 0. I was completely satisfied with those explosive attributes. My strength had nearly reached that of a level 100 expert. Level 100 marked a player's true beginning. Only then could they be called godlike beings. Watching myself become stronger filled me with excitement. I had transmuted and slain several bosses that day, collecting extraordinary rewards. My future looked limitless. Besides the equipment I could wear, the 8 or 9 remaining items in my inventory would sell for excellent prices. Without hesitation, I exited Wraith Cavern. White light flashed, and I appeared in the teleportation hall. Nearby players failed to recognize me as Sovereign. They glanced over casually and then looked away. Countless players entered and left dungeons dressed much like me, so there was no reason to pay special attention. A gleam flashed in my eyes as I left the hall. Vendors shouted from roadside stalls. Equipment for sale: fresh silver rank serpent staff, gold only. Bracers for sale: soaring dragon bracers with 34 physical attack and 20 strength. Cheap. Cloak for sale: magic cloak with 50 spirit, fixed price of 180,000. This was the street stall district, where equipment below gold rank was usually sold. Anything gold or higher had to be taken to a proper shop. After only a few steps, I spotted an equipment store and walked inside. "Boss, what will you pay for these?" I asked, displaying several item panels. Cross Helm, level 15. Rank, gold. Class, universal. Defense plus 28, strength plus 15. Dropped in Frost Temple. Archangel Greatsword, level 13. Rank, silver. Class, universal. Strength plus 32, agility plus 12. Dropped in Frost Temple. Palace Flying Armor, level 19. Rank, silver. Class, universal. Defense plus 33, agility plus 9. Dropped in Frost Temple. Battle Intent Cloak, level 20. Rank, gold. Class, universal. Defense plus 55, strength plus 20. Dropped in Frost Temple. Blazing Crossbow, level 12. Rank, silver. Class, universal. Physical attack plus 20, agility plus 15. Dropped in Frost Temple. The store owner was a player, and his eyes lit up at the collection of silver and gold equipment. The items were highly desirable, and he would have no trouble reselling them. More than 60% of interested customers would purchase equipment like this immediately. Knowing the market, I quoted a slightly high but reasonable price. 50,000 gold for each silver item and 200,000 for each gold one. Interested, the owner accepted because of the quantity. These 5 pieces have good attributes. 700,000 gold for all of them. Deal. I nodded and placed the equipment in the trade window. He added 700,000 gold. After checking everything, I confirmed. You have lost Blazing Crossbow, Battle Intent Cloak, Palace Flying Armor, Archangel Greatsword, and Cross Helm. You have received 700,000 gold. S-Rank Talent Dragon's Wrath Stage 2 Advancement Progress increased. I finally understood that earning gold advanced the talent. After leaving the shop, I headed to the auction house. A clerk at the entrance asked, "Are you selling or purchasing treasures?" "Selling." Without looking up, he replied coolly, "Present the items, take a transaction box, and enter their information. Once verified, they can be listed." I knew the procedure well. It sounded complicated, but was actually simple. I quickly completed the forms and took out the treasures I wanted to auction. The first was the weapon I had replaced, the Abyssal Staff. It was a level 15 Platinum Mage weapon with Spirit plus 50 and Luck plus 6. Every magic attack had a 100% chance to drain blood and restore health equal to 10% of the damage dealt. Its description identified it as a Frost Temple drop. The clerk's face changed the instant he saw it. A platinum staff? And with an effect this powerful? He stammered. Buyers will bid an enormous price for this weapon. Most players he served auctioned equipment below silver rank, and even silver pieces appeared only a few times per week. My platinum treasure made his eyes shine. High-rank equipment meant a larger commission, and he was clearly delighted. Just as he prepared to study me more closely, I produced the second item, the level 20 Silver Assassin Weapon Lone Wolf Dagger. It granted critical chance plus 9%, agility plus 29, normal movement speed plus 17%, and movement speed, while stealth plus 34%. Its description said it came from the Chaotic Starsea. The clerk initially thought, after a platinum item, this silver weapon should be ordinary. Then he read its attributes and gasped. 9% critical chance, 29 agility, and 2 movement speed bonuses? This is exceptional. His mouth twitched as shock covered his face. He had never imagined that the player before him possessed such extraordinary high-level equipment. The Lone Wolf Dagger might have been silver, but its powerful attributes and effects rivaled platinum or diamond weapons. Ignoring his changing expression, I produced the third item and entered it into the auction system. Golden Sacred Armor. Level 15. Rank Gold. Class Warrior. Attributes: Defense plus 66, Agility plus 17. Effect: All elemental magic resistance plus 3%. Description: A treasure dropped in Frost Temple. The clerk looked stunned again. 3% resistance to every element was another exceptional effect. The number seemed small, but it made the armor vastly superior to equipment of the same level without a bonus. "Please wait, sir. I'll arrange the auction immediately." His attitude transformed, becoming exceedingly respectful. I smiled faintly. In both my former and present lives, wealth and strength made a person important. Everyone showed me proper respect now. While the clerk worked, I entered the auction room to watch. System message: Deshang Auction House has accepted your 3 items. Listing numbers 078, 0594, and 655. Notice, when one of these numbers appears on the screen, your item has reached its place in the auction order. The crisp notification surprised me. Huh? Already? They just accepted the equipment, and it's being auctioned immediately. I understood Deshang Auction House's process. Items were sold one after another all day, and a player normally waited 4 or 5 hours, or longer, after listing something. During the busiest periods, an item might not appear until the following day. The low listing numbers told me someone had changed the order. That suited me. I could finish the auction early and return home for dinner. Listing 078, Abyssal Staff. A player has bid 450,000 gold. Listing 078, Abyssal Staff. New bid, 550,000 gold. Listing 078, Abyssal Staff. New bid, 850,000 gold. Any further bids? If no one bids again, the item will sell for 850,000. 5, 4, 3, 1. Sold. The host brought a golden hammer down heavily on the table. At the same moment, the system chimed in my mind. You have sold the mage weapon Abyssal Staff and received 850,000 gold. S-Rank Talent Dragon's Wrath Stage 2 accumulated gold. Unknown/unknown. An excited smile spread across my face. My first auction felt fantastic. Once an item was listed, I only had to wait for the gold to arrive. The second listing was a batch of level 50 monster materials called Undead Bones. Alchemical ingredients like those were common at the auction house. Before long, someone purchased the 4 bones for 2,400 gold. The screen moved to listing 0594, Lone Wolf Dagger. My eyes lit up. The order was moving quickly, and my weapon had already reached the stage. I wanted to see how much the assassin weapon would sell for. Listing 0594, Lone Wolf Dagger. A player has bid 850,000 gold. New bid, 950,000. New bid, 1.25 million. Any further bids? No new bid. Sold for 1.25 million. 5, 4, 3, 1. Sold. The hammer fell again as the host announced the sale. A system message rang in my mind. You have sold the assassin weapon Lone Wolf Dagger and received 1.25 million gold. S-rank talent Dragon's Wrath Stage 2 accumulated gold. Unknown/unknown. I smiled broadly. The dagger's attributes truly were exceptional. It had sold for even more than the abyssal staff. Both items were merely things I had found casually and later replaced. If I listed the equipment I currently wore, each piece would probably be worth tens of millions. I had no reason to worry about gold. Executing a few bosses with Midas Touch could earn it back easily. The auction system was extremely convenient. Listing 655, Golden Sacred Armor, appeared on the screen. The auction clerk invited buyers to bid. Listing 655, Golden Sacred Armor. Bid, 350,000 gold. 380,000 gold. 450,000 gold. Any further bids? If not, it sells for 450,000. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 1. Sold. The hammer struck, and the system chimed. You have sold the warrior equipment Golden Sacred Armor and received 450,000 gold. S-rank talent Dragon's Wrath Stage 2 accumulated gold. Unknown/unknown. After the notification, I left the auction house, returned home, cooked a simple dinner, and collapsed into bed. A full day of constant tension had exhausted even me. The next morning, I remembered that it was enrollment day at Vermilion Bird Academy. I looked forward to learning more magic there. My SSS plus Midas Touch was formidable, but spells were equally important. I had risen early, leaving half an hour before classes. Then I remembered a rare treasure map in my inventory, dropped by one of the players I had killed. Treasure maps were extremely difficult to obtain, yet their market prices were surprisingly low because the chance of digging up anything valuable was poor. But I possessed 1,380 luck, hundreds of times more than an ordinary player. A bold idea occurred to me. If I stockpiled treasure maps, my extraordinary luck would surely uncover excellent treasures. Finding one good item from a map would already be profitable. The more maps I collected, the more treasures I could uncover and the greater my earnings would become. I opened the rare treasure map. You have opened a treasure map and received excavation coordinates. Eastern outskirts, 512, 485. A treasure shovel must be equipped to excavate the site. I set out for the coordinates. Walking was slower than riding the snowfield draconic steed, but safer. A conspicuous mount could attract nearby players and invite an ambush. The black market bounty on Sovereign had already risen to 5 billion, an astonishing increase that revealed the abyssal race's anxiety. Even while cultivating in seclusion, the Serpent Emperor had raised the reward to 5 billion and sworn to eliminate me. As far as I was concerned, the Serpent Emperor could offer whatever bounty he liked. As long as my true identity remained hidden, I had nothing to fear. Even inside the game, I concealed the name Sovereign. No bounty, however large, could intimidate me. I spent 300,000 gold at the stables and bought 3 silver warhorses, 2 white and 1 chestnut. A silver mount increased all attributes by 1% and movement speed by 50%. It was far less conspicuous than my draconic steed. Clop, clop, clop. Hooves echoed across the street and kicked up dust as I rode out of the ancient city toward coordinates 512, 485 in the eastern outskirts. I soon reached the wilderness. A strange mountain rose in the distance like an enormous hand, with 5 pointed peaks. The tallest stood as high as a 2-story building. My eyes gleamed when I located the map's exact coordinates between the mountain's middle and index fingers. You have reached coordinates 512, 485. Use the treasure shovel now. Begin excavation. I answered mentally. Excavating treasure. Depth, 2 yards. Searching. Depth, 5 yards. Continuing search. Depth, 10 yards. Searching. Congratulations. A treasure has been discovered. Excavate now. A transparent veil I had never seen before suddenly appeared in my hand. I opened its panel. Veil of Concealment. Level, 40. Rank, Rare. Class, Universal. Attributes, Constitution plus 198, Physical/Magical Defense plus 150. Effect, allows the wearer to modify all personal information once. Origin: eastern outskirts of the ancient city of the 9 provinces. This was not ordinary equipment, but an exceptionally rare face slot item. Weapons, boots, bracers, and even jewelry could drop, but facial equipment was almost impossible to find. At auction, the Veil of Concealment would sell for at least 100 million, but its effect mattered more to me, so I equipped it. Golden lights circled my body as power flowed inside. You have equipped the Veil of Concealment and received one opportunity to modify your personal panel. Use it now. Use it immediately, I answered firmly. My character panel appeared before me with the word modify beside every field. Sovereign modify. Level 40 modify. I finally understood. Every item on my panel could be altered. My real attributes would remain unchanged, but everyone else would see the false information. Relief flooded me. I could continue hiding my identity without worrying that someone at Vermilion Bird Academy would expose me during new student registration. I carefully edited the panel. I changed my character name from Sovereign to Dragon Sovereign and replaced my hidden 8th tier Eternal Mage class with the Ordinary Mage class. I concealed everything else, leaving only my name, class, and mounts visible. The panel now displayed: Dragon Sovereign. Level: Private. Class: Mage. HP: Private. MP: Private. Talent: Private. Attributes: Private. Skills: Private. Gold: Private. Equipment: Private. Mounts: 1 chestnut warhorse, silver. 2 white warhorses, silver. No one knew the Veil's secret, so they would naturally believe I was Dragon Sovereign. I admired my work with complete satisfaction. The treasure map had produced an excellent result, all thanks to my extraordinary luck. Ordinary players possessed 10 or 20 points at most. My 1,380 was more than 100 times greater, so my odds naturally soared. I returned to the ancient city and searched the marketplace for more treasure maps. After a long search, I finally found a stall selling them. "Boss, how much for these 3 maps?" I asked. 300,000 for diamond, 800,000 for rare, and 1.5 million for epic, the seller answered. My eyes lit up, and I raised 2 fingers. 2 million for all 3. Think about it. The stall owner studied me after hearing the aggressive offer. After a moment, he scratched his head and finally nodded. Deal. He knew treasure maps were expensive but difficult to sell. The 3 had sat in his stall for 3 or 4 months without a buyer. He had been unwilling to lower the price too far. I spent 2 million gold and purchased all 3 maps. 2 million gold deducted. You have received 1 diamond treasure map, 1 rare treasure map, and 1 epic treasure map. The system chimed, and I left immediately. Players capable of buying treasure maps were never ordinary. They were either wealthy or fantastically lucky. I wanted no attention, so I departed quickly. After leaving the ancient city, I checked the time. An hour and a half remained before I had to report to Vermilion Bird Academy. Fortunately, the 3 maps' coordinates were near one another, giving me enough time to excavate them all. I mounted the silver chestnut warhorse and raced toward the first coordinates. 563, 251. The location lay beneath a willow tree. I fixed my position, took the treasure shovel from my inventory, and began digging. You have reached coordinates 563, 251. Excavating with treasure shovel. Depth: 3 yards. Searching. Depth: 4 yards. Continuing search. Depth: 13 yards. Searching. Congratulations. A treasure has been discovered. Retrieve now. The system announcement rang clearly. My strength was respectable. An ordinary mage would have struggled to dig so deeply. A book icon appeared in my hand a moment later. It was the Diamond Treasure Map's reward. I opened the book's panel. Vajra's Wrathful Gaze. Level: 55. Rank: Diamond. Class: Warrior. Effect: activating the skill immediately increases maximum HP by 85% for 1 hour. Cooldown: 30 hours. Party members receive a 50% version of the effect. Cost: 200 MP. A gleam flashed in my eyes. This is an excellent skill. It was a diamond skill book powerful enough to rival rare or epic abilities. It should sell for an impressive price. None of my own spells had been classified as diamond. They were ordinary skills below that rank, and skill books normally did not even display quality tiers. Finding a Diamond Warrior skill book while treasure hunting was unbelievably lucky. This was the second valuable item I had excavated, proving the usefulness of luck. An ordinary player without my luck would have poor odds. Discovering 1 or 2 valuable items from 10 digs would already be considered good. I stored the skill book and planned to check its market value or auction it. The price would certainly be high. The auction house prioritized truly valuable items and usually sold them for excellent prices. After storing the book, I opened the second rare treasure map. You have opened a rare treasure map. Excavation coordinates 771, 668. I mounted the chestnut horse and raced to the location. Less than 10 minutes later, its hooves stopped at the destination. You have reached coordinates 771, 668. Begin excavation. I started digging as system messages continued. Excavating. Searching for treasure. Finally, the system announced, "Congratulations. A treasure has been discovered. Retrieve now." Without hesitation, I retrieved it. A thumb-sized vial filled with bright red blood appeared in my hand. I immediately inspected it. Dragon blood. Level 1. Rank rare. Type permanent enhancement potion. Effect: permanently increases physical attack by 7,800 when consumed. Description: a treasure buried among ruins by a powerful alchemist before death. My eyes lit up. The potion was incredible. A permanent increase of 7,800 physical attack equaled roughly 780 strength. As a mage, I had little use for it, but it would sell for an excellent price. Next, I opened the third epic treasure map and rode toward coordinates 333, 857. The instant I arrived, the system asked, "Begin excavation?" I took out the treasure shovel and started digging with all my strength. Excavating. Searching for treasure. The notification repeated. I dug for a long time and began to find it strange. This hole was deeper than the previous ones, yet no treasure appeared. Just as the shovel's durability fell from 50/50 to 1/50th, the system suddenly announced, "Congratulations. A treasure has been discovered. Retrieve now." Retrieve. I answered immediately. You have obtained an epic mage skill book. Summon water elemental LV 1. Summons a water elemental to fight for 10 minutes. Its magical attacks inflict an area stun. Cost: 80 MP cooldown, 1 hour. Damage formula: spirit times 2.85 times, 1 plus skill level. The description delighted me, and I learned the skill immediately. I never passed up a useful spell. If I found one, I learned it. I mounted my horse and headed straight for the free market. All 3 maps had produced treasures, and I had already learned the mage skill book. The remaining 2 items were a warrior skill book and the advanced dragon blood potion. I intended to sell both at Desheng auction house. The clerk at the entrance recognized me immediately. His attitude was respectful and his voice gentle. I took out dragon blood and the Vajra's wrathful gaze skill book. The clerk stared in shock. "Are you auctioning both treasures?" Dragon blood appeared at the auction house perhaps once in a decade, while Vajra's wrathful gaze was a diamond secret skill worth more than 100 million. The clerk's respect for my strength deepened. "Fill out the forms," I said with a smile. He hurriedly produced them and helped enter the item information. Dragon blood and Vajra's wrathful gaze were quickly added to the system. I entered the hall and had barely taken a seat when the red dragon blood potion appeared on the enormous screen. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at the screen in shock. Isn't that dragon blood? The potion that permanently increases attack. It grants 7,800 physical attack forever. That potion could sell for several billion. The buyers discussed it excitedly, and the atmosphere became feverish. The host looked overjoyed. The auction house had not seen a treasure this valuable in many years. Bidding for dragon blood begins now. Press the red button on your table to place an offer. At the host's words, the buyers began bidding frantically. Ding, ding, ding. Offers rang out across the auction hall. Every time a bid appeared, the host announced it loudly. Mr. Zhou bids 5 million. Mr. Zhao bids 20 million. Mr. Sun bids 50 million. Mr. Wu bids 200 million. The price continued climbing amid endless chimes. The dragon blood potion was fiercely contested. No powerful financial group wanted to miss it. It required only level 1, making its threshold extraordinarily low. The buyer could use it personally or pass it down to an heir, granting a massive permanent increase in physical attack. Every influential clan fought desperately for the treasure. Ding, ding, ding. Bids continued ringing, and the host's excitement grew. Sitting below the stage, I felt my own pulse quicken. The host announced that the price had reached 500 million and was still rising. Mr. Feng bids 500 million. Mr. Zheng bids 1.2 billion. Mr. Feng bids 1.8 billion. Mr. Wu bids 3 billion. The price climbed at an astonishing rate, stunning everyone present. Ordinary auction items increased by tens or hundreds of thousands. Dragon blood had surged into the billions. The great factions spent everything they could. None wanted to surrender such a treasure. When no one raised the price again, the host asked, "Is Mr. Wu's 3 billion bid final?" Any higher offer? If not, the item will sell for 3 billion. 3 billion once. 3 billion twice. 3 billion three times. Bang! The host brought the golden hammer down heavily. Sold. The transaction completed, and system notifications rang in my mind. You have lost the item Dragon Blood and received 3 billion gold. Total gold, 3,003,552,100. Congratulations. S-rank talent Dragon's Wrath advancement condition reached 3 billion/5 billion. Your S-rank talent Dragon's Wrath has advanced to Stage 2. Dragon's Wrath, SS rank. Whenever you cast a skill, there is an 80% chance of triggering Dragon Roar. If the enemy is frightened, they are paralyzed in place for 5 seconds. Stage 3. Locked increases the Roar's activation chance, strengthens frightened, and extends paralysis to 10 seconds. Advancement requirement, 2.95 billion/10 billion gold, unique. Congratulations. You have met the advancement requirement for the SS rank talent Dragon's Wrath. Your SS rank talent Dragon's Wrath has advanced to Stage 3. Dragon's Wrath, SSS rank. Whenever you cast a skill, there is a 95% chance of triggering Dragon Roar. If the enemy is frightened, they are paralyzed in place for 10 seconds. From the system notifications, I learned that the massive influx of gold had advanced Dragon's Wrath directly from Stage 1 to Stage 3. The new SSS rank talent made my eyes light up. A 95% activation rate combined with 10 seconds of paralysis against frightened enemies would increase my combat power dramatically. The chance of inflicting frightened was not 100%, but system convention placed it at roughly 50%. Once triggered, the enemy would be rooted for 10 full seconds, severely restricting any counterattack. I accepted the talent's overwhelming power without hesitation and smiled in satisfaction. After Mr. Wu won Dragon Blood, the host immediately announced the second auction item. Because I had previously sold several exceptional pieces of equipment through Deshang Auction House, my account had been upgraded to VIP status. VIP privileges moved my items toward the front of the queue and into the auction quickly. My treasures were far too valuable for the auction house to neglect me. Otherwise, I could take my business elsewhere, costing them an important client. That was why my treasures received more exposure. No auction house provided its platform for free. Its profits came from transaction commissions paid by buyers. At that moment, the host focused on the warrior skill book, Vajra's Wrathful Gaze. Vajra's Wrathful Gaze. Level, 55. Rank, Diamond. Class, Warrior. Effect, increases maximum HP by 85% for 1 hour. Cooldown, 30 hours. Party members receive a 50% version of the effect. Cost, 200 MP. The buyers stared in shock when the information appeared. A level 55 diamond skill book? That's incredible. Whoever wins, it will become a powerhouse. It's essential for dungeons. Exactly. Even with poor equipment, a warrior using that skill could greatly strengthen an entire party. How much do you think it'll sell for? The hall grew noisier as every gaze fixed on the skill book. It was even more practical than Dragon Blood. Every warrior dreamed of owning it. But most buyers did not dare bid. The price would be far beyond what an ordinary player could afford. The host announced, bidding for the level 55 Diamond Warrior skill book, Vajra's Wrathful Gaze, begins at 5 million gold. 50 million, 300 million, 1.2 billion, 1.25 billion, 1.9 billion, 2 billion. The buyers raised the price frantically, terrified of missing their chance. Just as the host prepared to speak, the price climbed again. I bid 2.2 billion. If anyone challenges me, I'll keep raising it. The declaration shook the hall, and everyone stared at the bidder. Many recognized him. Young Master Tian is here? Yes. He's the Zhao family's only son and unimaginably wealthy. Who can compete? Looks like the skill book belongs to young Master Zhao. With a family that powerful behind him, who would dare bid against him? Players whispered everywhere. When the host saw Zhao Tian reveal his identity, surprise flashed in his eyes. This item was clearly extraordinary if it had attracted even Zhao Tian. The auction had become far more serious. The host announced loudly, Mr. Zhao bids 2.2 billion. Any higher offers? No one below the stage bid again. On one hand, the warrior skill book had become too expensive. On the other, Zhao Tian's family was powerful, and offending him was not worthwhile. After a dozen seconds, the host declared Zhao Tian the winner of Vajra's Wrathful Gaze. At the same moment, the system announced, you have sold the warrior skill Vajra's Wrathful Gaze and received 2.2 billion gold. Current gold balance, more than 5.2 billion. Secret Delight, filled me as I watched the balance soar. Two treasures had earned more than 5 billion, despite costing me only a little over 2 million. The profit felt incredible. Just as I prepared to leave, the host called into his microphone. This black crystal begins at 500 gold. Mr. Wu has bid 3,000 gold. If no one offers more, it will belong to Mr. Wu. I stopped. A black crystal? I scratched my head and opened its information. Black crystal. Level unknown. Effect unknown. Description: fragment of a shattered divine core. My eyes lit up. A shattered divine core. What kind of treasure is that? I did not understand its purpose, but I still bid. 3,001 gold. I had just earned more than 5 billion. Such a tiny amount meant nothing. If the crystal proved valuable, I would have secured a tremendous bargain. The host responded. Mr. Long bids 3,001 gold for the black crystal. Any higher offer? If no one bids again, the treasure will belong to Mr. Long. Any bid above 3,001. Once. Any bid above 3,001. Twice. Any bid above 3,001. 5 times. The host called 5 times, but no one responded. He lifted the golden hammer and struck the table with a clear, ringing blow. Mr. Long wins the black crystal for 3,001 gold. The treasure appeared in my inventory. I was alone inside a private room. I took out the black crystal. Mysterious dark light radiated from it, telling me it was anything but ordinary. Yet after examining it for a long time, I found nothing special. Did I really buy something useless? I muttered. Just as I prepared to give up, the crystal shifted slightly toward my right arm. What is this? Curiosity flashed in my eyes. The short one brand on my right arm suddenly emitted golden light. A thought occurred to me, and I pressed the crystal against it. Clang! Like a drop of water, the crystal sank into my skin and was absorbed by the golden brand. Congratulations! You have completed part of the requirement for unlocking Stage 3 of the SSS Plus Talent Midas Touch. Requirement: kill 1,000 high-level monsters. Current progress: 500/1000. The system notification left me astonished. The black crystal counted as 500 high-level monster kills. I had believed it was merely a fragment of a shattered divine core, leaving me thoroughly confused. The information in my mind explained that players above level 100 were godlike powerhouses. The gap between level 99 and 100 was immense. To become a god, a player's talent had to surpass SSS Plus and reach divine rank. Only after elevating a talent to divine rank could a character reach level 100 and become a god-tier player. The black crystal was indeed a fragment of a shattered divine core, capable of granting progress equal to 500 high-level monster kills. The golden brand had absorbed the dark droplet within it for precisely that reason. The light spread across my face. 500 kills represented rapid progress, and I was more than satisfied. Stage 2 of Midas Touch was already this powerful. If I advanced it to Stage 3, it would become a divine talent. Any player who raised a talent to divine rank gained a chance to become a god. The odds depended on the talent's growth potential. Players with powerful growth talents broke through level 100 more easily. Those with poor talents might gain no meaningful improvement even at divine rank, leaving their chance of godhood extremely low. Of course, advancing a talent demanded an enormous price. Any player capable of doing it had at least a great clan or corporation supporting them. Without that kind of wealth, satisfying the conditions was impossible. Buying the black crystal for 3,001 gold had earned me an unbelievable profit. Trading so little money for 500 high-level monster kills was an extraordinary bargain. Satisfied, I continued watching the auction listings. I wanted to see whether another treasure might tempt me to bid. The host kept the auction moving. Fire Wolf Tail sold to Mr. Ma for 580 gold. Gold rank blazing armor sold to Ms. May. Bronze rhinoceros mount sold for 120,000 gold. None of the low-rank items interested me. I prepared to leave the luxurious private room. Then a new listing appeared on the screen and caught my attention. The host's bored face immediately came alive. Several earlier treasures had excited the crowd, but the next item thrilled him even more. Ladies and gentlemen, the main course has arrived, he shouted. 10 diamond treasure maps, now open for bidding. As always, the highest bidder wins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. His rapid delivery instantly ignited the hall. Treasure maps were not suitable for ordinary players. Only those with high luck had any real qualification to use them. With low luck, the chance of finding something valuable approached zero. Whether someone dug 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, losing money was almost inevitable. Even so, plenty of players wanted to try. The moment the host finished, bids rang out. 1.5 million. Mr. Su bids 1.5 million. Any higher? 1.6 million. Ms. Ming bids 1.6 million. Any higher? From my private room, I tapped the bidding control. The host raised his voice. Mr. Long bids 2 million. Any higher? The hall fell silent for several seconds. Just as the host prepared to conclude, a booming voice called out, 2.2 million. I bid 2.2 million for the 10 maps. I hope the friend who offered 2 million will step aside. Sea Shark Guild will remember the favor and repay it in the future. Mr. He bids 2.2 million. Any higher? The host called. I frowned and answered coldly. You want me to step aside? Why don't you step aside for me? No explanations. 3 million for the 10 maps. If you want me to yield, prove you have the strength. My words were direct and utterly impolite. Surprise crossed the host's face. He turned carefully toward Mr. He of Sea Shark Guild. Mr. He, will you continue bidding? I knew the man's faction could not be underestimated. Sea Shark Guild might have been only a second-rate force in the 9 provinces, but it stood close to the first tier, and few people dared deny it respect. The host secretly admired my courage in challenging Mr. He openly. Of course I'm bidding. I offer 3.1 million. If Mr. Long keeps causing trouble, he'd better watch himself when he encounters Sea Shark Guild. The threat was blatant. Sweat covered the host's forehead as he clutched the microphone. I ignored the warning. Isn't this Deshang's auction? When did Sea Shark Guild become so arrogant? Saying I'm harassing you is childish. 3.5 million. I had no fear of offending them. If necessary, I possessed enough strength to destroy the entire guild. You've got nerve, offending Sea Shark Guild. The man roared and slammed the table. The host hurried to calm him without daring to offend either side. Mr. He cursed. You're Dragon Sovereign, right? Just wait. I'll kill you today. I could not be bothered with him. Any time. The system chimed. 3.5 million gold deducted. You have received 10 diamond treasure maps. Remaining balance, 5,200,049,099 gold. Having money felt wonderful. If that sea shark brat refused to accept defeat, I could keep crushing him with gold until he did. Under everyone's gaze, I turned and left the auction. Deshang Auction House was always available. There was no reason to remain there constantly. At the entrance, I checked the time. 50 minutes remained before registration at Vermilion Bird Academy. That's enough time. I should report to the academy. The moment I stepped forward, several players bearing the title Sea Shark Guild member emerged ahead. I recognized their hostile intentions at a glance. You want to fight here? The corner of my mouth lifted as I spoke calmly. My casual attitude made them pause. Mr. He, who had bid against me, glared furiously. What are you trying to pull? Do you even know how the word death is written? Hand over those 10 treasure maps, or you die today. I shook my head helplessly. I had never imagined a ridiculous clown like this would dare act arrogantly before me. That was fine. I would send them back to the city free of charge and teach them a lesson. I walked ahead toward the city gate. If you have courage, follow me. If not, get lost and stop wasting my time. My plan was simple. If they followed, I would wipe them out beyond the walls. If they stayed, I would log out and report to Vermilion Bird Academy. Players were forbidden from killing one another inside the ancient city. Fights could happen only in the wilds or inside the dueling arena. The arena usually allowed one-on-one matches and charged an entry fee. I had no interest in that, so the wilderness was simpler. As expected, the Sea Shark members hesitated. Don't be afraid, brothers. He's alone and isn't some famous powerhouse. Since he wants to die, we'll send him on his way. Brother He urged. Brother He, look how calm he is. Are you sure? I think it's a trap, a veteran player warned. What are you afraid of? We have the numbers, and I've never heard the name Dragon Sovereign. He's bluffing. Brother He shouted. He waved a hand. Anyone who's afraid can stay. I'm going to kill Dragon Sovereign. With that, Brother He led more than a dozen players toward the city gate. The rest saw them leave and followed. More than 30 people arrived together outside the eastern gate. I deliberately opened the distance so my magic would not strike the city guards accidentally. Attacking official soldiers would make me an enemy of the state. Nearby players began discussing the confrontation. Isn't that Sea Shark Guild? With this many members, they're definitely a strong second-rate faction bordering on first-rate. Who offended them today? Look, every one of them carries a gold or higher weapon. Their combat strength is no joke. Whoever angered them is probably about to die. Hard to say. That Dragon Sovereign is standing alone without a trace of fear. He looks completely confident. His strength can't be simple. Place your bets. Guess the winner and get a beautiful girl as the prize. Ha ha. Voices rose across the open ground. I found the whole affair boring. If they had not made enemies of me, I would never have wasted the time. And killing them would not be entirely pointless. Every corpse could bring a rich Midas touch reward. I looked ahead and called, "Is everyone here?" I wanted them gathered so I could kill them in one wave instead of wasting time one by one. Brat, you're too arrogant. It doesn't matter. You'll be dead soon. Brothers, attack. Take him alive and recover those 10 diamond treasure maps. He screamed wildly. Just as the Sea Shark players prepared to charge, thunder and lightning suddenly filled the sky, and a violent wind rose. Whoosh! The gale tore entire trees from the ground and hurled them into the air. Rumble! Thunder shook the heavens as lightning fell like rain upon Sea Shark Guild. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted without pause. Every bolt carried terrifying power. Magic damage, true damage, eternal power, critical damage. Numbers filled the air and dyed the battlefield crimson. Nearby spectators were caught in the attack and died on the spot as well. Shock covered every face. What had just happened? One spell had killed every enemy? What the hell? The mage before them dealt absurd damage. A single cast had produced several million damage. Everyone present remained frozen in shock, unable to calm themselves. I lowered my staff, mounted the chestnut warhorse, and quickly returned to the ancient city. Passers-by watched in astonishment as I killed dozens of players and departed without breaking stride. Damage that high inspired genuine awe. Once inside the city, I logged out. You have exited the Sanctuary Demon Tower. White light flashed, and my figure appeared in reality near the entrance to Fenglan Residential Complex. I was already on my way to Vermilion Bird Academy and had passed through the neighborhood. Thanks to my SSS plus Midas touch, my physical attributes were abnormally powerful. I moved extraordinarily fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whenever no one was watching, I used Arcane Blink. I vanished and reappeared elsewhere, moving in the blink of an eye. I did not want anyone to witness the skill. Arcane Blink was exceptionally rare and far beyond what an ordinary player could afford. Saving for an entire lifetime might still not be enough. At auction, its skill book sold for tens or even hundreds of billions. I absolutely could not let anyone see me use it. Flash, flash, flash. Every teleport turned my body into white light. In less than 10 minutes, I reached the gates of Vermilion Bird Academy. The magnificent campus stood before me. Towering stone lions guarded its entrance, while the solemn, majestic grounds were breathtaking. I smiled and followed the arriving students into the academy. Their conversations surrounded me. Wow, so this is Vermilion Bird Academy? It's incredible, dozens, maybe hundreds of times bigger than my high school. This is amazing. Yeah, just thinking about studying magic at an academy this powerful makes me excited. Vermilion Bird is the finest school for fire magic. Getting in proves we all have talent. Please, little Binlang. You scraped in with 300 points. Don't pretend you're a real genius. Ha ha. They're already fighting among themselves. The voices put me in a good mood. When I transmigrated 3 years ago, I had heard of the 4 Divine Beast Academies. Vermilion Bird Academy was especially famous for possessing the greatest magical power. Now I had entered it with a score of 301. A dream had come true. This academy was a lifelong goal for mage apprentices, and its graduates possessed limitless futures. Even with an SSS plus talent, I felt deeply proud to stand here. Then an elderly voice rang out. Students who scored between 300 and 1,000 yesterday, form a line on the right. Those who scored above 1,000, take a seat on the left. Those above 2,000, those above 5,000. The voice echoed in the ears of every incoming student. Joy and excitement filled their faces. Someone complained. The treatment is completely different based on scores. Low scorers have to stand while high scorers sit. Is that really fair? This world respects strength. The powerful sit down and learn higher level magic. If you're weak, no one cares. I listened without changing expression. I joined the line on the right, laughing inwardly. An inconspicuous position was perfect for concealing that I was sovereign. Tap, tap, tap. I stepped lightly into line. I glanced ahead and then behind me. A tall male student nearly 6.5 feet stood in front of me. Behind was a slender young woman with a narrow waist and graceful figure. Her glossy long hair framed large, bright eyes, giving her an adorable appearance. When our gazes met, her cheeks immediately reddened in shy embarrassment. I ignored her and turned away. An instructor approached. Dense muscles covered his body as though he had been forged from steel, giving him an intimidating presence. Anyone who recognized him regarded him with respect. A mage who cultivated such a powerful physique was exceedingly rare, especially at Vermilion Bird Academy, where instructors accomplished in both magic and martial combat were unusual. From this moment onward, you are my students, the fire instructor said coldly. You will obey me in the future or suffer the consequences. Intense battle intent radiated from him as scorching flames appeared ahead. Many students retreated beneath the pressure, their hearts filling with awe. His mastery of fire magic was clearly profound. I remained steady without retreating. After a moment, I pretended to be frightened and cautiously stepped back, giving everyone the impression that I was weak and unremarkable. This level of magical pressure meant nothing to me. My strength exceeded the instructor's by dozens of times. With my SSS plus Midas touch, I had reached a realm ordinary people could scarcely imagine. A casual strike was enough to defeat an enemy, and I had already wiped out Sea Shark Guild with a single spell. The instructor noticed that everyone had retreated while I moved only one small step. He studied me and asked, "What's your name?" "Jiang Feng," I answered calmly. "Good. At your age, resisting my battle intent proves you are fully qualified to serve as class president." After smiling at me, he turned to the 40 or 50 students. "Beginning today, Jiang Feng is the class president of Year 10, Class 14. When I am absent, he acts in my place and manages the class. If anyone refuses to obey Jiang Feng, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Minor offenses earn physical or mental punishment. Serious ones result in expulsion or even a ban from reading fire magic books." The entire class jolted at his words. They could not believe my luck. I had become class president the moment I entered Vermilion Bird Academy. If they had known, they would have tried much harder to win the instructor's approval. Regret changed nothing. Time could not be reversed. A female student stepped out and scoffed. "I know Jiang Feng. He studied at Azure Wave Academy and barely entered Vermilion Bird with exactly 301 points. Courage means nothing without talent. He'll be eliminated sooner or later. What does the instructor see in him? Why make him class president?" A male student approached and whispered, "Don't be jealous. I have a plan. We'll make Jiang Feng step down on his own." "Really? I have to become class president within 3 days. Once he resigns, you'll make sure I replace him?" "Don't worry. I'll have him surrender the position tonight." He quietly left after speaking. Their voices had been so low that no one nearby heard them. The instructor was busy elsewhere and noticed nothing. But they had chosen me as their target. My strength exceeded that of dozens of instructors combined. I heard every word of their hushed conspiracy. I sneered inwardly with something close to pity. They really think they can scheme against me. How naive. In my eyes, the two of them were already no different from corpses. The instructor placed a large stack of books in front of me. I frowned slightly, realizing he wanted me to distribute them among the students. It was clearly servant's work, as if he were treating me like an underling. My strength far surpassed his. Why should I lower myself to serve him? But using the class president position as intended would help me avoid scrutiny. So I began handing out the books. The role would provide useful cover. At the same time, I noticed that Vermilion Bird Academy concealed countless experts. A white-robed old man sweeping ahead watched the new students with flashing eyes, his thoughts impossible to read. My spirit exceeded 3,000, strengthening my magical perception in reality as well. The old man's magical power was formidable, possibly even greater than that of Azure Wave Academy's principal. I continued distributing books until the final copy was gone, then returned to my place. I opened my book, and its contents came into clear view. It contained a map of Vermilion Bird Academy. The mission hall was marked, along with locations where contribution points could be exchanged for treasures, skill books, and equipment. It also showed shops selling every kind of item and even an external trading market. The entire academy felt sacred, disciplined, and magnificent. Any player fortunate enough to study fire magic here had received a precious opportunity. Many players began studying their manuals. To avoid trouble, I left the area. I might carry the title of class president, but I was not foolish enough to devote 10 selfless years to class 14. At the same time, I realized my strength was still insufficient. Even the old sweeper could pose a threat to me. He had not noticed my true strength, but I could sense that he was at least level 60 or 70 and possessed more than 1,000 spirit. I had to continue growing stronger. I wanted to reach level 99 as quickly as possible, face the divine tribulation, and experience godhood. People climbed upward, while water alone flowed down. With my extraordinary talent, I believed my chance of becoming a god was excellent. I formed a plan and arrived before an enormous palace. 2 stone lions guarded the entrance, while a gigantic book was carved above the corridor. I opened the doors and entered the skill treasury. A white-haired elder welcomed me. "Great mage, Welcome to the Arcane Treasury. You must be a new student at Vermilion Bird Academy. Ask if you need any assistance. Thank you. I'll look around myself. I replied politely. The first floor sells ordinary magic, he explained. The second holds advanced magic, and the third contains diamond or higher spell books. I nodded and entered the first floor. Rows of shelves made it resemble a library, and many players were reading magic books. It felt like an enormous shopping center for skills. I casually examined the shelves and found low-level spells such as Magic Bolt, Lightwave Roar, Streaming Light Bolt, and Double Cast. I had not learned some of them, but saw no reason to do so. I went to the second floor. Its layout resembled the first, but advanced fire spells filled the shelves near the entrance. I read their descriptions. Fireball, instant cast. Summons flame to bombard a single enemy. Explosive flame, instant cast. Bombards a group ahead with fire and has a small chance to stun. Flame impact, instant cast. Launches a fiery shock wave that deals heavy damage and scorch to enemies in a straight line. Firewall, instant cast. Ignites the ground and deals magical damage to enemies every second. Meteor Firestorm, advanced fire magic. After chanting, deals powerful magical damage to all enemies in an area. I circled the skill displays several times and examined every fire spell I had not learned. In the end, I selected 5. Without hesitation, I purchased them all. Congratulations! You have spent 5 million gold and obtained Fireball, Explosive Flame, Flame Impact, Firewall, and Meteor Firestorm. 5 magic books glowing red appeared in my inventory. Congratulations! You have learned the advanced fire spell Fireball. Ding! Magic Bolt LV, 100 detected. Replace it with the new advanced spell. I selected Fireball as the voice sounded in my mind. Magic Bolt was only a beginner spell, so replacing it with the advanced Fireball was natural. Replace. I answered decisively. Success. Magic Bolt has been replaced by Fireball. Fireball LV, 100. Instant cast. Condenses flame and bombards a single target, dealing magical damage. Cooldown. 0.05 seconds after Dragon Serpent Magic Ring Reduction. Cost. 1 MP. Notice. Fireball damage equals Spirit times 3.2 plus Spirit times 3.2 times skill level. I was stunned. Every Fireball now dealt 1 million damage. With one cast every 0.05 seconds, I could inflict more than 20 million magical damage per second. The replacement was astonishingly effective. Then I focused on the second skill. Congratulations! You have learned the advanced spell Explosive Flame. Ding! An advanced replacement for Lightwave Roar LV. 53 has been detected. Replace. My eyes lit up. Replace. Explosive Flame LV. 53. Instant cast. Summons flames to bombard a group ahead, dealing magical damage with a chance to stun. Cooldown, 1 second after reduction. Cost, 15 MP. Notice, explosive flame damage equals Spirit times 2.2 plus Spirit times 2.2 times skill level. I had gained another area damage spell, quietly increasing my strength. I placed it in my third skill slot and immediately opened Flame Impact. Congratulations! You have learned the advanced spell Flame Impact. Flame Impact LV 1 Instant cast. Launches a fiery shock wave in a straight line, dealing magical damage and inflicting burn for 0.5% of the enemy's total HP per second. Cost 50 MP. Cooldown 5 seconds. Note, damage equals Spirit times 3.0 times 1 plus skill level. The spell was highly practical. Its current damage was only a little over 20,000, but as an area attack, its power would rise dramatically with future levels. I continued learning the final 2 advanced spells. Congratulations! You have learned the advanced spell Firewall. Firewall LV1 Instant cast. Summons a blaze across the ground, dealing magical damage every second. Cost 80 MP. Cooldown 10 seconds. Note, damage equals Spirit times 1.5 times 1 plus skill level. Congratulations! You have learned the advanced spell Meteor Firestorm. Meteor Firestorm. Chant for 2 seconds to summon advanced fire magic that deals magical damage to every enemy in an area. Cost 350 MP. Cooldown 5 seconds. Note, damage equals Spirit times 8.0 times 1 plus skill level. These spells are incredible. My eyes gleamed. Their current damage was only around 10,000 and 50,000, but leveling would make them vastly stronger. Firewall could keep the ground burning and continuously damage enemies standing within the flames. Combined with my stuns, the stacked fire damage would be terrifying. Meteor Firestorm was the strongest spell I currently possessed, and its immense power filled me with anticipation. Spending 5 million gold on the 5 advanced spell books had been an exceptional bargain. I looked around and found no other books suited to me. I smiled. I've finished browsing the second floor. I might as well see the third. I headed upstairs. As I took the first step, a player behind me muttered in shock, "Is that guy crazy?" The third floor spell books cost contribution points, and entry alone is 5 million gold. Does he really have that much money? Another player leaned closer. Don't be surprised. Rich people don't care about a 5 million entry fee. The first player shook his head. True, but he looks like a student who just graduated. Where would a newcomer get contribution points? The other scoffed. Who cares? He can afford it, and looking doesn't hurt. The first man could only sigh. Wealthy players really are different. Incredible. They spoke briefly and left. I heard the entire conversation and immediately understood. The system chimed. Entry to the third floor of the skill treasury costs 5 million gold. Enter now. Enter. I replied mentally. You have spent 5 million gold and gained access to the third floor. Dark red light radiated from my body, and I entered directly. Excitement shone in my eyes as soon as I arrived. Fire magic books filled the floor. All stood above advanced magic at the forbidden tier, and their power was extraordinary. I remembered seeing Sun, the strongest person in the 9 provinces, cast spells like these in online videos. They were unquestionably the pinnacle of fire magic. Yet at the first bookcase, I found that only 3 fire spells allowed me to view any information. Even then, the display revealed only their names and hid the actual effects. I selected the 3 titles. Rebirth in Flame. Epic. Price, 30 million contribution points. Hellfire. Rare. Price, 15 million contribution points. Boil the Seas. Burn the Heavens. Rare. Price, 16 million contribution points. Their names alone were enough to shock me. I could not inspect the details, but instinct told me the spells were terrifying. Their prices, however, were astronomical. The instructor had explained that these were contribution points. I could earn them by accepting and completing missions in the mission hall. Exchanging contribution points for such powerful magic clearly demanded immense effort. I wanted the spells badly and decided to accumulate enough points to obtain them. I still did not know the exact effects of Rebirth in Flame, Hellfire, or Boil the Seas, Burn the Heavens, but anything displayed here had to be extraordinary. My desire to become stronger made me crave them. With a firm gaze and clenched fists, I resolved to take missions and earn the contribution points. Following the map in my handbook, I reached the mission hall. A crowd had already gathered outside. Even more people surrounded the 3-dimensional projection screen. It displayed numerous missions. 1. Asan's bronze battle pet, Barking Dog, is missing. Reward for recovery, 30 points. 2. Hiring an awakened assassin to eliminate the man having an affair with my wife. Reward, 250 points. 3. Find a missing agent. Reward, 56 points. Most offered tiny rewards, nowhere near what I needed for top-tier magic. I did not stop and walked deeper into the hall. Gigantic projection screens stood on both sides. Their missions paid far more than those at the entrance. The hall bustled with awakened competing for work and contribution points. The 4 Divine Beast Academies were famous because powerful experts guarded them and trained their students. The Points Hall existed precisely to cultivate new awakened. Most rewards still ranged from several hundred to several thousand. Compared with the cost of the spells I wanted, they were negligible. I would never earn enough through such tasks, no matter how long I waited. I approached a staff member. Are there missions with higher point rewards? She answered immediately. You need a high-level mission? Follow me. She led me to a quiet office in one corner. The screen displayed rewards from tens of thousands to several hundred thousand, with the highest reaching only 800,000. 1 point equaled 100 gold, and the 2 currencies could be exchanged freely. Even with more than 5 billion gold, converting it all into points made little sense. I wanted the most rewarding mission available, but even the highest paid only 790,000 points. It was far too little. While I considered my options, a roar came from outside. Calm down. My son is dead, and you tell me to calm down? Get out of my way. I'm posting the mission today. No matter how much it costs, I, Lung Outyin, can afford it. I turned toward the middle-aged man charging into the hall. He had thick brows, fierce eyes, heavy features, and a vicious presence. A gleam entered my eyes. He may post a mission with a huge reward. Players and passers-by gathered around the furious man. Wow, that's the Lung clan chief. He's one of the ancient city's greatest tycoons, almost a top financial magnate. Exactly. Aside from the 4 great clans, the Lung family is the strongest. I heard his son was killed. Yeah, the news just broke. Lung Shui was his son. He bullied everyone and had a terrible reputation. I can't believe he died this soon. Serves him right. How large a bounty will Chief Lung offer? Brothers, let's form a party and split the reward after he posts the mission. What do you say? I listened patiently. This was not yet the right moment to act. A long-haired man approached. His black hair and graceful silhouette contrasted with his handsome face. Chief Lung, don't rush. Before posting a mission, you must explain what happened. Lung Outyin remained angry but forced himself to calm down. My son was killed by an abyssal monster outside the city. The creature was extraordinarily powerful. It nearly annihilated my son and his guards. Only one person escaped. They were a level 50 party, yet they could not fight back at all. I want to hire Awakened from the 9 provinces to kill that monster and avenge my son. Name any price for completing the mission. A gleam flashed in the long-haired man's eyes. I'll accept the mission, Chief Lung. He raised 5 fingers. My price is 5 million points. That isn't excessive, is it? The surrounding players began arguing. That Awakened has nerve. The highest reward in the hall is only 790,000, and he wants 5 million. Will Chief Lung really pay? Probably not. But this is his only son. No matter how miserly he normally is, he'll spend a fortune for revenge. Otherwise, the Lung clan chief will lose all face. That handsome player looks strong. I wonder how this will end. 5 million contribution points. Lung Outyin's question drew everyone's attention. It was an exceptionally large bounty. Yet grief and fury darkened his face. Friend, I am avenging my son. That monster is powerful. If you can kill it, forget 5 million. I'll pay 50 million. The crowd erupted. Was Chief Lung joking? The handsome player had asked for 5 million, and Lung Outyin had raised the offer tenfold himself. Every intelligent player realized the mission could not be simple. Excited voices rose around them. Chief Lung, is that true? 50 million? I'll take the mission too. Who wouldn't fight for a reward like that? Anyone want to form a party and split it? Pull this off, and we'll be set for life. I'm in. The handsome player's expression darkened. He had asked for 5 million, only for Lung Outyin to multiply the price by 10. As people flooded forward to compete for the mission, he could only accept it helplessly. Chief Lung, since you've named the price, shouldn't you issue a mission contract? He urged. It isn't that we distrust you. We simply don't want anyone falsely claiming completion and damaging your clan's reputation. His words sounded polite, but he really feared that Lung Outyin would change his mind. Only after Chief Lung issued a mission contract could the person who completed it claim the reward. A staff member seized the moment and produced a contract. A laser projected its contents before the crowd. Once both sides signed, the mission officially went live. More importantly, Lung Outyin had already converted the 50 million points into 5 billion gold and deposited it with Vermilion Bird Academy. Whoever completed the mission would receive the points through the Academy's platform. The mission has been registered. Anyone may accept it. After killing the target, upload the result directly to the database. Then return to claim the reward. A crowd surged forward, greed shining in every eye. The handsome player accepted first and quickly left the hall. I remained calm and unhurried. Lung Outyin had raised the mission reward from 5 million to 50 million points. This revenge assignment could not possibly be easy. I felt that something was wrong. Even so, I accepted the mission. Then I headed straight for the forest where the monster was hiding. News spread rapidly. More and more players flooded toward the mission hall, hoping to get lucky. Before I even left the city, people rushed past constantly, terrified of missing the opportunity. The target hid in Hamid Forest outside the city. This region had once formed the deserted border between the 9 provinces and Menghong. After the abyssal demons descended on Earth, they occupied the forest. Humans and the abyssal race fought countless battles there during the following decades. The area had long since been abandoned, and monsters still appeared from time to time. Now the forest was packed with people. Everyone searched cautiously. Those without sufficient strength began forming parties. By the time I arrived, the ground had been trampled until every useful track was gone. That made finding the monster far more difficult. Why did the young master of the Lung clan come to a miserable place like this? I wondered. I had heard that Lung Shui relied on his family's power to bully others and possessed an infamous reputation. A spoiled heir interested only in pleasure should never have ventured into this wilderness. He would have preferred the city's luxuries. Carrying that doubt, I entered the forest. Figures moved everywhere among the trees. The forest was not large, and the fastest players had nearly crossed it already. Yet no sound of combat had appeared. Suddenly, a scream tore across the sky. Every listener felt a chill. Damn, what happened? Did the monster appear? What are you shouting about? I didn't hear anything over here. It definitely came from the left. I heard it clearly. Nonsense. It came from the right. Are you trying to mislead us? Enough. The sound came from the right. Stop arguing and go look. Come on, brothers. There's strength in numbers. Someone is already in danger. We'll attack together and split the reward afterward. Exactly. 50 million vermilion bird points equals 5 billion gold. Even divided among us, that's a fortune. A crowd shouted and rushed to the right. My unease deepened. Something felt wrong, though I could not yet identify the reason. A fierce gust suddenly attacked from behind. I quickly used Arcane Blink to evade the attack, spun around, and hurled a fireball. The fireball burst against a towering figure, spraying flames in every direction. The ambusher burned to death on the spot, its corpse still blazing. An abyssal demon? Is this the monster from the mission? I wondered. It can't possibly be this weak. Once I got a clear look at the figure, I realized that while its attack power had been formidable, one fireball had killed it. It could not have been especially strong. There was no way it was the true culprit that had supposedly killed Lung Outyan's son and his guards. So there isn't just one abyssal demon here. I get it now. At last, I grasped the crucial point. Before I could finish sorting everything out, screams rang out in the distance. They came from the awakened who had arrived earlier. My skin is rotting. What is this black blood? Why is it corroding my entire body? I can't control myself. Some monster must have possessed me. Help! I haven't even gotten married yet. My heart tightened as I listened to their cries. A conspiracy. This is definitely an abyssal conspiracy. A realization struck me. Lung Outyan had most likely colluded with the abyssal race. He had deliberately posted this mission with its enormous reward. No one even knew whether his son had truly died. Meanwhile, the real trap had already been laid. Countless abyssal demons suddenly emerged. The awakened were caught off guard and scrambled to fight back. Black blood spread rapidly, eating away at the players' bodies. I had figured out what was happening, but this was clearly no time to dwell on it. However, at that critical moment, two indistinct monsters suddenly charged out ahead of me. Each stood as tall as an entire floor of a 100-square-meter building, and black blood streamed over their bodies. If that blood entered someone's body, it could probably mutate them in an instant. The two abyssal demons saw that I was alone and lunged at me from opposite sides. A cold smile tugged at my lips. You're too noisy. Go dot. I immediately cast Thunderclap Strike. Lightning fell like rain and swallowed both demons in an instant. Their bodies could not withstand the magical damage and were charred black on the spot. Trap or conspiracy, it doesn't matter. Now that you're here, none of you are leaving alive, I thought. I suspected there was something seriously wrong with Lung Outyan. He had raised the original bounty from 5 million points all the way to 50 million. No normal person would do that. He might well have colluded with the abyssal race. I had no proof and could not be certain, but I had accepted the mission, so I intended to finish it and claim the massive point reward. Screams and pleas for help carried from up ahead, but I felt no sympathy. I did not know those awakened, and I had no desire to save them. Everyone knew Hammett Forest was full of danger. They had taken the risk anyway, so they had brought this on themselves. The black blood on the ground concerned me far more. Every awakened who touched it suffered rotting skin, lost control of their mind, and fell under a monster's command. The abyssal race clearly had grand ambitions this time. They wanted to control awakened on a massive scale, convert them into combat assets, and use them in some filthy scheme. The mutated awakened before me had completely lost control of themselves, their minds driven by another will. At last, I was certain Lung Outyan had betrayed the nation of 9 provinces. The Lung family had secretly joined forces with monsters to oppose, and even enslave, humanity. I clenched my fists as anger burned in my eyes. I despised traitors like them more than anything. Just then, a handsome player with flowing long hair rushed at me and swung his blade. He moved so fast that he was in front of me almost before I could blink. My reaction was even faster. I instantly cast Arcane Blink and vanished, leaving only a blurred afterimage behind. I missed. The player froze, then roared in fury. You're asking to die. I had already blinked far away. The man attacking me was no abyssal demon. He was the handsome player who had accepted the mission before me in the mission hall. Now his skin had rotted away to expose white bone. He had lost his mind and could do nothing but snarl. Without the slightest hurry, I hurled a searing fireball. The heat warped the air around it, making its lethal power obvious. The player, however, seemed to use a high-level skill that turned him into a hazy shadow, allowing him to narrowly evade the spell. The fireball exploded and burned the ground into blackened rubble. I raised an eyebrow, reassessing my opponent. He actually dodged my magic attack. As I prepared to respond, the player charged again and unleashed a furious series of slashes. I blinked several times in succession, becoming a blur as every attack missed, then came to a steady stop. A powerful surge of energy suddenly rolled toward me. I turned and saw that it was coming from the man. The sword in his hand shone with dazzling light. He was clearly about to get serious. Sure enough, the man swung his sword, sending 7 sword beams surging at me like a tide. Faced with such a ferocious assault, I merely smiled and called out, "Magic shield." An oval barrier instantly appeared around me, wrapping me in its protection. 2 meters ahead, a solid ice wall fortress rapidly took shape between my opponent and me. The sword beams slammed into the ice wall with a deafening crash, but failed to break through. I said coldly, "So this is all an abyssal transformation can do? Your strength hasn't improved much at all. It seems I overestimated you." Without hesitation, I raised the Heaven Demon staff. Endless fire elements converged into a gigantic fireball and struck the man head-on. It exploded, greenish smoke rising from him as he crashed to the ground, his entire body charred black. I walked over and looked down at his lifeless corpse, then activated my SSS Plus talent, Midas Touch. Golden light flickered over my arm, and the system notification sounded. You used the SSS Plus talent Midas Touch on the corpse of a mutated awakened. Reward, 35 spirit. The 10x multiplier has been triggered. A 9x multiplier was applied, increasing the reward to 315 spirit. This awakened had not even retained his name after being mutated, but I was very satisfied with the 315 spirit reward. Mental energy surged through me as my spirit rose from 3,485 to 3,800. Even that modest improvement filled me with excitement. As an eternal mage, the higher my spirit, the more powerful my magical output and skills became. The greatest advantage of the SSS Plus talent Midas Touch was that it worked in the real world, providing genuine, tangible growth. I rejoiced inwardly, sensing limitless potential waiting for me to unlock it. Footsteps suddenly sounded ahead. Not bad. We actually hooked a big fish this time. This is certainly worth celebrating. I had just finished using Midas Touch when I heard a familiar voice. I did not even need to look to know who it was. It belonged to Lung Outyin, head of the Lung family, whom I had just seen in the mission hall. When I looked up, I indeed saw Lung Outyin and a young man who closely resembled him. That was Lung Shui, the son who had supposedly been killed by a monster. Besides father and son, there was also an abyssal demon nearly 3 meters tall. The demon's upper body was bare, its dark muscles bulging across its frame. It was not especially huge, but the explosive power packed inside it still made me feel pressured. Its beast-like eyes were filled with contempt. "Kid, you have some skill, but you'd be wise to surrender. Otherwise, once the demon king beside me loses his temper, your little life will be over." I was not surprised to see Lung Outyin here, but the sycophantic expression on his face disgusted me. "Lung, your family is one of the great clans of the nation of 9 provinces, yet you chose to serve the abyssal race. Aren't you ashamed?" A normal person would have been furious, but Lung Outyin only looked smug. "What's wrong with serving the abyssal race? Look at you awakened. You risk your lives fighting, only to die with nothing in the end." I sneered. Lung Outyin was completely beyond saving. Anyone capable of betraying both his nation and his species no longer deserved to be called human. "Kid, you seem pretty capable, so I'll give you a chance. Join us. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no mercy." In response to his threat, I raised the Heaven Demon staff and unleashed a powerful spell, Explosive Flame. This was the evolved form of the skill, far more powerful than before. The abyssal demon was stunned. It had never expected a human to unleash magical energy powerful enough to threaten its life. It hurriedly dodged aside, escaping the area of Explosive Flame. Lung Outyin and Lung Shui did not react at all. Father and son could only watch as the flames swept toward them. Before either could utter a plea for mercy, the inferno swallowed them and reduced them to charred corpses. I remained expressionless. The abyssal demon's eyes blazed with rage. "They were nothing but 2 obedient dogs, yet you dared cause trouble right in front of me. You must be tired of living." I gave it an indifferent glance. Even after seeing me attack, the creature remained utterly fearless, clearly confident in its own strength. In that case, there was no reason for me to fight it head-on. Enough nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Or can the abyssal race do nothing but shout? My words completely enraged it. The demon roared and charged at me with its claws raised. What a brainless idiot. Nothing but muscle. Remaining calm, I lifted my hand. The golden mark on my arm immediately erupted with dazzling light. The power of my SSS plus talent, Midas Touch, burst forth once more. The abyssal demon sensed mortal danger, but it was already too late. Golden light exploded, dyeing the world in its radiance. By the time it faded, the abyssal demon had vanished without a trace. Even in its final moment, it had never understood how it died. Congratulations. You used the SSS plus talent Midas Touch and instantly killed an enemy, the system announced. Midas Touch reward, plus 20 to all attributes. The 10x multiplier has been triggered. A random 10x multiplier was applied, increasing the reward to plus 200 to all attributes. I felt my power rise dramatically. My spirit broke through 4,000, while my constitution approached 3,000, greatly increasing my ability to survive. The more HP I possessed, the more powerful eternal power, my eternal mage passive, became as well. 200 points in all 4 attributes. That's 800 attribute points in total. What an incredible boost. I marveled again at how powerful and practical Midas Touch was. As my combat power continued to rise, I became even more determined to conceal my identity as sovereign. Otherwise, countless experts would target me before I had truly grown strong. The game named Sovereign was already on assassination lists, with a bounty as high as 5 billion gold. I had no intention of allowing an accident to happen. I uploaded the kill record to the database, ensuring that the mission could be completed without issue. All right, now it's time to collect my reward. I prepared to return to the city and claim 50 million vermilion bird points from the mission hall. The marked monster was dead, so the mission itself was already finished. Uploading the record was merely the final verification step. As I passed the charred corpses of the Lung father and son, I activated Midas Touch without hesitation. You used the SSS plus talent Midas Touch on Lung Outyan's corpse and obtained 19 luck. A 3x multiplier was triggered, granting you 57 luck. Another clear notification followed immediately. You used Midas Touch on Lung Shue's corpse and obtained 16 spirit. A 5x multiplier was triggered, granting you 90 spirit. My spirit rose from 4,000 to 4,090, while my luck climbed to 1,637. Operations like this had become second nature to me. With my current magical power, even a minor spell could instantly kill an enemy. I had still been capable of defeating that abyssal monster despite its supposed Demon King rank. Abyssal creatures possessed unpredictable skills, so I preferred the safest approach. Kill them instantly with Midas Touch and give them no opportunity to retaliate. I mounted my chestnut warhorse and galloped toward the ancient city of the 9 provinces. This was the real world, out in the countryside, so I naturally did not reveal my snowfield draconic steed's true form. I remained cautious and kept my identity hidden. After returning to the mission hall, I carefully found a terminal and submitted Lung Outyan's bounty mission. Once the mission was completed, its listing vanished from the screen above the hall. Countless awakened stared in shock and began talking at once. My God, Patriarch Lung's bounty mission disappeared. That expert is incredible. Someone actually completed it. 50 million vermilion bird points. That converts to 5 billion gold. That's insane. Whoever completed the bounty just got filthy rich. My cousin went on that mission too, but I haven't heard from him. He won't even answer my private messages. Has success gone to his head or something? Ha! The corners of my mouth rose slightly as I listened to the crowd. After I turned in the mission, the system notification sounded. Congratulations on completing the bounty mission. You have received 50 million vermilion bird points. Current balance, 50 million points. That immediately reminded me of the 3 magic manuals I had longed to obtain. If not for them, I never would have risked fighting in the real world. I understood that I first had to become powerful in the game. Once I reached a certain level of strength, the time for my rise would finally come. With the points in hand, I quickly left the mission hall. My steps hurried. I soon reached the 3rd floor of the Magic Treasure Pavilion. I paid the 5 million gold admission fee without hesitation. That amount of money meant nothing. What mattered was buying those 3 manuals. I stared fixedly at the skill books, practically drooling at the sight of them. I opened their information panels, and screens of light appeared one after another. Rebirth in Flame, Epic Rank, Price, 30 million points. Hellfire, Rare Rank, Price, 15 million points. Boil the Seas, Burn the Heavens, Rare Rank, Price, 16 million points. The total came to 61 million vermilion bird points, equivalent to 6.1 billion gold. Vermilion Bird Academy was a sacred land for fire magic. Vermilion bird points were not a universal currency, but they could be exchanged for treasures, skills, and equipment. Their value was stable, so I had no reason to worry. I took another 1.1 billion gold from my inventory and exchanged it for 11 million vermilion bird points. Combined with the 50 million points I had just earned, that gave me exactly 61 million. Without hesitation, I bought all 3 magic skills. Ding! You spent 30 million vermilion bird points to exchange for the epic rank magic skill Rebirth in Flame. Ding! You spent 15 million vermilion bird points to exchange for the rare rank magic skill Hellfire. Ding! You spent 16 million vermilion bird points to exchange for the rare rank magic skill Boil the Seas, Burn the Heavens. As the system notification sounded, I examined the detailed information for all 3 spells. Rebirth in Flame, LV1. Rank, Epic. Description, command supreme flames. Burn your own body, and be reborn from a single drop of blood. Effect, after reviving, become invincible and immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Invincibility ends after 3 seconds. Mana cost, 8,000. Cooldown, 72 hours. Hellfire, LV1. Rank, Rare. Description, summon a Hellfire orb from the sky to smash into and stun your enemies. Effect, deals magic damage to all enemies within a 90 by 90 yard area and stuns them for 2 seconds. Damage formula, Spirit times 12.5 plus Spirit times 12.5 times skill level. Mana cost, 1,000. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Boil the Seas, Burn the Heavens, LV1. Rank, Epic. Description, summon an endless sea of fire to incinerate your enemies. Effect, deals magic damage to enemies within a 280 by 280 yard area while absorbing 3% of their HP. Damage formula, Spirit times 6.7 plus Spirit times 6.7 times skill level. Mana cost, 1,250. Cooldown, 60 seconds. A delighted smile spread across my face after I finished reading. These 3 skills are incredible. The revival spell solves the problem of life and death, and now I have sustained life steal and powerful crowd control too. They make me even more formidable. Hardly anyone will be able to stand against me now. I silently celebrated my good fortune. Magic skills with revival effects were exceptionally rare, so obtaining one was extraordinarily lucky. The other 2 rare skills were not easy to buy either. My luck had truly been excellent. All things considered, I had made an enormous profit. Aside from those 3, I found no better magic skills anywhere on the 3rd floor. Treasures did not appear every day, after all. Even if they did, obtaining them still required some luck. I soon left the 3rd floor. One of Vermilion Bird Academy's elders, the guardian of the Magic Treasure Pavilion, watched me emerge. A glint flashed through his eyes. "Young man, were you the one who bought those 3 magic skills?" the elder asked. I had barely stepped outside when I heard him. My heart trembled slightly, but I quickly calmed down. My mental fortitude had become extremely strong. No matter what happened, I could remain composed. "Yes, I bought them for a wealthy friend. Is something the matter, sir?" I replied with an easy smile. The white-haired but vigorous elder smiled. "Nothing at all. I was merely surprised. Those 3 magic skills were listed only this morning, yet someone bought them almost immediately. The nation of 9 provinces is filled with talent, and the number of wealthy, powerful people continues to grow." This elder was the head of the Magic Treasure Pavilion, a man named Vermilion Feather. The moment I bought the books, he had immediately been notified. The old man who swept the courtyard was named Vermilion Radiance. Both were highly respected veterans of Vermilion Bird Academy. The academy had not only its dean, but also many senior experts like them. Only with so many powerful figures overseeing it could the academy train such a large number of outstanding awakened. My greatest concern was that they might see through my identity. I was sovereign, and I absolutely did not want anyone to learn that too soon. If I were exposed before I had truly risen to power, I would face even more trouble. Fortunately, I had obtained the Veil of Concealment, a treasure capable of changing my game name. Only I knew that my true identity was Sovereign. Everyone else saw the name Dragon Sovereign, so they could learn nothing more. The thought steadied my nerves. I smiled. "You're too kind, senior. I only recently entered the academy, and I still have a great deal of room to improve. I may have some talent, but I understand that there is always a higher sky. A person can always become stronger." The moment I finished speaking, the elder's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at me. He threw back his head and laughed. "Ha ha, well said. There is always someone greater, and always a higher sky. This is a fire crystal I have treasured for years. You are humble and courteous, so I will give it to you. I hope you devote yourself to your training." The elder took a thumb-sized red crystal from his robes. I frowned, puzzled. What is this? Is he really going to give it to me? After a moment's hesitation, I politely accepted the crystal. As soon as it landed in my palm, I opened its attribute panel. Fire crystal. Level 1. Attribute. Fire element power plus 20%. Description. Can be used to enchant equipment and increase its attributes. Enchantment may fail, but high luck greatly improves the success rate. After reading the information, I stared in astonishment. Senior, are you truly giving me something this valuable? I could hardly believe it. At auction, a treasure like this would sell for at least 1 billion gold or more. I had never expected the elder to be so generous. He smiled. Little brother, this item is not especially precious to me. Since I have chosen to give it to you, there is no need to be polite. It may be precious to others, but an old man like me can obtain such things without much difficulty. I saw my younger self in your eyes, the same tenacity and determination. Decades have passed. I am already 123 years old, yet I remain stuck at level 99, unable to become a god. If I cannot reach level 100 within 5 years, my lifespan will end, and I will leave this world. Our meeting was fate. Accept it. His explanation dispelled all my doubts. So he gave me this treasure because I remind him of his younger self. If he cannot reach level 100 and become a god, his life will come to an end. A trace of sadness passed through my eyes at the thought. This world's combat power far surpassed that of my former Earth, but awakened were not gods. They still could not escape the shackles of time. When their lifespan ended, even the strongest among them would fade into nothingness. I knew that only by becoming a god could someone obtain eternal life. Textbooks and teachers all said that gods were the truly powerful beings, possessing limitless possibilities. Becoming a god marked an entirely new stage of life. The greatest expert in the nation of 9 provinces, Sun, was one such god. Without her intervention decades ago, the abyssal race would have destroyed human territory long since. Unfortunately, no new god-level expert had arisen in the nation of 9 provinces after her. Other nations had fared even worse. Ravaged by demons, their strength had declined, their people had been displaced, and their former glory had gradually faded. The importance of god-level experts was self-evident. Determination blazed in my eyes. No matter what, I will become a god-level expert. I could not accept a fate in which I simply died when my lifespan ran out. It was too miserable. I resolved to fight with everything I had. Only by becoming a god could I find my true place in this world. At the same time, I was grateful for the knowledge the elder had shared. My mind suddenly felt much clearer. I placed the fire crystal in my inventory and said respectfully, "Thank you, Senior. I will not disappoint you." The elder closed his eyes and nodded, so I turned and left. Not far from the magic treasure pavilion, I saw the other elder, Vermilion Radiance. He and Vermilion Feather were members of the same generation, and both were core experts of Vermilion Bird Academy. When the elder's sharp gaze settled on me, tension stirred in my heart. I knew that both men were at least level 90, their strength unfathomable. I warned myself in silence. I still need to work harder and become stronger. The gap between us was enormous for now, but I believed my potential was limitless and my future bright. Before long, I would surpass experts like them by a vast margin. I entered a quiet path leading toward the training grounds and stopped. Very few awakened came this way at this hour. I opened my inventory and took out a treasure, the fire crystal. It was level 1 and increased fire element power by 20%. It could enchant equipment and boost its attributes, though there was a risk of failure. A high luck value substantially improved the success rate. The crystal was a gift from the Vermilion Bird Elder and could be socketed into a weapon or other piece of equipment. I did not know much about enchanting, but I began studying it anyway. I opened the details for my weapon, the Heaven Demon Staff. It was a level 40 legendary weapon restricted to mages, with 8 available sockets. It granted plus 1,250 spirit, plus 650 luck, and plus 60% critical hit rate. Its effect permanently increased my HP or mana by at least 3 points every time I killed an enemy. It was a powerful weapon once lost in the Wraith Cavern. I held the fire crystal beside the staff and saw a notification in parentheses, 8 sockets available. Excitement surged through me. Without hesitation, I selected the socket option. Congratulations! You successfully socketed the fire crystal. The Heaven Demon Staff has gained a new special effect, the system announced. A powerful current of magic flowed through the staff, and red light rapidly enhanced the weapon's attributes. After the light faded, I opened the staff's attribute panel. Heaven Demon Staff, 7 sockets available. Level, 40. Rank, Legendary. Spirit plus 1,250. Luck plus 650. Critical hit rate plus 60%. Effect 1. Permanently increases HP or mana whenever an enemy is killed. Effect 2. Fire magic power plus 20%. Fire crystal. Description: a powerful weapon once lost in the Wraith Cavern. I equipped the staff and immediately felt the magic within it grow denser. I specialized in fire magic, so that additional 20% firepower gave my damage output a major boost. My spells could already deal several million damage per second. After all, increasing that magical damage by another 20% produced a very noticeable rise in combat power. With the staff's enhancement complete, I headed toward the training grounds. Along the way, I thought back to Lung Aoyan's collusion with the Abyssal race. After careful consideration, I decided not to report it to the military for the time being. I wanted to keep my identity as sovereign hidden and avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, I also knew that the Nation of 9 Provinces military must have noticed the large-scale battle that had erupted in the eastern outskirts. Based on the traces left behind and the sequence of events, the military had probably already realized that something was wrong. I later learned the details from military investigation records. At that time, numerous generals sat along both sides of the Nation of 9 Provinces military conference hall. General Yin Shishue occupied the seat at the front, his tiger-like eyes fixed on an officer who had just finished reporting the situation in the eastern outskirts. Yin Shishue fell into deep thought, while the banner commanders around him looked grim. None of them had expected such a brutal battle to erupt in the outskirts, or so much black blood to be found on the ground. Any awakened who touched it mutated immediately. If reinforcements had not arrived in time to contain the situation, the blood could have created another wave of mutated awakened. Clearly, it was a new weapon developed by the Abyssal race. The generals began talking at once. Those abyssal monsters are causing trouble in the eastern outskirts again. That black blood is terrifying. The moment it infects an awakened, it changes their bloodline. Let me handle those despicable abyssal demons, and I'll wipe them out. Commander, give the order. I swear I'll fight the abyssal monsters to the death. Calm down. Let's hear what Commander Yin has to say first. The black blood has already been sent to the laboratory. We should have the test results soon. The banner commanders filled the room with discussion. The Crimson Blood Army was one of the core military forces of the Nation of 9 Provinces and one of its 18 legions. The entire legion answered directly to Commander Yin Shishue, with more than a dozen banner commanders beneath him. Every one of them was a formidable expert above level 70 or 80. A single banner contained roughly 30,000 awakened soldiers, forming an immense and powerful force. Each awakened soldier was known as a battle officer. They were the elite of the Nation of 9 Provinces, deployed across its major war zones to protect humanity. Inside the conference room, Yin Shishue tapped the table. Brothers, it looks as though the Abyssal race is planning something big. Everyone needs to remain especially vigilant in the coming days. The banner commanders had expected as much. Yin Shishue continued. What is the situation with Li Zhangjiang? Several days earlier, he had sent Li Zhangjiang to reinforce the defenses at the Abyssal Caverns and wanted to know whether anything had happened there. One banner commander reported, Commander, ever since Commander Li reached the caverns, the area has been completely quiet. The monsters appear to have made no moves at all. Yin Shishue frowned. Strange. No enemies have appeared at the caverns, yet vast amounts of black blood showed up in the eastern outskirts. The banner commanders exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. After a moment of thought, Yin Shishue made his decision. Send Commander Zhao and Commander Zhou to the caverns immediately. Reinforce the defenses and report any abnormality at once. Yes, Commander. Banner commanders Zhao and Zhou rose and left. The others kept their eyes fixed on Yin Shishue. His gaze sharpened. Have we learned anything about that young man, Sovereign? Sovereign's defeat of the Lord of Death boss had made him famous. Experts regarded his potential highly and even believed he might one day surpass Sun, the greatest expert in the Nation of 9 Provinces. Yin Shishue had dispatched several officers to find Sovereign, but after many days they had learned nothing. The young man clearly had no intention of showing himself. The banner commander responsible for the search knelt. Commander, I failed to locate Sovereign. I am willing to accept punishment. Yin Shishue's expression remained stern at first, but then his brow relaxed. Forget it. It isn't your fault. Sovereign has tremendous potential. So naturally, he will not reveal his identity easily. If his identity is exposed, he will probably attract a great deal of trouble. The banner commanders watched Yin Qixue closely. His eyes narrowed, and his voice rang through the hall. Recall every unit assigned to search for Sovereign immediately. Send them back into the city and put them in charge of defending the border around the ancient city of the 9 provinces. Remember, the situation is tense. If you encounter anyone suspicious who is neither a citizen of the nation of 9 provinces nor carrying a valid travel permit, kill them without mercy. The nation of 9 provinces enforced strict laws. Any foreigner who entered without documentation was considered an illegal intruder. Several had slipped through the net in the past and caused multiple disturbances. Yin Qixue issued such severe orders to preserve the nation's stability. Yes, Commander. The banner commander dared not delay. After receiving his orders, he immediately left the conference room. Once the man was gone, Yin Qixue continued, I hear samples of the black blood have been extracted and sent to the laboratory, where a brilliant bloodline geneticist is studying them. I believe it will not be long before we uncover the secret behind this blood's ability to mutate the human body. For now, every banner commander must remain alert. During a crisis like this, we must be more cautious than ever. We cannot afford the slightest carelessness. I even have a feeling that the abyssal race, after lying dormant for decades, is about to make a major move. The banner commanders' faces turned ashen, their anger difficult to contain. They knew their own power was limited, yet they bore the immense responsibility of protecting their nation and homes. Who could have predicted that the battle in the eastern outskirts would reach such a scale? It was one of the greatest upheavals of the past 18 years. Meeting adjourned. Yin Qixue turned coldly and left the room. The remaining banner commanders exchanged silent looks before departing one after another. By then, I had already arrived at the training grounds. A vast crowd of awakened stretched before me, each practicing their own magic skills. Dazzling spells blossomed across the open field like fireworks at a festival, almost too many for the eye to follow. Every awakened here was an outstanding talent who had passed layer after layer of selection to enter Vermilion Bird Academy. They possessed exceptional magical aptitude and fierce determination. If they studied diligently at the academy, they were sure to achieve great things one day. For me, however, there was nothing left to practice here. Tap, tap, tap. A figure approached from ahead. Young man, your class is in complete chaos. Where did you go, and why aren't you managing them? I stopped and looked up to find my class instructor. Ever since I had joined class 14 of year 10, he had thought highly of me and appointed me class leader. He expected me to keep the class under control. Instead, I had wandered around and ignored its discipline entirely, which clearly displeased him. Seeing his dark expression, I quickly smiled. I went to the Magic Treasure Pavilion to look at some skills. I didn't realize I'd be neglecting my responsibilities. I'm sorry, I could not reveal my identity, so that was the only explanation I could offer. The instructor's expression softened slightly. Forget it. I've already seen what you can do. Before entering the academy, you scored only 300 points. I appointed you class leader because your presence impressed me. Your behavior today is disappointing. For now, you're relieved of the position. I'll have Qiu Zhang manage the class. Once your strength improves, I may consider reinstating you. I smiled. That's fine. I didn't neglect my duties today. I'll perform better in the future. The instructor nodded. Good. You can go. Come find me if you need anything. With that, he left. I watched his retreating back and murmured, Qiu Jiang, you actually gave him the position. I wonder whether that's your loss or my good fortune. I had every right to say that. Even before entering Vermilion Bird Academy, my spells had dealt tens of thousands of damage, making me stronger than many low-level instructors. I simply had not shown my full strength because I did not want to expose my identity. By now, I could deal tens of millions of damage in a single second. Removing an expert like me as class leader was certainly the instructor's loss. Still, losing the position suited me just fine. I no longer had to manage the class and could focus on clearing dungeons, killing bosses, and claiming rewards. Just then, two figures approached from the side. Punk, with damage as pathetic as yours, you thought you could be class leader? The instructor finally removed you. Go level up and kill some monsters. The speaker was Qiu Jiang, who had mocked me before. The woman beside him was the player who had always treated me with open contempt. The two of them, I glanced up, then ignored them and prepared to leave. I did not need to think hard to guess that they were probably responsible for my removal, but I had already reached an entirely different level. I had no interest in dealing with weak awakened who had only just entered Vermilion Bird Academy. Rather than waste time trading insults, I would focus on becoming stronger. When they saw me walking away, anger rose across Qiu Zhang's face. The woman was even more dissatisfied and sneered. You're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to act tough in front of us? I pretended not to hear. After taking a few steps, I activated the login function for the Sanctuary Demon Tower. White light flashed, and I vanished instantly. Damn it, that brat ignored us. Qiu Zhang grew even angrier. The woman scoffed. Brother Qiu, didn't you say you were going to teach him a lesson? Are you really letting him leave? Qiu Zhang sneered. Don't worry, we'll enter the game space and chase him. The woman understood. Both turned into white light and disappeared. My mind felt much clearer. I no longer experienced the dizziness that had struck me the first time I entered the Sanctuary Demon Tower. My greatly increased spirit had made a clear difference. Whoosh, I arrived in the ancient city of the 9 provinces. 2 more bursts of light sounded behind me. I knew Qiu Jiang and the woman had followed, but I did not look back. Humph, could your intentions be any more obvious? I sneered inwardly. Do you really think someone who scored only 300 points on the academy entrance test is an easy target? My expression, however, remained perfectly calm. The next moment, I walked toward the dungeon hall, preparing to enter a dungeon. I still had 2 instant kill uses of Midas Touch available today, and I intended to spend one on a boss. I soon reached the entrance to a level 40 dungeon. Very few awakened were present, nothing like the crowds around lower-level dungeons. High-level awakened were rare, after all. Strength formed a pyramid, and true experts always stood at its peak. Huh, there's a new level 40 dungeon. Beside the level 40 dungeon I had planned to enter, the Chaotic Demon Sea, I suddenly noticed another dungeon of the same level. This one is farther back, so its actual difficulty may be higher. Intrigued, I opened its information panel. Dragon Soul Battlefield. Level 40. Introduction. The longer you survive and the more enemies you kill, the greater your rewards. Drops. Level 35 to 45 equipment, weapons, elemental crystals, accessories, and rare items. Reward. Quality treasure chest. Status. Not cleared. This is the one. Light flashed through my eyes. I was level 40, so I could only enter level 40 dungeons. Without that restriction, I would already have challenged level 50, level 60, or even higher dungeons. With such powerful magic, I naturally chose the highest level map available. However, this dungeon was extraordinarily difficult. Several days earlier, the nation of 9 provinces and 7 or 8 other nations, including Sakura Island, the White Bear Nation, and the Beacon Nation, had discovered these mysterious ruins in a secluded mountain range. Each nation had consequently acquired pioneering rights. Those rights meant that once ruins were discovered, each nation's military could participate in exploring and developing the map. Demon towers had descended around the globe and created the game space, with one tower appearing inside each nation. Secret techniques bound the towers to their respective countries, creating separate territories in both reality and the game space. To provide their awakened with places to kill monsters and level up, nations first had to explore ancient ruins in the real world. 7 or 8 superpowers had jointly explored the Dragon Soul ruins. Once the nation of 9 provinces completed its portion, dungeons of different levels automatically appeared within its game space. Only then could its awakened fight monsters, clear maps, and grow stronger. The nation of 9 provinces ranked among the 3 strongest powers in the world, yet its losses in the Dragon Soul ruins had still been severe. 10,000 commander, 2,000 commanders, 800 commanders, and more than 21 junior officers. This map was no ordinary place. A typical level 40 awakened could never enter it safely. Even so, I walked directly into the Dragon Soul Battlefield dungeon. A clear system notification immediately sounded in my mind. Great mage, would you like to spend 10 million gold to enter this map? My eyes lit up. As expected of a high-level map, it even charges an entrance fee. Fine, I accept. You have paid the 10 million gold entrance fee. Teleportation in progress. Please wait. Friendly reminder. This map is extremely difficult. Exercise great caution after entering. I nodded with a smile. The system really was thoughtful, going so far as to warn the awakened personally. Whoosh. White light enveloped me. The ground seemed to vanish beneath my feet, and weightlessness carried me toward an unknown destination. I soon sensed that Qiu Jiang and the female player had reached the dungeon hall as well. They watched me pass the level 10, level 20, and level 30 dungeons and enter a level 40 dungeon directly, leaving them utterly stunned. Am I seeing things? He actually entered the Dragon Soul battlefield. Qiu Jiang froze, disbelief filling his eyes. All three of us had only just entered Vermilion Bird Academy. Merely distinguishing themselves enough to earn admission had filled Qiu Jiang and his companion with pride. At that moment, however, their pride vanished without a trace. The female player exclaimed, "Brother Qiu, could Jiang Feng be the descendant of some ancient family?" The instructor said the Dragon Soul Dungeon was only recently explored. It's incredibly dangerous, and the authorities haven't even cleared certain areas. One wrong move could cost someone their life, or trap them in the game forever. Where did he find the courage to go inside? Qiu Jiang smiled bitterly. Exactly. We're only level 18, so we can't even enter a level 40 dungeon. And the entrance fee alone is 10 million. My God, is Jiang Feng actually a hidden expert? Qiu Jiang began to tremble as a terrible premonition rose within him. At that moment, the woman said, "I'm afraid we may have offended someone we shouldn't have." Qiu Jiang fell silent. The instant I entered the Dragon Soul battlefield, I found myself in a bizarre world where a starry sky met a sea of fire. I stood on a thick stone pillar, and a single careless step would send me plunging into the blazing inferno below. A spectacular sky stretched overhead, meteors tracing beautiful arcs through the stars. Rock walls rose on every side, while winged monsters flew or perched in the distance. 9 magma geysers spewed molten rock into the air. The waves of heat left my mouth dry and my lips pale. The system issued a warning. You have entered the Dragon Soul Dungeon. Do not leave the explored region. Entering an unexplored region will sever your connection to reality. At best, you will be trapped in place. At worst, a mysterious power will devour you, potentially resulting in death. I sucked in a cold breath, my heart tightening with alarm. I hurriedly opened the map. Green zones were safe. Yellow dots marked supply NPCs. Blue zones contained ordinary monsters and gathering resources. Red zones indicated boss spawn points, and gray zones were unexplored territory. As long as I avoided the gray zones, I could travel safely everywhere else. I decided to descend along a crude stone staircase. Whoosh! A blonde female player suddenly streaked past me. I looked up and fixed my gaze on her. Thud! The woman descended from the sky and landed in front of me, kicking up a cloud of dust. You little thing, you actually came here without a flying item? The female awakened looked at me with contempt. I stopped and stared at her. No one else was around, so she was clearly talking to me. A foreigner comes here and acts this arrogant? Who are you calling a little thing? I replied with a smile. I knew that only level 50 awakened could equip flying items. Since she had descended from the sky, she must have won. That placed her at level 50 or higher. Brat, one look tells me you're from the nation of 9 provinces. If you don't like what I said, come fight me. She beckoned contemptuously. Annoyance stirred inside me. I seem to encounter people like this everywhere. You want me to send you flying back home? Fine. I'll grant your wish. The moment I finished speaking, I cast Ice Wall Fortress. Boom. Even at level 1, Ice Wall Fortress unleashed tremendous magical force. Critical hit. True damage. Eternal power. Minus 5,115. Eternal power. A cascade of damage numbers sent the female awakened flying backward, the ice wall shoving her body completely out of control. That minor spell alone stripped away more than 100,000 HP. Only 1% of her health bar remained. She had to be a warrior to possess so much HP in the first place. The impact threw her into the air. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, she hurriedly produced her flying item and tried to stabilize herself. However, my SSS talent, Dragon's Wrath, activated and paralyzed her in place for 10 seconds. Dragon's Wrath. When a skill is cast, there is a 95% chance of inflicting Dragon's Roar. If the target becomes frightened, it is paralyzed in place for 10 seconds. In a battle between experts, even a single second could determine victory or defeat. The female awakened had never imagined that my magic would be powerful enough to leave her paralyzed for 10 full seconds. At that moment, she was so helpless that she wanted to cry but could not. I swung the Heaven Demon Staff and instantly unleashed a searing fireball. Critical hit. True damage. Eternal power. The fireball dealt 5,055 damage. The female awakened died on the spot. There was no chance she was coming back. She had only a little over 100,000 HP, so she was no match for me. My magic was monstrously powerful, enough to kill thousands upon thousands of enemies with ease. My critical hit rate had reached 75%. Combined with my SSS talent, Azure Dragon Force, my magical damage instantly doubled. With every one of my bonuses stacked together, the female awakened had never stood a chance of escaping death. At the same time, the system notification sounded. You killed Moondance. wind chime, and gained EXP. You have reached level 41 and received 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. Golden light surrounded me as my level rapidly rose. I extended my right arm. The short rod emitted dazzling golden light, and a stream of radiance shot toward the female awakened's corpse. The system notifications continued. You used the SSS plus talent Midas Touch on Moondance, Wind Chime's corpse, and obtained 35 Constitution. A 10x multiplier reward was triggered, granting you 350 Constitution. My Constitution rose from 2,910 to 3,260, an increase of roughly 10%. My HP rose sharply along with it. The female awakened's corpse transformed into golden light and gradually scattered like dust. An item radiating black light dropped from the sky. My gaze locked onto it, and I quickly picked it up. The system announced, "Congratulations. You obtained the flying item Cloud Climbing Demon Vine." Excitement flashed through my eyes as I immediately examined the treasure. Cloud Climbing Demon Vine, 6 sockets available. Level 50. Rank, Rare. Class, Universal. All attributes plus 60. Effect, spend 100 mana to activate flight. While flying, consumes 3 mana per second. Description, a rare plant from the chaotic demon sea, carefully fashioned by a master blacksmith. This treasure is excellent. I celebrated inwardly. I had once heard about flying items at Azure Wave Academy's training grounds. When the instructor introduced them in class, every student's eyes had shone with longing. Flying gear was something all awakened dreamed of possessing, and I was no exception. Without hesitation, I placed the treasure in my inventory. I could not equip it until level 50, so I still needed to keep leveling. My progress was already extremely fast, but I was in no hurry. I simply wanted to make myself even stronger. Once I equipped a flying item, my travel speed would increase dramatically. More importantly, flying gear was exceedingly rare, with a market price in the tens of billions. I had obtained this one by killing the female awakened, and I would never sell it casually. I drank 2 blue potions to quench my thirst, then continued down the steps. Tap, tap, tap. My stride remained steady. A blurred figure suddenly appeared ahead. It looked tiny at such a great distance, and I could not tell whether it was an enemy or an awakened from the nation of 9 provinces. When I opened the map, I saw a yellow marker over the figure. An NPC? My heart stirred. Perfect. I can restock. I quickened my pace and approached. Great adventurer, is there anything you need? My shop may be small, but I carry a complete selection. I'm certain I have something for you. The NPC's tone was enthusiastic. The temporary shopkeeper possessed intelligence. When he saw me arrive, his eyes shone eagerly. I'll take a look first and let you know if I need anything. I avoided his gaze and scanned the goods on the table. The wide variety immediately caught my eye. Weapons, items, equipment, scrolls. All kinds of merchandise covered the table in a seemingly chaotic spread, though each row had been separated by category. I opened the details of several weapons and pieces of equipment. It did not take long to realize they were all ordinary. None suited me, so there was no reason to buy them, much less try to resell them for a profit. I shifted my attention to the item section. 3 elemental crystals? Excitement flashed through my eyes. I immediately asked the shopkeeper, "Boss, how much are these elemental crystals?" Finding 3 at once felt like discovering a treasure. Such crystals were exceptionally rare and usually appeared only as random dungeon drops. Even NPC shops seldom sold them. The NPC replied, "There are 2 fire crystals and 1 life crystal. Each costs 1 billion gold, or I can sell you all 3 for 2.8 billion. I tested his flexibility. I'll take all 3 for 2.5 billion. I knew that would already be cheap. At auction, a single crystal might sell for anything from over 1 billion to 5 billion gold. To my surprise, the NPC agreed immediately. Deal. I smiled, delighted. Perhaps my luck really was excellent if bargaining could succeed this easily. I produced the gold and completed the transaction. Ding. Congratulations. You spent 2.5 billion gold to purchase 3 elemental crystals, the system announced. Ding. You obtained 2 fire crystals. Ding. You obtained 1 life crystal. As the system notifications echoed in my mind, I immediately socketed the 2 fire crystals into my weapon. These crystals would help me tremendously. Fire crystal. Level 1. Attribute. Fire element power plus 20%. Description. Enchanting equipment carries a risk of failure, but high luck greatly increases the success rate. Life crystal. Level 1. Attribute. HP plus 20%. Description. Enchanting equipment carries a risk of failure, but high luck increases the success rate. I socketed both fire crystals into the Heaven Demon Staff in my hand. Its attributes changed immediately. Heaven Demon Staff, 5 sockets available. Level, 40. Rank, Legendary. Class, Mage. Attributes, Spirit plus 1,250. Luck plus 650. Critical hit rate plus 60%. Effect 1. Permanently increases HP or mana by 3 whenever an enemy is killed. Effect 2. Fire magic power plus 60%. 3 fire crystals socketed. Description: a powerful weapon once lost in the Wraith Cavern. Effect 2 had leaped from its original 20% bonus straight to 60%. With my current magical output, the improvement was enormous. At the same time, a new line labeled Fire Magic Amplification appeared on my status panel. Fire Magic Amplification for 160%. I calculated it mentally. 200% came from critical hit bonus damage, 200% from my SSS Talon Azure Dragon Force, and another 60% from the Heaven Demon Staff, for a total of 460%. Combined with each spell's innate power, my damage was explosive. A single fireball could deal over 5 million magic damage. With continuous casting, my single target damage could reach 50 million per second. At present, mages, archers, and assassins had only a little over 100,000 HP. Even warriors, with the highest defense and greatest health pools, possessed little more. A few elite warrior classes could reach several 100,000 HP, or perhaps approach 1 million. But 50 million magic damage would still be fatal to them. My sights were set far beyond opponents like that. Even stronger awakened were my true targets. Light flashed through my eyes as I socketed the remaining life crystal into a treasure in my inventory. The flying item Cloud Climbing Demon Vine, which only a level 50 awakened could equip. Cloud Climbing Demon Vine. Level, 50. Rank, Rare. Class, Universal. Attribute, all attributes plus 60. Effect 1. Spend 100 mana to activate flight. While flying, consumes 3 mana per second. Effect 2. HP plus 20%. Description: a special plant from the chaotic demon sea, fashioned by a master blacksmith. The rare flying item had originally possessed 6 sockets. Now it had 5 remaining. A 20% increase meant only 1/5 more HP, but because I had accumulated so much health already, the actual improvement was striking. After buying the 3 elemental crystals, I checked my balance. I still had roughly 1.5 billion gold. I could enter only 1 dungeon each day, and finding an NPC shop was not easy. Whenever I encountered a valuable treasure, I had to buy it decisively. At the far end of the item section, I discovered one last object, a master blacksmith's clay jar. After softly reading its name aloud, I opened the information panel. Master blacksmith's clay jar. Item level, 13. Rank, unknown. Quantity, 1. Description: an ordinary clay jar with little monetary or collectible value. Depending on the user's luck, it may contain several common items. Price, 1 million gold. I bought it without hesitation. Ordinary stores did not sell bottles and jars like this one, so it was still relatively rare. 1 million gold was not much. I could treat it like buying a lottery ticket. If it contained nothing valuable, so be it. With my high luck, trying random reward items often enough might eventually produce a real treasure. Ding! You spent 1 million gold and obtained a master blacksmith's clay jar. As the system notification sounded, I commanded without hesitation, "Open it." Ding! You opened the master blacksmith's clay jar. Thanks to your extraordinarily high luck, you obtained 18 special items. EXP potions. EXP potion, level, 30, quantity, 18, description, usable below level 50. Grants a large amount of EXP upon use. Cannot be used after exceeding level 50. I froze in amazement. My luck is absurd. A worthless clay jar actually produced this many EXP potions. EXP potions had an extremely low crafting success rate. Even elite potion makers succeeded only 3% of the time. The ingredients were precious, the cost enormous, and the market price prohibitively high, so hardly anyone was willing to specialize in making them. I've struck gold. I was delighted. I had been worried that my level was too low to equip the cloud-climbing demon vine, only to obtain exactly what I needed. Without hesitation, I began drinking the EXP potions. Congratulations! You consumed an EXP potion and gained 2.56 million EXP. You have reached level 42 and received 8 free attribute points and 8 skill points. Continue consuming. My level rose rapidly. EXP poured in, and my stockpile of skill points kept growing. Eventually, I broke through to level 50. System notifications sounded without pause as my strength soared in an instant. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, I had gained 10 levels, earning a total of 80 free attribute points and 80 skill points. Without hesitation, I assigned all 80 free attribute points to Spirit. My Spirit rose from 4,090 to 4,170, my mana increased, and my overall attributes improved slightly. Next, I invested 59 skill points in Hellfire, reducing its mana cost and cooldown while increasing its area damage. Hellfire reached level 60, with power exceeding 3 million. It could damage every enemy within a 90 by 90 yard area and stun them for 5 seconds. Its cooldown was only 1 second after the Dragon Serpent magic ring cut it in half. Excitement surged through me as my strength climbed again. I placed the remaining 21 skill points into Boil the Seas, Burn the Heavens. This epic spell covered an even wider area, burning every enemy within 280 by 280 yards while stealing 5% of their HP. Its cooldown was still fairly long, but raising the skill level could eventually reduce it to 1 second, and the Dragon Serpent magic ring would cut that to just half a second. A life-stealing area spell dramatically increased my combat power. I pictured myself standing amid a horde of monsters with magic shield active, unleashing area spells as my HP constantly refilled. The very thought was exhilarating. After assigning all my skill points, I opened my status panel. Sovereign. Level 50. Class, Eternal Mage. Talents, Midas Touch, Stage 2, SSS+. Dragon's Wrath, Stage 3, SSS. Azure Dragon Force, Stage 1, SSS, plus 200% magic power. Attributes, Constitution 3,320, Spirit 4,170, Strength 561, Agility 567, Luck 1,697. Skills, Fireball LV 100, Thunderclap Strike LV 100, Hellfire LV 60, Boil the Seas, Burn the Heavens LV 22, and numerous other high-level spells. Gold, more than 1.5 billion. Equipment, Blooddrinker Pendant, Frost Pendant, Heaven Demon Staff, Moonshadow Cloak, Magic Armor, Dragon Serpent Magic Ring, minus 50% skill cooldown, and more. Mount, Snowfield Draconic Steed, plus 4% to all attributes, plus 150% movement speed. Inventory, 95 red gold rank potions, 80 blue gold rank potions, several silver rank warhorses, rare cloud climbing demon vine. Looking at those powerful numbers, I knew I still needed to become stronger. I might be absolutely invincible at my current level, but there was still a gap between me and pseudo-gods above level 90, let alone true gods at level 100. Now that I had reached level 50, I could finally equip the cloud-climbing demon vine. I did so without hesitation. Emerald vines coiled around me, bathing my entire body in green light. Fly, I commanded mentally. With a sharp rush, I shot into the sky. Mana cost indicators appeared without pause. My MP began falling rapidly as true flight commenced. The moment I took off, a blue minus 100 mana appeared above my head. A stream of minus 3 mana notifications followed every second. That was the cost of activating and maintaining the flying item. Since this was my first time using it, my body felt uncomfortable, and I constantly feared I might fall. Fortunately, my coordination was excellent. My agility had reached 567, even higher than that of assassins and archers at my level. As I experimented, I gradually found my balance in the air. As long as my mana did not run out, I could remain aloft indefinitely. Whenever I accelerated, 2 streams of green light sprayed behind me like the exhaust of a race car, tracing long trails across the sky. The cloud-climbing demon vine performed exceptionally well, carrying me wherever I wanted to go in mere seconds. As my flying became more practiced, I landed in a secluded corner and removed the item. I then noticed a new training option on my panel. According to the system, the function unlocked only after level 50. Training could improve weapons, equipment, accessories, and other items by killing monsters or feeding them gear. I placed my Tier 8 legendary staff into the feeding slot. The interface immediately displayed. Training, Heaven Demon Staff, feed value, 0/100 billion. I stared in disbelief. The system was unbelievably stingy. A single staff required 100 billion feed points. How long would it take to earn that by killing monsters and sacrificing equipment? My mouth twitched, but I still placed a silver-rank chestnut warhorse into the feeding slot. Ding! You used one chestnut warhorse, silver rank, as feed to train the Heaven Demon staff. The Heaven Demon staff has gained feed value. Heaven Demon staff training progress updated. 35000/100 billion. The notification left me with a headache. Training the Heaven Demon staff would clearly be extraordinarily difficult. Still, that did not matter. It was a legendary weapon, after all. If I ever completed its training, its level would surely skyrocket. For now, I was only exploring level 40 and level 50 dungeons, so there was no need to rush the training of such a high-tier weapon. Once I entered level 80 or level 90 dungeons, training this legendary Heaven Demon staff would undoubtedly become far more efficient. With that decision made, I removed the Heaven Demon staff from the training slot. After some thought, I replaced it with the cloud-climbing Demon Vine. Then I took an unused warhorse from my inventory and used it to train the flying item. Ding! You used one white warhorse, silver rank, as feed to train the cloud-climbing Demon Vine. The cloud-climbing Demon Vine has gained feed value. Cloud-climbing Demon Vine training progress updated. 35000/1 billion. That sounded far more reasonable. The cloud-climbing Demon Vine required 1 billion feed points to level up. The number was still enormous, but at least it felt achievable. A 100 billion point project could never be completed in a short time. After confirming everything, I rode the cloud-climbing Demon Vine back into the sky. I returned to the yellow marker, the NPC shopkeeper. After checking carefully, I found nothing else I needed and left. I opened the map and noticed that the number of yellow markers was gradually decreasing. When I had first entered the map, I could see 3 or 4 of them. As those NPC markers disappeared, I realized that many other awakened were exploring the map. After an NPC shop sold its goods, it would slowly vanish unless someone else found it in time. That did not matter. I had finished training my item and did not need another NPC for the moment. My goal was the blue zones, or even the red ones. The newly opened level 40 Dragon Soul battlefield contained fierce monsters, which meant abundant EXP and valuable drops. Whoosh! With a rush of displaced air, I shot into a blue zone. After so much practice, my control over the flying item had become increasingly skillful. My speed kept rising, allowing me to cover several kilometers in the blink of an eye. When I landed, searing heat rose from the ground. My face felt as though it were being roasted, while steam curled from my pants and shirt. If not for my high attributes, the environment alone would already have forced me to retreat. Whoosh! I quickly activated Magic Shield. Blue light surrounded me, and a white barrier bar appeared over my red health bar. Magic Shield could block both physical and magical damage, adding 500,000 effective HP and giving me an immense sense of security. Its protection was even stronger than a warrior's. I had activated it mainly to resist the scorching temperature. My HP had been dropping continuously before, but now I had nothing to fear. Roar! A thunderous bellow shook the ground. I steadied myself, activated the cloud-climbing Demon Vine, and flew into the air. A melee monster could no longer reach me, while I could freely bombard it with magic from above. I opened the monster's status panel. Dragon Soul Brute. Level 40. Rank Platinum. HP 3000000/30000000. Attack 9,500 physical/0 magic. Defense 6,558 physical/4,219 magic. Skills: Earth Splitter LV 40, Heavy Hammer LV 35, Soul Devouring Roar LV 20. My eyes narrowed. Platinum denoted a high-level elite monster. Monster ranks progressed through bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, rare, epic, and legendary. Platinum and everything below it counted as elite monsters. Gold and platinum were low and high-level elites respectively, while bronze and silver were ordinary monsters. Diamond rank monsters, especially those above diamond, were boss-class entities. This Dragon Soul Brute was around level 40, yet its power already exceeded that of many low-level bosses, demonstrating how dangerous the monsters in the Dragon Soul dungeon were. It was a melee creature more than 2 meters tall, with a dragon's head and the heavily muscled body of a powerful man. Dark red from head to toe, it radiated raw strength and held a crescent halberd thicker than my arm. Roar! Its furious bellow unleashed a powerful sound wave that whipped my hair backward. I laughed. No matter how angry you get, you still can't reach me. A playful grin crossed my face. As a mage, hovering high above a monster that could not attack me while I cast spells that felt wonderful. Hellfire! I raised my staff and launched a searing orb downward. Its magical force shook the surrounding space as a fiery meteor smashed into the monster. The meteor exploded with a deafening crash. Struck as if by a blow from beyond the heavens, the creature was engulfed in flames and slammed to the ground. The monster possessed 3 million HP, but it could not withstand magic damage in the tens of millions. Fire consumed it, inflicting unimaginable agony, and it died with a final crash. The system announced, "You killed the platinum rank monster Dragon Soul Brute and gained a large amount of EXP." Faint golden light surrounded me, filling me with delight. A single monster had provided more than 2 million EXP, an abundant reward. Smiling, I extended my right hand. The totem mark on the golden rod suddenly glowed, as though it had sensed something. Whoosh! With a soft sound, I prepared my next move. A stream of golden light instantly struck the monster. Its body disappeared, dissolving into dust that scattered through the air. A clear system notification sounded in my mind. You used the SSS Plus Talent Midas Touch on the corpse of a Dragon Soul Brute and obtained 38 luck. The Stage 2-1 10x multiplier reward has been triggered. A 7x multiplier was applied, granting you 266 luck. I smiled at the result. Whether because fortune favored me or because my luck was already so high, I had finally gained another substantial boost to that attribute. Every monster I killed brought generous rewards. My strength continued to rise, the changes visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the cloud-climbing demon vine I was training made clear progress. Its feed value rose by more than 3,000 from the previous 3,500. At this rate, it would reach its limit soon. I continued flying forward, feeling the heat rising from the ground while keeping my gaze fixed on the map. Several blue dots suddenly appeared. Excellent. I found a monster pack. As I approached, I saw countless burly figures standing below. The monsters noticed me and roared in unison. I opened their status panels. Dragon Soul Brute. Level 40. Rank Platinum. HP 3, 500, 000/3, 500, 000. Attack Physical/Magic. Defense 6,888/4,358. Skills Earth Splitter LV 45, Heavy Hammer LV 38, Soul Devouring Roar LV 23. Dragon Soul Archer. Level 42. Rank Platinum. HP 3, 200, 000/3, 200, 000. Attack 1,500 Physical/Magic. Defense 5,687 Physical/4,854 Magic. Skills Blazing Arrow LV 55, Multi-Shot LV 20, Explosive Arrow LV 15. Dragon Soul Mage. Level 46. Rank Platinum. HP 4, 150, 000/4, 150, 000. Attack 500 Physical/Magic. Defense 3,598 Physical/6,785 Magic. Skills Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Lightning LV 55, Magic Shield LV 25, Blood Sacrifice LV 17. I stared at the powerful monsters, delighted. This was exactly the prey I wanted. Nothing felt better than wiping out an entire horde at once. I raised the Heaven Demon Staff and aimed at the monsters ahead. The staff immediately erupted with dazzling golden light. Boil the seas, burn the heavens. I had endured countless challenges, and every battle made me more proficient in controlling my skills and power. As I defeated one powerful enemy after another, my practical combat experience accumulated. My will and technique grew steadily more resilient. When the final monster fell, a tremendous force poured into my body, as though the entire world had opened itself to me. At that moment, I understood that my strength had reached a new level. My agility, physical power, and spiritual perception had all improved dramatically. My growth was reflected not only in numbers, but also in my longing to explore the unknown and my determination to persevere through every hardship. When the dungeon activation began, I resolved to take control of the entire situation. I studied each step carefully and prepared strategies for every possibility in advance. Any oversight could lead to failure, so I had to remain completely focused. At the same time, I knew I could not accomplish the objective alone. I therefore communicated actively with my teammates, pooled everyone's ideas, and developed the best possible plan. We worked together, continuously revising and refining it. In the end, the dungeon opened successfully, and as the leader, I secured control of its crucial permissions. That achievement affirmed my abilities, but it was also a victory for the entire team. The moment the secret realm opened, I eagerly stepped into the unknown territory. My eyes shone with a desire to explore, and every step was firm. At the same time, a mysterious woman quietly appeared at the secret realm's entrance. Her arrival seemed to conceal some hidden purpose. She wore a long black dress. Ink black hair spilled over her shoulders, while a veil covered most of her face and left only a pair of deep eyes visible. Her mysterious, captivating presence drew my attention. I was curious about her identity and purpose, yet also full of anticipation for the expedition ahead. I knew the secret realm concealed countless mysteries and treasures, and perhaps the two of us would prove essential to uncovering them. On a bright, sunny afternoon, Lu Xiang finally revealed the secret I had dreamed of discovering. She quietly told me the precise location of a legendary treasure. She had guarded that knowledge for years and shared it only after deciding I was worthy of her trust. An indescribable light shone in Lu Xiang's eyes, as though she shared an inseparable bond with the treasure. She said it was hidden in a remote and secret ancient temple, with the key to its sealed chamber concealed in the temple's depths. Excitement overwhelmed me. I knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I thanked Lu Xiang for trusting me and promised to keep the secret. From that day forward, I embarked on an adventure to find the treasure, and Lu Xiang became an indispensable companion. As a member of the Lu family, Lu Xiang had watched me closely from the moment I entered the dungeon. Instinct, and what felt like the call of fate, had drawn her attention to me. She sensed that I was connected to the treasure by countless invisible threads. As time passed, and Lu Xiang came to understand me better, she discovered that I was not only brave and resourceful, but also deeply passionate about the treasure. Then, on a clear afternoon, when I left the dungeon exhausted but with determination still burning in my eyes, she approached me and began a conversation. "Jiang Feng, I've been watching you for a long time," Lu Xiang said directly, her voice clear and steady. "I believe we share the same goal, to find the legendary treasure. Will you work with me?" Her sudden proposal caught me by surprise, but excitement quickly flashed through my eyes. "Lu Xiang, I've heard of your reputation. The Lu family truly lives up to its name." I smiled. "Since you have the same goal, why don't we uncover that unknown secret together?" A common purpose brought the two of us together. We began planning how to enter the land of treasure, a place filled with both danger and opportunity. Every step would present a challenge, but no matter how difficult the road became, we believed mutual trust and cooperation would make anything possible. From that point onward, Lu Xiang's fate and mine became tightly intertwined, and our story truly began. We would face countless trials in the future, but as long as we held on to our dreams, a road would always stretch beneath our feet. I understood that the path ahead was filled with danger and uncertainty. Every step could lead into a trap. I resolved to remain calm and respond cautiously. A single impulsive act could destroy the entire plan. The old saying that a moment's impatience could ruin a grand design had never felt more appropriate. I chose to observe the situation, adjust my strategy as needed, wait for the best opportunity, and achieve my goal at the lowest possible cost. However, when we reached the entrance marked on the mysterious map, a group of men suddenly surrounded us. Their leader warned sternly, "This is our territory. Outsiders are forbidden from entering." Determination filled my eyes, revealing both my desire for the map and my resolve. No matter what it took, that map would be mine. I took a deep breath and replied calmly, "We mean no offense. We're only passing through and searching for clues. If you're willing to tell us about this place, we can pay you." The man sneered, his gaze sharp as a knife. "You expect us to believe you? This isn't a place where you can come and go as you please." As the tension mounted, Lu Xiang stepped forward. "Perhaps we can approach this another way. I understand that you're worried about your safety and interests, but what if we guarantee that we pose no threat?" The man frowned, wavering slightly. "You can guarantee that?" Lu Xiang nodded and handed him a small box. "This contains a written contract stating our promise. If you allow us inside, we'll obey every rule and leave as soon as our mission is complete." The man accepted the box and studied it for several minutes. When he looked up, surprise filled his face. "Very well. Since you've shown such sincerity, we'll give you one chance. Remember, if you violate the agreement, you'll bear the consequences." I breathed a sigh of relief and looked gratefully at Lu Xiang. She gave me a faint smile, her eyes steady, as though everything remained under control. With the obstacle removed, Lu Xiang and I entered the legendary secret realm. The landscape was bizarre. Ancient trees towered overhead, strange flowers and plants covered the ground, and a mysterious presence permeated the air. It looks like we found the right place, I said excitedly. Yes, but the real challenge is still ahead, Lu Xiang replied with a nod. We pressed on, encountering strange creatures and traps of every kind. With Lu Xiang's help, along with my courage and ingenuity, we overcame each difficulty. Every success deepened our coordination. At last, we reached an ancient temple deep within the forest. Its doors were tightly shut and covered in intricate ruins. After examining them closely, I said, "This is the final barrier." Lu Xiang nodded, and we stood side by side before the door. Suddenly, a breeze carried a gentle song from the distance. Power flowed through the melody, bringing peace to everything around us. "What is that?" I asked, puzzled. "The Guardian's song. Only someone who truly understands it can open the door," Lu Xiang explained. I closed my eyes and felt the melody with all my heart. When I opened them again, a key had appeared in my hand, the key to the treasure. The doors slowly opened, releasing dazzling light that illuminated the entire area. Lu Xiang and I exchanged smiles, then entered together and began a new adventure. The temple's magnificent, mysterious decorations left us in awe. Gemstones embedded in the walls emitted a gentle glow, while a peculiar stone carving at the center seemed to recount an ancient story. "We found it," I exclaimed. "Don't rush. There may be mechanisms or traps here," Lu Xiang warned. Before she had even finished speaking, the floor shook. The walls slowly shifted aside, revealing a passage underground. We exchanged a look and decided to explore deeper. We descended a narrow staircase and reached a spacious underground chamber. A gigantic treasure chest stood at the center, its surface covered in runes. I tried to open it, but it did not move at all. "It appears we need to find the correct method," Lu Xiang said. Rapid footsteps suddenly sounded in the distance. We immediately became alert and prepared for danger. But the person who appeared was a kindly old man in a robe, leaning on a cane. "You are the young people who came in search of the treasure, aren't you?" he asked with a smile. I nodded. "Yes, senior. Do you know how to open this chest?" The old man nodded. "I can tell you, but first I must test your wisdom and courage." He waved his cane, and several puzzle-like patterns appeared on the floor. Each represented a different trial, solving riddles, fighting, or working as a team. Only those who completed every challenge would learn how to open the chest. "Are you ready?" the old man asked. "Of course," I replied firmly. What followed put our astonishing abilities and teamwork on full display. We found the best solution to every puzzle, and even the most difficult battles ended in victory because we trusted and supported one another. When we had completed every trial, the old man nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. You have proven yourselves." He handed me a golden key. "Use this to open the chest." I carefully inserted the key and turned it. A soft click sounded, and the treasure chest opened. Gold, silver, and jewels filled the interior, along with priceless artifacts and an ancient volume containing long-lost knowledge. "Thank you for your help." I bowed gratefully. "You're welcome, young man," the elder said with a smile. True wealth is not merely material. It also lies in what you learn along the journey and the friends you make. Carrying that valuable lesson with us, Lu Xiang and I began our return journey. The road ahead remained full of uncertainty, but we had become stronger, braver, and more hopeful. Lu Xiang and I set out on our return journey, our hearts full of hope for the future. We had no idea that the true trial had only just begun. Not long after we left the temple, the sky abruptly darkened. Black clouds gathered, and thunder rolled overhead. A storm was approaching, so we quickened our pace and searched for shelter. "We need to get out of the rain." I looked around and spotted a dilapidated wooden cabin not far ahead. It had fallen into disrepair, but it was still better than being drenched. We hurried into the cabin. The interior was dark and damp, with the smell of mildew hanging in the air, but at least it offered temporary shelter from the storm. Just as we relaxed, a strange sound came from one corner. "Who's there?" Lu Xiang asked tensely, tightening her grip on her weapon. A figure emerged from the darkness. It was an exhausted-looking old woman whose eyes held both caution and curiosity. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" she asked in a hoarse voice. I hurried to explain. "We're travelers passing through. There's a storm outside, and we only want shelter from the rain. We mean no harm." The old woman seemed only half convinced, but she showed no hostility. She sighed. "Since you're already here, you may stay for a while. But this place isn't safe. You'd be better off leaving soon." The moment she finished speaking, hurried footsteps and shouts sounded outside, as though someone were searching for something. Lu Xiang and I exchanged uneasy looks. Were these the companions of the men from before, or had another enemy arrived? "Quickly, follow me," the old woman whispered. She led us through a concealed path and into a hidden chamber. The little cabin contained an entire secret space. "I have hidden here for many years," the old woman said. "Those people have hunted me all this time because I know too many secrets." She told us of ancient legends, lost civilizations, and hidden treasures, all connected to the temple we had explored. The old woman had once taken part in that expedition and now lived in seclusion to guard its secrets. Once we heard her story, Lu Xiang and I became even more determined to protect that precious knowledge. We decided to help the old woman oppose those driven by greed and continue uncovering the mysteries of this strange land. Amid the raging storm, three strangers came together to face an unknown challenge. It was destined to become an unforgettable journey. We spent a sleepless night in the hidden room while the storm outside seemed to pave the way for our coming adventure. When sunlight shone through the broken windows the next morning, the three of us prepared to depart. "First, we must find the hideout of those greedy people," the old woman said firmly. "They will not give up easily." I nodded, a plan taking shape in my mind. "We'll set a trap and draw them out." Lu Xiang added excitedly, "Exactly. We'll pretend we discovered an important clue and deliberately leak the news. They'll walk straight into our trap." The three of us began planning. We spread word that a secret lay in the temple's depths and hinted that we possessed the crucial clue. Sure enough, the news soon reached the group. They could hardly wait to seize the opportunity. To ensure the plan succeeded, I prepared a treasure chest as bait. It looked ancient but was packed with mechanisms. Once triggered, the trap inside would imprison anyone nearby. When everything was ready, the three of us appeared at the agreed time and immediately drew the group's attention. The moment our targets arrived, they rushed to seize the treasure. Just as they began celebrating, click, the chest snapped shut and trapped the first several men. Countless lights flared across the surrounding walls, illuminating the chamber and revealing its hidden machinery. The place was actually an enormous maze. An escape required solving its riddles. The men panicked and fled in every direction. Lu Xiang, the old woman, and I watched calmly, occasionally giving them hints and warnings. That made the ordeal more entertaining while keeping everyone safe. After many setbacks, they finally found the exit and learned quite a few lessons. The experience did more than teach the greedy men a lesson. It also helped Lu Xiang and me understand the importance of protecting cultural heritage. We therefore resolved to guard this mysterious land together and keep its secrets out of evil hands. When the final greedy intruder slunk away, the three of us exchanged smiles, filled with accomplishment. Yet we knew this was only the beginning of our adventure. The true challenge still lay ahead. "What do we do next?" Lu Xiang asked, anticipation shining in her eyes. After a moment of thought, I said, "We must find more clues and solve every mystery in this land. Only then can we truly protect it." The old woman nodded. "We must also remain wary of those greedy people. They will not give up so easily." While we were still discussing our plans, hurried footsteps suddenly approached. A young man ran in, panting. He looked exhausted, but determination remained in his eyes. "My name is Li Ming," he introduced himself. "I'm an archaeologist studying the history of this land. I heard you found an important clue, and I'd like to join your expedition." Lu Xiang and I exchanged a glance, then looked at the old woman. When she nodded her approval, the four of us formed a new team and set out on another journey. Over the next several days, we crossed dense forests, climbed steep mountains, and descended into seemingly bottomless caves. At every destination, we found new clues and gradually pieced together the history and secrets of this land. The deeper we traveled, the more dangers we faced. Inside one ancient ruin, we encountered a gigantic trap built from intricate mechanisms. Once triggered, it would set off a chain of explosions and destroy the entire site. Fortunately, I noticed a flaw in time and led everyone to safety. On another occasion, ferocious beasts attacked us beside a mysterious lake. The creatures were enormous and immensely strong, as though controlled by an unknown power. Faced with those formidable enemies, none of us retreated. We worked together and eventually drove the beasts away. The experiences deepened our friendship and taught us many valuable skills. As we drew closer to the truth, we also came to understand why protecting this land mattered so much. At last, we discovered the crucial clue inside an ancient temple deep within a valley. The beautifully decorated structure had been perfectly preserved and radiated mystery. An ancient book inside recorded the entire history and every secret of the land. This place had once been the heart of a prosperous civilization with highly advanced science and culture. But a single catastrophe destroyed that civilization overnight, leaving behind only ruins and legends. The greedy intruders had come in search of its treasure. After reading the book, all four of us were stunned. We decided to reveal the truth to the public and call for the protection of the land. We carried the book back to the city and organized an exhibition that attracted enormous attention. The public was fascinated by the region's long history, and the government decided to grant it special protection. From then on, Lu Xiang, the old woman, Li Ming, and I became its guardians. We continued exploring and searching for more clues while spreading the message of cultural preservation. The journey became one of the most unforgettable experiences of our lives. We did not stop after the exhibition. Knowing that more challenges awaited us, we founded the Mysterious Lands Guardian Alliance, an organization devoted to exploring and preserving cultural heritage. I served as its first president, developed our plans, built a database, and partnered with research institutions around the world to share resources. Lu Xiang became captain of the field team and led a group of courageous explorers on expeditions to distant regions. The old woman taught younger members how to protect precious historical sites, while Li Ming continued excavating archaeological secrets and uncovered even more valuable information. As time passed, the Mysterious Lands Guardian Alliance gradually expanded and attracted experts from countless fields. We survived innumerable dangerous adventures, solved difficult problems, and uncovered secrets hidden behind the world itself. By chance, the Alliance once discovered an ancient tunnel leading underground. It connected several unknown regions and concealed countless mysteries. After overcoming layer upon layer of hardship, our team finally reached the tunnel's end, a fantastical world. We met the strange creatures who lived there and established friendly relations. Both sides communicated, learned from each other, and explored ways for all life to coexist in harmony with nature. The Mysterious Lands Guardian Alliance became a legend that inspired countless people to pursue their dreams and explore the unknown. Lu Xiang, the old woman, Li Ming, and I became heroes admired by later generations. Years later, people would look back on that glorious history and marvel at how ordinary individuals had overcome hardship through unwavering conviction and achieved extraordinary things. For my friends and me, however, it was only the beginning. We looked to the future and believed that with love, dreams, and courage, nothing was impossible. I stood at the edge of a forest and peered through the dense canopy toward an eastern woodland shrouded in ancient legend. According to those tales, the sanctuary of an ancient expert lay hidden there, filled with limitless secrets and power. Countless adventurers had tried to find it, yet none had succeeded. I longed for power, and curiosity burned within me. I knew that if I found the sanctuary and learned the wisdom of its ancient master, I could break through my limits and become a true expert. I therefore decided to embark on that dangerous journey into the unknown. Challenges and hardship exist everywhere along the journey of life. Some people face those difficulties bravely, convinced that only effort and struggle can overcome obstacles and achieve their goals. They are strong and courageous, never surrendering lightly and never inventing excuses for failure. Others always find excuses and evade responsibility when difficulties arise. They complain about bad circumstances, inadequate resources, or a lack of support while rarely reflecting on their own shortcomings. Such avoidance only drags them into deeper trouble. Truly powerful people make no excuses. They focus on solving problems, confront their weaknesses, and work to improve. Only by continuously challenging ourselves can we become stronger. Those who constantly offer excuses are merely fleeing reality and are destined to stagnate. We should learn from the strong, face our flaws with courage, struggle onward, and realize our dreams. I stood at the edge of the forest, gazing through the dense trees at the legendary ancient woodland to the east. Stories claimed that the sanctuary of an ancient expert was hidden there, containing countless secrets and tremendous power. Innumerable adventurers had tried to find it, but none had succeeded. This time I will find it. Fierce longing burned within me. If I could obtain the ancient expert's wisdom and power, perhaps I could break through my limits and become truly strong. With that hope, I set out on the dangerous journey into the unknown. Just as I prepared to enter the forest, light footsteps sounded behind me. I turned to find Lu Xiang, the old woman, and Li Ming catching up. "Why are all of you here?" I asked in surprise. "We're teammates. We can't let you face the danger alone," Lu Xiang said with a smile. The old woman nodded. "We are one unit. We should face every challenge together. Li Ming added, I also want to see what treasures are hidden inside that sanctuary. The four of us exchanged smiles and entered the dense forest together. We followed thorn-covered paths and climbed steep cliffs until we finally reached an ordinary-looking cave. A closer examination revealed intricate runes covering the entrance, clearly an ancient defensive formation. This is the place we've been searching for, I said excitedly. Wait. Lu Xiang grabbed my arm. There's a stone tablet over there with some instructions on it. We followed her pointing finger and found a tablet covered in writing nearby. After careful study, we deciphered its message. Only the truly courageous and intelligent could enter the sanctuary and obtain the power within. It appears we'll have to pass a trial, Li Ming said thoughtfully. The moment he finished speaking, the cave began to shake. Its walls slowly shifted aside, revealing a narrow passage. Encouraging one another, the four of us entered cautiously. The passage was filled with mechanisms, but our trust and coordination allowed us to neutralize every danger. At last, we reached an enormous underground hall. A massive stone statue of an ancient expert stood at its center. Before the statue lay a thick book with the source of power written across its cover. This is what we were searching for, I exclaimed, just as we prepared to open it. Dazzling light burst from the book and illuminated the entire hall. A voice rang out from within the radiance. Congratulations on passing the trial. Please accept this power. The light gradually faded, and smiles appeared on all four of our faces. We knew this was only the beginning of our adventure. Countless unknowns still waited to be explored, and this experience would remain in our memories forever. My companions and I stood in the hall as the last traces of light disappeared. We looked at one another, our eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. This was not merely the end of one adventure, but the beginning of a new journey. We really passed the trial. Lu Xiang cheered. Her voice echoed through the empty hall, as though even the stone statue were celebrating our success. The old woman smiled, wisdom shining in her eyes. True power lies not only in the knowledge inside a book, but also in the unity and resilience we show when confronting hardship. Li Ming nodded. Exactly. This experience helped us understand one another better, and it taught us the importance of courage and wisdom. At that moment, the heavy cover of the source of power slowly opened. Its yellowed pages recorded the cultivation methods and secret martial techniques of ancient experts. The four of us sat around the book and studied intently, immersing ourselves in an ocean of knowledge. As time passed, my companions and I gradually mastered the book's skills. Our bodies became stronger, and our spirits rose to a higher state. More importantly, learning together deepened our friendship. Although we knew nothing about the power hidden in the source, an unexpected guide soon appeared. The elder possessed profound eyes and immense experience. After careful examination, he determined that a valuable treasure map was concealed within the source. The elder appraised it and confirmed that the map pointed to a secret cache. My companions and I immediately set off, filled with excitement, on another journey into danger and uncertainty. Along the way, our courage and determination helped us overcome obstacle after obstacle. When we finally reached our destination, we discovered a group of ferocious guards watching it closely. Faced with those powerful enemies, my companions and I refused to retreat. A fierce battle erupted, every exchange taut with danger. After a grueling struggle, we finally defeated every guard. Victory came not only from our strength, but also from our wisdom and courage. Once the battle ended, we began excavating the treasure, our hearts full of anticipation. When the final shovelful of earth was removed, a radiant pendant appeared before us. It was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also filled with tremendous power. The elder said it could increase strength by 8,000, making it a priceless treasure to us. My companions and I stared at the treasure, shocked and delighted. It represented more than wealth. It was proof of our courage. We did it. Lu Xiang leaped excitedly, exhilaration shining in her eyes. The old woman smiled and nodded, her expression filled with satisfaction. It was all worthwhile. Li Ming picked up the pendant and examined it carefully. This treasure really is unusual. It seems to conceal a mysterious power. The pendant suddenly emitted a gentle light that illuminated the entire treasure site. A voice spoke from within the radiance. Congratulations on obtaining this treasure. But true power comes from inner resolve and unity. The light faded, and all four of us smiled. We knew this was only the beginning of our adventure, with even more mysteries waiting to be explored. The experience would remain one of our most unforgettable memories. My companions and I stood in the dimming glow and looked at one another, excitement and anticipation filling our eyes. This was not simply an adventure's conclusion, but the beginning of a new journey. We passed the trial. Lu Xiang cheered. Her voice echoed through the empty hall, as though even the stone statue were applauding us. Lu Xiang had never imagined happiness would arrive so suddenly. She had believed her life would remain ordinary until she met me, and everything changed. In her eyes, I was not only handsome and gentle, but also possessed extraordinary abilities. What amazed her most was that I had obtained a pendant capable of increasing strength by 8,000, causing my power to surge. I had found it through a chance encounter. Mysterious light radiated from it, as though limitless energy lay sealed inside. The instant I put it on, tremendous force surged through my body. My muscles grew harder, my speed rose dramatically, and I seemed to become a new person blessed with superhuman strength. With the pendant, I felt completely confident about exploring future secret realm maps. One day, a discordant voice broke the peace of the martial arts university campus. I was a gifted student, but my rising reputation had made me a thorn in the side of an academic star. He thought extremely highly of himself, possessed extensive knowledge, and often dominated scholarly contests, yet he could not tolerate my ascent. He deliberately confronted me and hurled provocations, hoping to wound my pride. My friend Lu Xiang saw everything, and anger ignited within her. She knew my gentleness and resilience and would not allow anyone to provoke me without cause. She stepped forward and challenged the academic star to a debate. Her words were sharp and her logic flawless, leaving him speechless. Humiliated and furious, the academic star actually challenged me to a duel to the death, determined to prove his strength and status. His declaration sent tension through the entire crowd. Every eye turned toward the sudden conflict. Lu Xiang later admitted that she had been deeply worried at the time. She knew I was strong, but a powerful family stood behind the academic star, making the duel extraordinarily dangerous. She feared I would be injured and lose both my future and my dreams. Unexpected trouble descended quietly upon the campus. A chance incident had placed Chen Wei, the brilliant academic and elite fighter, and me on opposing sides. Our contest would test not only intelligence and courage, but also command the entire school's attention. As the news spread, more and more students gathered. Some were merely curious to witness a clash between experts, while others hoped to learn something that would improve their own abilities. Both Chen Wei and I felt the weight of every watching eye, but neither of us lost focus. The pressure only intensified our desire to fight. I took a deep breath and steadied myself, ready for battle. Chen Wei smiled, confidence flashing in his eyes as though he could already see his victory. While the crowd watched without breathing, our confrontation began. Fists tore through the air, our footwork became a blur, and tension filled the entire arena. Every collision drew cries from the audience, and every movement could decide the outcome. The fight was more than a contest of victory and defeat. It challenged the limits of who we were. Whatever the result, Chen Wei and I would remember the experience as an important step along the martial path. For the spectators, that day was destined to become a campus legend. On that turbulent afternoon, the entire campus seemed frozen in time. Every gaze focused on our ultimate showdown. Chen Wei and I were both hailed as geniuses among geniuses, and our duel transcended ordinary competition to become a supreme collision of intellect and strength. No one could predict the outcome. On the day of the duel, sunlight broke through the clouds and fell across the arena as though preparing the stage. The audience held its breath. Even the normally noisy corners of the campus fell silent while everyone waited for the decisive moment. At the referee's command, time seemed to slow. My eyes were as deep and still as an ancient well. Across from me, Chen Wei radiated the ferocity of a wild beast. As the Academy's acknowledged top fighter, he was brimming with confidence. Then I moved. It was one simple technique, yet it contained limitless strength and wisdom. My strike seemed as swift as lightning and as clear as a movement in slow motion. In a single instant, I dismantled every layer of Chen Wei's defense and ended the fight with effortless grace. The entire audience erupted in disbelief. My one strike had done more than defeat Chen Wei. It had redefined the word genius. I had won everyone's admiration. Excellent work, Jiang Feng. You upheld the honor of Martial Arts University. Jiang Feng, you're the best. Jiang Feng, I love you. Let me have your babies. Cheers filled the arena. The university president and the martial arts grandmasters beamed with approval. That young man is extraordinary. He will become a pillar of the Dragon Nation. They all declared that I deserved the finest training. The grandmasters continued praising me, while the president of Martial Arts University grinned from ear to ear. You flatter him. The boy still needs much more tempering. Despite his modest words, the pride on the president's face was impossible to hide. At that moment, a beautiful woman emerged from the crowd and approached me. She wore a long white dress, and her hair flowed over her shoulders. Her gentle smile and otherworldly elegance made her look like an immortal maiden. Congratulations, Jiang Feng. I froze for a moment, then smiled. Thank you, Instructor Lin. She was my homeroom instructor, Lin Qian. Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction. You didn't disappoint me. You did very well. I'll keep working hard. My voice was resolute. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Lin Qian nodded, then suddenly said, Come with me. I need to tell you something. Yes, Instructor Lin. I followed her behind the grandstand. Do you know which power stands behind Martial Arts University? Lin Qian's expression turned solemn. Dragon God Mountain. I answered without hesitation. Correct. Dragon God Mountain is the sacred land of martial arts in the Dragon Nation. Countless experts live there, guarding our country. Lin Qian spoke with deep reverence. I want to become a warrior of Dragon God Mountain and protect the nation too. My voice remained firm. Ambitious. You became this year's martial champion, so you are qualified to join Dragon God Mountain. But you must still pass its trials. They will test your strength, your mind, and your perseverance. Only by passing every trial can you become a true warrior. Lin Qian's tone was serious. I'm not afraid of any trial. I'll pass them all. I was filled with confidence. Good. I believe in you. Go prepare. In 3 days, I'll take you to Dragon God Mountain for the entrance trial. Lin Qian smiled. Yes, Instructor Lin. I nodded, turned, and left. I later learned that Lin Qian watched my retreating figure with a satisfied smile. Jiang Feng, I hope you don't disappoint me. Pass Dragon God Mountain's entrance trial and become a true warrior. 3 days passed quickly. I spent the entire time preparing intensely for Dragon God Mountain's entrance trial. Becoming one of its warriors would never be easy, so I had to give it everything I had. I was confident that I would pass every trial and ultimately stand at the summit of Dragon God Mountain. That day, Lin Qian led me away from Martial Arts University and straight toward Dragon God Mountain. Located at the heart of the Dragon Nation, the mountain towered majestically into swirling clouds, resembling an immortal realm. Jiang Feng, this is Dragon God Mountain. Are you ready? Lin Qian asked seriously. Instructor Lin, I'm ready. I replied firmly. Good. Let's go. Lin Qian nodded and led me up the mountain. The rugged path twisted upward like a coiling dragon. The climb would have challenged ordinary people, but for 2 martial artists, it was effortless. We soon reached the summit. A magnificent palace towered there, with 3 great characters carved above its gates. Dragon God Hall. Shock filled me. So this was Dragon God Mountain, the sacred land of martial arts. It was magnificent. Jiang Feng, we've arrived. This is Dragon God Hall, the heart of Dragon God Mountain. Lin Qian said with a smile. Let's go inside. Yes, Instructor Lin. I nodded and followed her. The interior of Dragon God Hall was vast, almost like an independent world. Countless martial artists trained, sparred, and exchanged insights there. Longing rose within me. This was the world of martial artists I had always dreamed of entering. Jiang Feng, wait here. I'll go report our arrival. Lin Qian said solemnly. Yes, Instructor Lin. I nodded and waited where I stood. Before long, Lin Qian returned. An elder wishes to see you. Follow me. Yes, Instructor Lin. I followed her deeper into the hall. Inside a hidden chamber sat an old man with white hair and a face covered in wrinkles. His presence felt ancient yet majestic. It pressed down like a mountain, almost making it difficult to breathe. Jiang Feng greets the elder. I stood respectfully before him. Not bad. Not bad at all. The elder nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Jiang Feng, I know that you are this year's martial champion and possess extraordinary strength. Lin Qian tells me that you wish to join Dragon God Mountain and become a warrior who protects the nation. Is that true? The elder smiled as he asked. Yes, elder. I am determined to join Dragon God Mountain and protect the nation. My answer was unwavering. Ambitious. However, becoming a warrior of Dragon God Mountain requires passing a series of grueling trials. You may even lose your life. Are you not afraid? The elder's tone turned severe. Elder, I'm not afraid. Even if it costs my life, I will protect the nation. Determination filled my gaze. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. A warrior of Dragon God Mountain must possess accountability, responsibility, and a sense of duty. Can you do that? Yes, I absolutely can. Then I will give you an opportunity to attempt the entrance trial. If you pass, you will become a warrior of Dragon God Mountain. I accepted excitedly. The elder instructed me, return for now. Someone will take you to the trial tomorrow. I nodded and left. The elder watched me go with an expectant smile. Jiang Feng, I hope you live up to our expectations and pass every trial. The next day, Lin Qian led me to Dragon God Mountain's trial grounds. The site contained many checkpoints, each guarded by a powerful martial artist. Jiang Feng, this is where the entrance trial takes place. Only by passing every checkpoint can you become a warrior of Dragon God Mountain. Lin Qian explained. Some stages test your strength, while others test your mind and perseverance. Prepare yourself. Instructor Lin, I'm ready. Then begin. Lin Qian stepped aside. I took a deep breath and entered the first checkpoint. To become a warrior of Dragon God Mountain, I had to pass every trial. My gaze remained firm. I believed I could do it. I later learned that Lin Qian watched my figure disappear with expectation filling her heart. Jiang Feng, you must succeed. Deep within Dragon God Hall, a mirror appeared before the elder, displaying my image. Elder, Jiang Feng has begun the trial. I know. The elder stared at me in the mirror and said gravely, I hope you don't disappoint me. The first checkpoint tested strength. The moment I entered, I encountered a martial artist whose strength matched my own. Defeat me, and you may pass. Very well. With a low shout, I charged immediately. We clashed in an instant, moving so quickly that only afterimages remained. Violent impacts echoed one after another. Our strength was evenly matched, and neither side could claim victory at first. Unwilling to prolong the battle, I unleashed my full power. My attacks crashed down upon him like a raging storm. The martial artist staggered backward again and again until one final punch sent him flying into the wall. Ugh! He coughed up blood, his face instantly turning pale. You lost, I said, looking at him seriously. The martial artist admitted bitterly. Yes, I lost. You're too strong. I'm no match for you. I smiled. Thank you for the match. I knew I had passed the first checkpoint, leaving me both excited and tense. But this was only the beginning. More stages waited ahead. I could not become arrogant and had to remain vigilant. A sudden rush of air sounded, and a cold glint shot straight toward me. Watch out, the martial artist shouted, but it was already too late. The concealed weapon sliced across my arm. Blood sprayed, and I cried out in pain as my face went pale and cold sweat poured from my skin. Damn it, there are hidden weapons here. I cursed inwardly. Are you all right? The martial artist asked with concern. I shook my head. It's only a minor wound. I'm fine. The concealed weapon is part of the trial. Be careful, he warned. I nodded and continued toward the second checkpoint. The second stage was filled with concealed weapons. Cold flashes flew without pause. My expression turned grave, but I refused to retreat. Only by passing every checkpoint could I become a warrior of Dragon God Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold projectiles kept slicing through the air as I faced the challenge with unwavering resolve. I fixed my eyes on the approaching flashes, my expression extraordinarily solemn. I dodged rapidly, struggling to evade weapons flying at tremendous speed from treacherous angles. But there were too many, and they moved too quickly. I could not avoid them all. Rip! A cold projectile tore through my clothes, and blood sprayed. Within a few breaths, wounds covered my body, and blood had dyed my clothing red. Damn it! How can these weapons move so fast? I cursed inwardly. I had believed my strength would let me evade them easily. I never expected the barrage to be so fierce. This can't continue. I must find a way to block them. I resolved. While dodging at full speed, I swung both hands. Spiritual energy transformed into sharp swords that smashed into the incoming projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. Spiritual energy collided with cold metal in a series of deafening explosions. My energy knocked several projectiles away, but many others pierced my defense and continued straight toward me. There are too many. I can't block them all. Anxiety rose in my heart. No matter how many I struck aside, more kept coming. Several fresh wounds opened, spraying blood. If this continues, I won't last much longer. My face turned ashen under the unrelenting pain. I had to find a way through soon, or I would certainly die. If this is the second checkpoint, there must be a method to overcome it. The realization suddenly struck me. I shouldn't focus only on dodging. I need to study their trajectories and find the weakness. As I evaded the weapons, I carefully observed their flight paths. I soon discovered that the projectiles did not move chaotically. Together, their trajectories formed an array. So that's it. This hidden weapon array follows a pattern. Delight surged within me. If I break the array, I'll pass the second checkpoint. A confident smile appeared on my face. I had not expected the second checkpoint to test my ability to dismantle an array. For me, that was simple. I had studied countless formations at Dragon God Mountain, including many advanced ones. Breaking this array would be easy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The concealed weapons continued tearing through the air. Instead of simply fleeing, I maneuvered with precision and rapidly swept my hands forward, launching streams of spiritual energy at exact points along their attack paths. My strikes instantly disrupted the weapons' trajectories. One after another, they veered away and shot harmlessly to the side. I did it. I smiled. I had successfully dismantled the array and passed the second checkpoint. Once the formation vanished, a passage to the third checkpoint appeared. I breathed a sigh of relief. The second test had been exceptionally difficult. If I had not recognized the pattern in the weapon's trajectories, I might never have endured it. Still, I did not relax. I knew the third checkpoint would be even harder. Whoosh. My body flashed as I rushed into the passage. When I entered the third checkpoint, my expression turned grave. It was an enormous martial arena surrounded by iron cages, each holding a gigantic demonic beast. The creatures radiated tremendous power, and their eyes burned with killing intent. Hiss! The beasts saw me and roared, surging closer. I understood that this stage required killing the beasts. Anyone without sufficient strength could never win. Whoosh! A ninth-stage body-tempering beast pounced, its sharp claws slashing toward my head. I remained calm, dodged nimbly, and drove my fist into it. Bang! The punch sent the beast flying, but did not seriously injure it. Hiss! The beast roared and prepared to attack again. After being knocked away, it became even more furious and lunged at me with repeated snarls. Humph! You're courting death. I dodged rapidly, then slammed another fist into the beast. This time, I attacked with everything I had and held nothing back. Boom! A single punch blew the beast apart, spraying blood in every direction. After killing it, I immediately dodged aside and rushed toward another. My goal was to kill as many beasts as possible, as quickly as possible, and pass the third checkpoint. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind howled as I moved like a phantom, dodging without pause while driving punch after punch into the beasts and killing them one after another. Yet despite my strength, their numbers were immense. They poured endlessly from the cages on every side and attacked in a frenzy. I soon became trapped in a brutal struggle, and wounds began appearing across my body. If my body had not been so powerful, I would already have collapsed. This can't continue. There are too many beasts. I'll never kill them all. I frowned, anxiety tightening my chest. I have to think of another way. My expression darkened as I watched more beasts stream endlessly from the surrounding cages. If I could not devise a strategy quickly, I might remain trapped in the third checkpoint forever. Since this is a trial, there must be a way through. I thought. The beasts were numerous, but not especially strong. Even the mightiest had reached only the ninth stage of body tempering. With my strength, I might not be able to kill them all, but blocking their attacks was not difficult. If I endured until the end, I would surely pass the test. A faint smile appeared on my face. I had not expected the third checkpoint to test my defense. For me, that should have been easy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The beasts attacked wildly, raking their sharp claws toward me. I remained calm and dodged nimbly, striking with both hands to block each attack. I darted constantly across the martial arena, narrowly avoiding danger every time. The battle between the beasts and me became extraordinarily fierce. Day after day passed, and the pressure on me kept growing. My body was powerful, but the beast's relentless attacks still covered me in wounds. At this rate, I won't last much longer. My face darkened as pain throbbed through my injuries. I had to pass the third checkpoint soon, or I might remain imprisoned forever. Since it's a trial, there must be some way to clear it. My eyes flickered with thought. All the beasts were kept in iron cages. If I could open those cages, would that complete the test? I surveyed the gigantic cages surrounding me, and a bold idea formed. There was no path of retreat. I could only try. Whoosh! I flashed toward one of the enormous iron cages. Clenching both fists, I drove one punch forward. Bang! The cage shook violently, but refused to budge. This cage is incredibly strong. I frowned. I had not expected even my ninth-stage body tempering strength to fail against it. Humph! I refused to believe this. I snorted and struck the cage repeatedly. Bang! 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 Dull impacts echoed, but the cage remained as solid as a fortress. My expression darkened as my wounds worsened. If I could not break the cage, I might never escape this predicament. At that moment, a demonic beast lunged at me, its claws reaching for my head. I dodged in a flash and drove out my fist. Bang! The beast went flying. My expression became even graver. I knew I had to open the cages quickly. Then I noticed the beast blood covering the ground, and inspiration struck. This blood can help me cultivate. I acted immediately, sitting cross-legged and beginning to cultivate the blood demon scripture. As the blood demon scripture circulated, the beast blood on the ground gathered around me and was absorbed into my body. My aura instantly became violent, while my wounds healed at astonishing speed. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from within me and surged toward the sky. Peak 9th stage body tempering. Feeling the transformation in my body, I smiled. I had never expected the beast blood to raise my cultivation from the middle of the 9th stage all the way to its peak. Now I should be able to break this cage. I rose and approached it. After taking a deep breath, I punched. Boom! The cage shattered under a single blow, and a demonic beast rushed out. I dodged while punching it away. The beasts were powerful, but I had reached the peak of the 9th stage, and my strength had risen dramatically. They were no longer my match. I smashed one cage after another, sending each emerging beast flying. Before long, I had destroyed every cage in the arena and driven back all the beasts. Suddenly, rumbling filled the air. The entire arena shook violently, as though it were about to collapse. My expression changed. I dodged rapidly and drove one fist into the ground. Boom! My punch opened a deep crater, and I dropped into it. I finally passed the 3rd checkpoint. I smiled as I watched the arena collapse. I knew that if I passed the 4th checkpoint, I would become an initiate disciple of Dragon God Hall. I moved quickly, escaping the collapsing arena and reaching the outside. That was close. I could not help wiping cold sweat from my brow. The danger had been real. If I had moved even one step slower, the arena would have buried me completely. I took a deep breath, wasted no time, and flew into the distance. I needed to find a place to stabilize my cultivation, then obtain resources and continue improving my strength. The divine realm was full of danger. I could not delay becoming stronger. I flew into a mountain range. It contained many demonic beasts, but none posed a real threat to me. Deep within the mountains, I found a cave, entered it, and began cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, I exhaled a breath of stale air and opened my eyes. My peak 9th stage body tempering cultivation is finally stable. Power surged through my body, and a smile appeared on my face. My strength had doubled. Even without using a divine ability, my physical power alone could easily defeat a body refinement martial artist. Next, I need to obtain more resources and break through to the 10th stage of body tempering as soon as possible. I stood, left the cave, and headed deeper into the mountain range. Day after day, I hunted demonic beasts, collected their cores, and steadily raised my cultivation. A year passed. I advanced from the peak of the 9th stage to the early 10th stage of body tempering. My storage ring was filled with beast cores and spirit herbs. The harvest had been abundant. At my current speed, I can reach the peak of the 10th stage in 3 more years. Then I can attempt to enter the Chi refinement realm. The thought of a Chi refinement martial artist's power filled me with anticipation. I also longed to uncover the secrets of the divine realm's great experts. It's time to accept the mission for my title promotion. The moment I finished speaking, my body flashed and disappeared from the mountain range. Peace returned to the mountains, as though nothing had ever happened. I reappeared in an enormous city, Guiyuan City. It was the only prosperous city nearby, home to countless martial artists and even experts of the Chi refinement realm. I walked through the bustling city with a rare smile on my face. What a lively place, I murmured. I had been in the divine realm for a year, but I had spent most of that time cultivating in seclusion among the mountains and rarely interacted with the outside world. Since I finally had a chance to emerge, I decided to explore properly. Along the way, I encountered many novel sights. The divine realm was indeed abundant in resources. After wandering for half a day, I reached a magnificent palace in Guiyuan City, the mission hall, which issued and accepted the completion of all kinds of missions. I walked straight to the mission board and announced loudly, "I want to accept the title promotion mission." Everyone nearby turned to stare in surprise. A title promotion mission required the advanced 10th stage of body tempering. I had reached only the early 10th stage, so why did I think I could accept one? The elder in the mission hall looked me up and down. "Are you certain you want a title promotion mission?" My expression remained firm. "I'm certain." After a moment of thought, the elder handed me a token. "This is your mission token. Bring it back after completing the assignment, and you can advance your title and claim a generous reward. Keep it safe. If you lose it, You cannot submit the mission. I understand. I accepted the token, fully aware that it was tied to my damage increase. I could not afford to be careless. The elder waved me away. Very well. You may go. I said nothing more and turned to leave. I later learned that the elder watched my retreating back in surprise. His cultivation is low, but his physical body rivals that of a chi refinement martial artist. What an interesting young man. I hope he returns alive. I knew nothing of the elder's thoughts. By then, I was already standing outside the mission hall and studying the token in my hand. Level 800 demonic beasts? I wonder how powerful they are in the divine realm. I hope they aren't too weak. Battle lust flashed through my eyes. My body blurred, and I vanished instantly. When I reappeared, I was already several miles away. From then on, I hunted demonic beasts while traveling, raising my cultivation as I went. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During that month, my cultivation advanced to the middle of the 10th stage of body tempering. I had collected dozens of level 800 beast cores. The mission was nearly complete. At this rate, I'll finish the mission soon. Once my damage multiplier doubles, my strength will rise dramatically. A smile appeared on my face. What would double damage mean? Even if I encountered a chi refinement martial artist, I would have nothing to fear. Just as my mood improved, my expression suddenly changed. I snapped my head up and looked ahead. Whoosh! A figure tore through the air and entered my field of vision. It was a middle-aged man at the 3rd stage of chi refinement. He carried a demonic beast in one hand. I sensed the aura of a level 8 creature. Hand over the beast in your possession, and I may spare your life. The middle-aged man stared at me greedily, his voice cold. The beast had taken enormous effort to hunt, and its owner was clearly unwilling to surrender it easily. Oh, and what if I refuse? I smiled indifferently, entirely unafraid. I might have reached only the middle of the 10th stage of body tempering, but my strength rivaled the chi refinement realm. I could even battle someone at its 2nd or 3rd stage, so there was nothing to fear. You refuse? Then die. Killing intent flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. He swung his sword straight at my neck. The blade moved so quickly that it reached me in the blink of an eye. I did not move, simply allowing the sword to fall. Clang! The blade struck my body, spraying sparks but failing to injure me in the slightest. The middle-aged man stared in horror. He had used 80% of his strength. That strike could split steel, so how had it produced nothing but sparks? How was that possible? Could my physical body truly rival that of a level 9 demonic beast? Terror covered the middle-aged man's face. He had never expected me to be so powerful. Humph. I'm more than qualified to take this mission. I sneered, flashed in front of the man, and punched. He had no time to react. The blow sent him flying before he slammed heavily into the ground, coughing up blood as his aura weakened. Only then did the middle-aged man understand that level 800 amounted to almost nothing in the divine realm. I walked up to him and sneered. A 3rd stage chi refinement nobody dared to provoke me. You truly don't know the meaning of death. Who are you? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with terror. He could not believe that someone in the middle of the 10th stage of body tempering possessed such a powerful body that even his sword could not penetrate my defenses. Who am I? Someone you cannot afford to provoke. I smiled coldly and swung my sword through his neck. After killing him, I removed his storage ring and threw his corpse to a nearby demonic beast. Once everything was handled, I continued onward. I hunted demonic beasts along the way, steadily improving my cultivation. 3 months later, I reached my destination, a gigantic valley that radiated a powerful demonic beast aura. Level 800 demonic beasts? I hope you don't disappoint me. Battle lust shone in my eyes as I flashed into the valley. Dozens of level 800 demonic beasts were frantically attacking an enormous formation. At its center stood a woman in white. She was my objective, the master of the level 800 beasts. Her. I froze for a moment, then smiled. I had never expected my target to be such a beautiful woman. She noticed me as well, surprise appearing in her eyes. 10th stage body tempering? A human like you dares trespass in my territory? You truly have no idea how to preserve your life. Kill him. At the woman's command, the surrounding beasts attacked me together. Each was roughly level 800. Individually, they posed little threat, but their numbers made them extremely dangerous. I met their assault without fear. My sword moved in a blur, and every stroke cut down another beast. Within moments, dozens of level 800 creatures lay dead beneath my blade. As the woman in white watched, her expression grew solemn. This human has some skill, but does he think that's enough to defeat me? Ridiculous. Attack. Kill him. She snorted, and the beasts beside her lunged at me in a frenzy. Before me, however, they were as fragile as paper. Within a few breaths, Every one of them lay dead. The woman in white stared in terror. "Who are you?" "The man who came to kill you." I sneered and rushed straight toward her. My purpose here was to kill a level 800 demonic beast and take its core to improve my cultivation. Now that I had found my target, I would never let her escape. "You're asking to die." The woman stabbed at me. Her sword was fast, but it could not match my repeatedly flickering movement. I appeared behind her in an instant and drove out my fist. A violent gust struck her from behind. Her expression changed dramatically. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. My fist smashed into her body and sent her flying like a kite with a broken string. She hit the ground and sprayed blood. "How is this possible? How can your strength be so great?" She struggled upright, staring at me in terror, unable to believe the power of my physical body. "This isn't over." I sneered and attacked again. I had no interest in further conversation. I was determined to kill her and take the core. The battle rapidly became one-sided. After only a few exchanges, I defeated the woman in white, took her core, and left the valley. The fight gave me a much clearer understanding of my own strength. With my current power, I'm invincible within the 10th stage of body tempering. But that's nowhere near enough. I must keep improving. Only by reaching the 11th stage can I survive more easily in the divine realm. I took a deep breath. My ambition stretched far beyond the 10th stage. I wanted to become even stronger. Improving would not be easy. I needed sufficient resources. Next, I'll hunt more demonic beasts and use their resources to strengthen myself. Once my direction was clear, I headed deeper into the mountains. For the next 6 months, I hunted beasts without pause and steadily raised my strength. At last, I reached the peak of the 10th stage, only one step from the 11th. The number I killed was astonishing, more than 1,000 at level 800 and countless others below it. When I advanced to the early 11th stage of body tempering, my damage multiplier surpassed 2 million times. At this rate, I knew I would soon reach level 1,200 and qualify for another promotion mission. Completing it would raise my damage multiplier to 5 million times, granting me at least some ability to protect myself in the divine realm. I did not become arrogant. Instead, I grew even calmer. Experts filled the divine realm, and strength was the foundation of survival. Then I remembered a crucial problem, and my expression changed. To accept a promotion mission, I had to reach level 1,200 through my own power. Outside assistance did not count. Does that mean none of the EXP from the beasts I hunted counts? My mood sank. I had believed I could reach level 1,200 and accept the mission in a short time. Now that hope seemed delusional. The rules of this divine realm are insane. I could not help cursing. If I could not advance through my own power, who knew how long reaching level 1,200 would take? Forget it. There's no point overthinking this. I'll find a way past the obstacle. I took a deep breath, suppressed my irritation, and continued onward. Time passed. I remained in the mountains, hunting beasts, accumulating EXP, and raising my cultivation. 6 months later, while I was hunting one day, the distant mountains suddenly shook. Dust billowed into the sky, and a violent presence rushed toward me. My expression changed dramatically, and I quickly hid inside a cave. I was powerful, but even I dared not confront a beast tied head-on. I could only wait for the storm to pass. Vast numbers of beasts stampeded out of the mountains. The weakest were level 800, with level 900 and even level 950 creatures among them. I had never seen a tide of such scale, and shock filled my heart. Ding! You successfully killed the beast tide and gained 30 million EXP. The voice sounded in my mind, immediately followed by another announcement. Congratulations! Your level has risen to 1,250. I smiled. My luck had been exceptional. I had actually encountered a beast tide in the Dragon Soul Sanctuary. The Dragon Soul Sanctuary was inscrutable, hiding countless beasts and treasures amid its dangers. Ordinarily, only the powerful dared enter. For someone like me, the journey offered 9 deaths for every chance of survival. Fortunately, not only had I escaped alive, but I had gained a vast amount of EXP and become much stronger. My strength should be respectable now, I murmured. I knew I already ranked among the best of the younger generation. A gap remained between me and the older experts, but with the system protecting me, my future was limitless. Given enough time, I would surpass my predecessors and reach the summit. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu's concerned voice reached me. "Jiang Feng, are you all right?" I turned to find worry covering her face and smiled. "I'm fine. Why are you here?" Lin Qingzhu had been worried and came specifically to confirm my safety. "I heard you encountered a beast tide, so I came to check on you," she said earnestly. Warmth filled my heart. I knew her concern was genuine. "Thank you. Qingzhu, I replied gratefully. She smiled. There's no need for formality between us. How much EXP did you gain this time? She asked curiously. I answered honestly, 30 million. Lin Qingzhu sucked in a shocked breath, unable to believe I had gained so much. I smiled. I was lucky. The harvest was excellent. She asked again, what level are you now? Level 1250, I replied. Lin Qingzhu stared in amazement. You're 50 levels above me. That's incredible. You're powerful too, I said. I only advanced faster because I have the system. Lin Qingzhu's voice became resolute. Then let's work hard together. I nodded. All right, we'll reach the summit together. From then on, both of us cultivated diligently and advanced toward our goal. We understood that only constant cultivation could increase our strength, and strength was the fundamental guarantee of survival in this world. We also did not forget the people abducted by the beasts. Those disappearances were closely connected to us. Finding the victims might reveal the beast's origin and purpose. Time passed quietly. Half a month went by, and both Lin Qingzhu and I improved dramatically. I, in particular, had become powerful enough to contend with experts of the older generation. Lin Qingzhu had grown extremely strong as well. She could not match me, but no one could underestimate her. Qingzhu, we can search for the people abducted by the beasts now, I said seriously. Yes, we're ready. Lin Qingzhu nodded. She trusted that I could handle the beasts and decided to accompany me. We left the school and headed toward the area where the captives might be held. The search would be dangerous, but we firmly believed our conviction and strength would allow us to rescue them. Before long, we reached a desolate valley frequently visited by demonic beasts. We suspected that the missing people might be imprisoned there. Qingzhu, be careful, I warned. I know, Lin Qingzhu replied cautiously. She understood that danger filled the valley, but she did not retreat and followed me deeper inside. Night fell, and deep roars emerged from the dense forest, as though a terrifying conspiracy lay hidden in the darkness. Gripping my sword, I led the team cautiously through the trees with a solemn expression. I had brought them into the forest to search for the missing villagers. The moment I warned everyone to be careful, a bloody wind struck us and a gigantic demonic beast lunged at me with a roar. I dodged in a flash and slashed back, severely injuring it. The creature counterattacked wildly, but I evaded with agile footwork and sent sword energy crashing into it again and again. It did not take long to kill the beast. At the same time, a horde surrounded the other team members. I shouted for everyone to hold formation and focus their attacks on the beast's weak points. Working together, we counterattacked and finally drove every creature away. Once the fighting ended, the team found the missing villagers in the forest. The captives were already trembling in terror and only relaxed when they saw their rescuers. We helped the villagers to their feet and led them out of the forest. On the return journey, however, I fell into thought. So many powerful beasts could not possibly have appeared by chance. A conspiracy had to be hidden behind the attacks. I had also sensed an eerie aura from the creatures, extremely similar to an evil presence I had encountered before. My brow furrowed. The matter was clearly far more complicated than it appeared, and a deeper secret lay behind it. To uncover the truth, I decided to continue investigating. Over the following days, I led the team through nearby villages and forests, searching carefully. We discovered that the disappearances followed a pattern. Every victim vanished mysteriously at night, and all had visited a barren peak known as Ghost Mountain beforehand. As our investigation deepened, more clues emerged and the truth drew closer. One night, we returned to Ghost Mountain and discovered a concealed underground cavern. The cave was cold and terrifying, with bizarre symbols carved into its walls. Low, unnatural sounds drifted from the depths, as though something were awakening. I took a deep breath and led the way inside. We traveled farther and farther until we reached a spacious hall. A gigantic stone platform stood at the center, holding a crystal sphere that emitted faint light. For mighty, ferocious guardian statues surrounded it. We found our target, I whispered. Be careful, don't awaken the guardians. I approached the crystal sphere. After only a few steps, it suddenly erupted with powerful energy and sent me flying. The four guardian statues awakened as well and launched a furious attack on us. A fierce battle erupted. My team and I fought with everything we had, swinging swords, casting spells, and throwing concealed weapons. But the statues' defenses were overwhelming. Our attacks had no effect, and their counterblows drove us backward. The battle became extraordinarily brutal. Just as our entire team was about to be annihilated, dazzling light suddenly shot into the cavern from outside. A clear voice followed. Stop. Do not harm them. As soon as the voice sounded, some mysterious force seemed to seize control of the guardian statues. They stopped attacking and returned to their original positions. The dazzling light gradually faded, revealing an incomparably beautiful woman. She wore a long white dress and looked like an immortal maiden descending from the heavens. Every one of us froze at her arrival. Her unprecedented beauty left the entire group stunned, as though she were a true fairy from legend. I stared solemnly at the mysterious woman, filled with doubt and caution. She was as pure as a clear spring beneath the moonlight. Stars seemed to shine within her eyes, and her aura was unfathomable. You should not have come here. Her voice was melodious, but carried unquestionable authority. Ghost Mountain is filled with danger. Opportunities may exist here, but the threats are far greater. If you insist on going deeper, you may not escape with your lives. My brow tightened. I had come to find medicinal herbs and save my younger sister. No matter how dangerous the journey became, I had to continue. Thank you for the warning. I cupped my fist respectfully. But I must go inside. I hope you can point me toward the right path. The woman shook her head, helplessness in her eyes. You know there is a tiger on the mountain, yet you insist on climbing it anyway. Young people are always impulsive and stubborn. Since you refuse to turn back, I cannot stop you. But be careful, and do not throw your lives away for treasure. She turned to leave, then suddenly stopped and looked back at me. There is something unusual about your aura. What is your name? Jiang Foam, I answered. The woman nodded, a faint smile appearing on her face. Jiang Foam. I'll remember you. Perhaps we'll meet again. She turned and departed, leaving my companions and me staring at one another in bewilderment. Who was she? How had she known about us? Why had she warned us? I had no time to dwell on those questions. I took a deep breath and gazed resolutely toward Ghost Mountain. No matter what happens, I must go inside. My sister's illness cannot wait. I have to find the medicinal herb. Everyone supported me, knowing I would sacrifice anything for my sister. Remembering the mysterious woman's warning, we nevertheless entered the depths of Ghost Mountain. We did not know what dangers or challenges awaited, but we were ready to face any hardship. Ghost Mountain was dark and sinister. The forest felt as though countless eyes watched us from the shadows, and the occasional strange sound sent chills down our spines. We did not retreat. Staying close together, we advanced with extreme caution. Every step was measured for fear of triggering a mechanism or encountering another beast. Despite that caution, danger still found us. When we entered a narrow mountain path, the air suddenly shrieked and sword energy attacked from every direction. Careful, I shouted, flashing through the intersecting blades and evading them. The others used martial techniques to resist the attack. Sword energy crisscrossed the path amid deafening explosions. We defended ourselves with everything we had, but the assault was too fierce, leaving no route of escape. Just as we reached the brink of disaster, light descended from the sky and illuminated the entire path. A clear voice rang out. Stop. That's enough. We looked up and saw the mysterious woman standing on the summit above, displeasure on her face. I warned you not to lose your lives in pursuit of treasure. Why didn't you listen? Her arrival allowed everyone to breathe again, filling us with relief. I understood that she had been protecting us in secret, ready to intervene at any moment. Gratitude surged within me, and I silently vowed to repay her for saving our lives. The woman smiled in satisfaction and waved one hand. The sword energy vanished as though it had never existed. We were immensely grateful, knowing that without her help, disaster would probably have claimed us. Thank you for saving our lives, we said together. I stepped forward and bowed deeply. May I ask your name? Someday, I will visit you and repay this kindness. The woman smiled and shook her head. There's no need. I didn't save you to receive thanks. Young people like you are always reckless and hungry for achievement. If no one teaches you a lesson, you start believing no one in the world is greater than you. Emotion stirred in my heart. Her true purpose in saving us was to make us understand how small we were. The faint pressure surrounding her allowed every one of us to appreciate the severity of the danger. Your lesson is well deserved, I said with another bow. We were indeed too reckless. Rest assured, we'll be more cautious from now on and remember your guidance. The woman nodded with a smile. Good. Remember, Ghost Mountain is dangerous. Exercise great care. If danger appears, don't chase personal glory, but don't surrender lightly either. With that, she turned and left. A faint fragrance lingered behind her and in all our hearts. Everyone privately wondered who the mysterious woman was and why she had saved us more than once. We were confused, but even more grateful and respectful. Heeding her warning, we restrained our greed and proceeded carefully. Our group continued deeper into Ghost Mountain and encountered countless spirits. Having learned our lesson, we no longer acted recklessly and instead confronted each threat with caution. Our progress was slower, but it remained steady and safe, preventing needless losses. I took the lead with my sword in hand. My techniques were powerful, and every swing produced a blade of light that cut down the ghosts before us. With me at the front, our group advanced unstoppably and quickly reached the heart of the mountain. As we pressed onward, a freezing wind suddenly rose. A black shadow burst from the darkness and pounced at me. I had already prepared myself. I raised my sword to meet it, producing a metallic clang and a spray of sparks. The impact shook my arm so violently that I nearly lost my grip. That power is incredible, I thought in alarm. I focused on the shadow. It wore a black robe and possessed a hideous, terrifying face. Its eyes were blood red, its fangs protruded, and ferocity radiated from its body. The spirit's aura was highly unusual, and my heart sank. That's the aura of a ghost king. I hurriedly retreated and shouted a warning. Careful, it's a ghost king. Everyone backed away in terror, but the ghost king charged with a furious roar. You dared invade my territory. Every one of you will die. The ghost king attacked with its blade, and everyone hurriedly drew their weapons to fight. Yet the ghost king was extraordinarily powerful. Every strike contained an eerie force, and our group soon became trapped in a grueling battle. I attacked furiously with my sword, but could not injure the ghost king. Instead, it forced me back step by step. During the fierce struggle, I deliberately exposed an opening. When the ghost king attacked, I flashed behind it and slashed at its neck. Its head was about to be severed, but the ghost king seemed to have anticipated my move. It spun around abruptly and evaded the blade. In the next instant, it drove its weapon backward and pierced straight through my chest. Ah! I screamed as blood poured from the wound, staring at the ghost king in disbelief. After the fierce battle finally ended in victory, I sat cross-legged and began circulating my power to heal. My wounds were serious, but my 4 million times damage amplification also gave me astonishing recovery speed. Energy flowed around my body as my HP rapidly returned. Before long, I was completely restored. Phew! I released a long breath and slowly opened my eyes. Brother Jiangfeng, are you all right now? Everyone looked delighted to see me awake. Yes, I'm fine. I nodded, determination still in my eyes. I gave them a reassuring smile. You scared me to death just now. I thought you, someone began. Thought I was dead. I finished with a laugh. Spit that out. Don't say something so unlucky. Another person protested immediately. Brother Jiangfeng is blessed by fortune. How could he die so easily? Someone else agreed. Exactly. Jiangfeng is going to make all of us rich. There's no way he'll die here. Everyone joined in, driving away the ill omen. Warmth filled my heart as I saw the concern in their eyes. These people genuinely cared about me. All right, that's enough. Let's keep moving. I waved a hand and stood. Let's go. Everyone's spirits rose as they followed close behind me. They believed that staying with me would lead them to treasure. Deep within Ghost Mountain, I led everyone onward, avoiding countless traps and dangers until we finally reached the heart of Ghost Mountain. This should be the core. Stay alert. Stronger spirits may be waiting here. I surveyed the sinister surroundings and warned the group. Understood. Everyone nodded and advanced cautiously. We encountered many ghosts along the way, but I defeated them all with ease. With my 4 million times damage amplification, dealing with spirits like these could not have been simpler. Everyone watched my unstoppable advance with profound admiration. They knew they had chosen the right leader. There's a treasure chest ahead, someone cried. Everyone's eyes lit up. A golden chest rested quietly on the ground before us. A treasure chest. That has to be the treasure. Greed shone in their eyes. Obtaining it could make someone rich overnight. Don't get carried away. Be careful, I said with a frown. If there's a treasure chest, there must be a guardian. Whatever is inside cannot be ordinary, so we need to proceed cautiously. I could sense a powerful aura surrounding the chest. Its guardian was no weakling. We'll approach slowly. The moment anything unusual happens, retreat. I ordered. Everyone nodded and followed me toward the golden chest. Just as we were about to touch it, 2 black-robed figures descended from the sky and blocked our path. Their faces were cold, and one look made it clear they were dangerous. Who are you? How dare you trespass in our territory? One asked icily. We came in search of treasure, and we discovered this chest first. Please step aside. I moved forward with a smile. Who allowed you to come here? My brother and I marked this chest first. If you want it, you'll have to defeat us. The other man snorted. A tremendous aura erupted from him. making everyone's heart tremble. What a powerful presence, someone exclaimed. Those two must be experts. Jiang Feng, what do we do now? Another person asked. What else can we do? Fight. Cold light flashed through my eyes. If we wanted the chest, we had to win first. Attack. I shouted and charged at the two men, with everyone else close behind. A fierce battle erupted. I was powerful, but our opponents were no weaklings. For a time, neither side could gain the advantage. As the fight continued, I gradually took control. My swordsmanship was merciless, and every stroke inflicted another grave wound. The two men resisted stubbornly, but their HP continued to fall. Damn it, this brat is too strong. We're no match for him. The two stared at me in terror. You're afraid now? Too late. I sneered and swung my sword, releasing a blade of energy. Ah! Two screams rang out. The sword energy tore their bodies apart, reducing them to blood mist. They're dead. Everyone stared at the scene in shock, unable to believe the two men had fallen so easily. They had always known I was powerful, but none had imagined that I was this strong. Brother Jiang Feng is incredible. If we follow him, we're sure to profit. Ha ha, we're going to be rich. Everyone cheered, their eyes filled with admiration. They knew that finding the treasure had depended entirely on my courage and decisiveness. Don't celebrate yet, I warned. If there were guardians, whatever is inside the chest must be unusual. We need to examine the situation first. Everyone calmed down and nodded. I was right. The treasure might conceal danger. Brother Jiang Feng, you should open it, someone suggested. Exactly. You're the strongest, so you'll be safest opening the chest. Every gaze turned toward me. I walked to the chest, took a deep breath, and lifted the lid. Creak. The lid slowly opened, and dazzling light shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens. That light is blinding. Could it be a legendary supreme treasure? Everyone cried out, their eyes filled with anticipation and greed. The radiance gradually faded, revealing the item inside. It was only a pendant? Everyone froze. The supreme treasure they had anticipated looked unbelievably ordinary. What's going on? It's just a pendant? It doesn't look special at all. The crowd began talking, disappointed and confused. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out. Everyone turned and saw me staring gravely at the pendant. You don't understand, I said slowly. This pendant is no ordinary object. Determination and anticipation shone in my eyes. I could sense a mysterious, powerful force radiating from the pendant, making my heart race. Brother Jiang Feng, what did you discover? Someone asked. Exactly. What makes this pendant special? Everyone looked at me curiously. Could it be a divine artifact? I slowly nodded, my voice firm. That's right. It really is a divine artifact. A divine artifact? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Such objects existed only in legends and belonged exclusively to god-level experts. Yet one had appeared before us. Jiang Feng, are you certain? Someone asked again. Absolutely. Filled with confidence, I reached for the pendant. The instant my fingers touched it, a powerful, mysterious force surged into my body. My mind roared, and I lost consciousness. When I awakened, I found myself inside an ancient, mysterious space. Confusion filled my heart. Where am I? An aged voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Welcome to the Divine Artifact's inner world. The Divine Artifact's inner world. I stared in amazement, gradually realizing that the pendant possessed its own space. Who are you? I called out. I am the artifact spirit. You may call me little spirit, the voice replied. An artifact spirit? I had never heard of such a thing. An artifact spirit is the soul of a divine artifact. Only a genuine divine artifact possesses one, little spirit explained. I understand. I nodded. What does this divine artifact do? I asked eagerly. It is called the Ultimate Life Pendant. It can greatly increase your HP and defense, little spirit answered in a majestic voice. Increase HP and defense. I was overjoyed. That was exactly what I had always dreamed of. Yes, and the magnitude of the increase is anything but ordinary, little spirit added. How large is it? I asked urgently. Curiosity consumed me. What exactly will it do? Little spirit answered slowly. Your HP will increase by 100 trillion, and your defense will increase by 5,000 trillion. My eyes widened. How is that possible? Before I could react, a tremendous force surged into my body, nearly overwhelming me. The energy transformed my flesh. The pain was excruciating, but I gritted my teeth and endured. After a very long time, the force finally dissipated. I could feel that my body had undergone a complete transformation. Both my HP and defense had increased dramatically. So this is the power of a divine artifact. I was shocked and exhilarated. I knew I had truly struck it rich. Congratulations. You successfully fused with the divine artifact, little spirit announced in my mind. Thank you, I said gratefully. There's no need to thank me. We're partners now, little spirit replied with a laugh. Partners? I nodded firmly, full of confidence. With the divine artifact and little spirit beside me, I was certain I would become even stronger. I took a deep breath and calmed my excitement. Looking around, I discovered that I was still inside the mysterious ruins. This time, however, I could see their true appearance. A mysterious aura and hidden power seeped through the broken walls. This must be an ancient battlefield, I guessed. Correct. An enormous secret is hidden here, little spirit said in my mind. What secret? I asked curiously. A secret concerning the divine artifact, little spirit replied mysteriously. This is no ordinary artifact. It possesses limitless power, but it is still sealed. Only by breaking that seal can you release its true strength. A seal. I froze and stared at the divine artifact in my hand, my eyes filled with confusion. I had heard legends about divine artifacts and knew that some were sealed, requiring their owners to break those seals before using them. But I had never imagined that the artifact in my hand would also be sealed. How can I break it? I asked curiously. You need several special materials and objects. Little spirit answered. They are scattered throughout the world, and you must find them yourself. I nodded, filled with anticipation and resolve. If I wanted to become stronger, I had to keep confronting challenges and taking risks. With the divine artifact and little spirit's help, I believed I would find the materials and break the seal. By the way, little spirit, is there a secret door or hidden passage here? I suddenly remembered the mysterious voice and asked. A secret door or hidden passage? Little spirit considered the question. There is indeed a secret door deep within the ruins. It leads to a mysterious place said to contain limitless treasure and opportunity. Really, my eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, little spirit confirmed. But the door is deeply concealed and surrounded by traps and guardian monsters. Reaching it will not be easy. That doesn't matter. I smiled. With you and the divine artifact helping me, we'll find that secret door and enter the place beyond it. With that, I began searching the ruins carefully. I studied my surroundings for any possible clue. Little spirit guided me through my mind, helping me avoid traps and monsters. After an arduous search, I finally found the secret door. It lay hidden amid the ruined walls, concealed behind a gigantic boulder. Without little spirit's guidance and my own careful observation, I never would have discovered it. I stood before the secret door and took a deep breath, calming my excitement. An enormous secret and limitless opportunities lay beyond it. I was about to enter a mysterious world and search for its unknown treasures. Little spirit, I'm ready. My gaze was unwavering. Yes, I believe in you. Little spirit's voice said in my mind. No matter what hardship you encounter, never give up. I will always remain with you and help you overcome every obstacle. Thank you, little spirit, I said gratefully. I took a deep breath and shoved the secret door open. It slowly swung inward, releasing a mysterious aura. A tremendous force seemed to pull me forward, and I walked toward it without control. My vision went black, and I lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, I awakened in a mysterious space. It was filled with power and beauty, leaving me both shocked and curious. Is this the world behind the secret door? I wondered. Little spirit's voice sounded again. That's right. This place conceals limitless treasure and opportunity, but it is also filled with danger. You must remain vigilant. I nodded resolutely. I understand. I'm ready to face every challenge. I took a deep breath and felt the energy of the mysterious world. A dense aura filled the surroundings, and every breath seemed capable of making me stronger. A lush forest stood nearby. Beast roars echoed from within it, carrying both savagery and mystery. It appears this place is anything but peaceful. I smiled, excitement shining in my eyes. I did not fear danger. I longed to carve out a place for myself and become an expert in this world. Little spirit, what's inside that forest? I asked. Powerful magical beasts and precious medicinal herbs. But your current strength is insufficient, so venturing deep inside would be extremely dangerous. I suggest cultivating at the outskirts first and raising your power, little spirit answered. I nodded. I knew when to take risks and when to exercise restraint. I found a safe place near the edge of the forest, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. I familiarized myself with the world's environment and laws, preparing for the challenges ahead. I closed my eyes, sensed the surrounding energy, and tried to absorb it into my cultivation. I gradually entered a focused state, nourishing power filling the meridians throughout my body. Suddenly, a tremendous aura approached. I opened my eyes and saw a gigantic magical beast lunging at me. Sharp scales covered its body, savage fangs protruded from its mouth, and it radiated ferocity. My heart trembled, but I did not panic. This was my first trial since beginning to cultivate here, and an opportunity to test my strength. I rose and faced the beast without fear. Come on, show me what you can do. With a shout, I flashed forward and drove a wind-wrapped fist into the creature. Boom. The beast went flying and slammed heavily into the ground. It cried out and struggled, but had already lost its ability to fight. I gave it no chance to recover and launched another swift, ferocious attack. The creature soon collapsed, entirely unable to retaliate. Excitement and pride filled me as I looked at the fallen beast. I knew I had taken my first step in this mysterious world. Little Spirit's voice sounded again. Not bad. That magical beast was quite powerful. Defeating it so easily proves that you have improved greatly. I smiled. It's thanks to you. Without your help, I couldn't have adapted to this place so quickly. Little Spirit replied, we are one. When you become stronger, so do I. As long as we work together, we will find our path. I nodded, determination in my eyes, and gazed toward the limitless horizon. Sky and ocean waited for me to explore and challenge them. Let's go, Little Spirit. We'll uncover the mysteries of this world together. I took a deep breath and set out on a journey filled with challenges and opportunities. I felt no fear because my conviction was unwavering and my strength formidable. I believed I would become one of this world's experts. Little Spirit and I began exploring the mysterious realm, crossing dense forests, climbing treacherous mountains, and venturing into deep caves. We encountered all kinds of dangers along the way, but my intelligence and power overcame every one. My strength increased without pause, and I gradually adapted to the environment and laws. I also met many like-minded friends and powerful allies. We fought side by side, confronting challenges and opportunities together. I gained not only great strength and treasure, but also precious friendship and trust. My life became rich and meaningful, all because I had bravely entered this mysterious world, challenged myself, and surpassed my own limits. One day, Little Spirit and I finally reached a mysterious ruin. Ancient energy and tremendous power filled the place, making my heart race. I knew I was about to uncover one of the world's secrets. Deeper inside, we discovered an ancient altar holding a radiant treasure box covered in old runes. I knew it concealed extraordinary power. Taking a deep breath, I approached slowly and prepared to open it. Suddenly, tremendous energy surged around the altar. An invisible force bound my body and left me unable to move. Little Spirit, what's happening? I asked in alarm. Little Spirit answered, this is the ruin's guardian power. It is testing your strength and courage. Only by passing the trial can you obtain the power within the box. I understood that no one could enter the ruin and claim its power at will. I had to pass the guardian force's test first. I adjusted my condition and prepared for the challenge. The invisible pressure grew stronger and stronger, as though it intended to tear my body apart. I gritted my teeth and refused to surrender. Suddenly, warmth surged from within me and swept through my entire body, instantly restoring strength to my exhausted flesh. Is this the mysterious power inside me? I realized in astonishment that it had awakened at the critical moment. As that mysterious force awakened, my strength increased rapidly. I struggled with all my might and actually broke free of the invisible restraints. Boom! The energy surrounding the altar dispersed instantly. I stood before it and stared resolutely at the treasure box. I had passed the Guardian Force's trial. All that remained was to open the box and claim the power inside. I reached out and gently touched it. The ancient runes lit up at once, releasing dazzling radiance. A tremendous force surged into my body, almost bursting it apart. I clenched my teeth, endured the pain, and allowed the energy to flow gradually through me. As it poured in, my power rose without pause, seemingly without limit. After an unknown amount of time, the force finally settled. I opened my eyes, looked at my hands, and felt the earth-shaking changes within me. So this is the power of the ruins? I murmured. It's unbelievably strong. Little Spirit's voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations, Jiang Feng. You passed the trial and obtained tremendous power. You now have the strength to confront even greater enemies. I nodded, understanding that I was no longer weak. With this power, I could protect my family and friends and expose every conspiracy hidden in the darkness. I rose and gazed across the ruins with gratitude and respect. They concealed countless secrets and immeasurable power, and I was fortunate enough to receive some of it. I vowed to use that power well and accomplish something meaningful. An unnatural sound suddenly emerged from the depths. Little Spirit and I focused on it, our expressions solemn. We knew more unknown entities still waited within the ruin. Let's go, Little Spirit. We'll see what other secrets are hidden here. With Little Spirit accompanying me, I advanced deeper inside. The farther we traveled, the stranger and more oppressive the atmosphere became. Peculiar runes covered the stone walls, testifying to the ruin's age and mystery. We proceeded cautiously, afraid of disturbing whatever might be waiting. At last, we reached the deepest point. A gigantic stone door stood before us. Ancient runes covered its surface, forming what appeared to be a seal that locked away the final secret. Is this the ruin's ultimate mystery? I stared at the door, filled with anticipation and curiosity. When I gently touched the runes, dazzling light immediately erupted from them. The door slowly opened, revealing a passage into the deepest part of the ruin. Little Spirit, let's go inside and see what this place is truly hiding. I entered the passage with Little Spirit beside me. Bizarre images and runes covered both walls, and I followed Little Spirit's guidance closely for fear of losing my way. At last, we reached the end and found an enormous palace. Gemstones and pearls covered its walls, sparkling brilliantly. A throne stood at the center, occupied by a majestic, mysterious elder. Welcome, courageous adventurers. The elder opened his eyes and smiled at us. You passed the ruin's trials, proving both your strength and your wisdom. I will now grant you the final reward. The elder waved a hand, and light enveloped Little Spirit and me. Warm power wrapped around my entire body, as though I were receiving a mysterious baptism. When the radiance faded, I opened my eyes and felt my strength had increased dramatically. Is this God-level power? I murmured in astonishment. The elder nodded. That's right. You now possess God-level strength and wisdom. You may explore a far broader world. Little Spirit and I exchanged smiles. This adventure had rewarded us far beyond anything we expected. Thank you for your gift, Senior, we said, bowing together. The elder smiled and waved a hand. Fate brought you here. The road ahead is long. I hope you become true experts. When he finished speaking, the elder gradually faded away. We bowed once more, turned, and left the palace. The sight beyond its gates left us stunned. The barren ruins had transformed into a flourishing city filled with palaces and pavilions. Crowds moved through bustling streets. What happened? Little Spirit asked in surprise. We must have triggered some kind of mechanism that transformed the ruins, I guessed. After a moment of thought, I said, perhaps this is for the best. At least we no longer have to explore an abandoned ruin. Little Spirit nodded, and we began exploring the thriving city. To our amazement, it contained shops and stalls of every kind, all selling rare equipment and items. Their quality was exceptionally high. Almost everything was legendary rank. The overwhelming number of treasures left both Little Spirit and me dazzled. Neither of us had ever seen anything like it. We're rich, Little Spirit exclaimed excitedly. I laughed as well. With the help of those treasures, our strength improved dramatically. Even so, I did not become arrogant. Countless experts existed in this world, and I could not grow complacent. We had to continue cultivating if we wanted to establish ourselves. We found a secluded place, sat cross-legged, and circulated the spiritual power within us. As it flowed, a gigantic vortex of spiritual energy formed around our bodies. Power poured into us without pause, nourishing both flesh and soul. After an unknown period of time, Little Spirit and I opened our eyes. Star-like brilliance shone within them. Our strength increased again. Little Spirit cried excitedly. Joy filled me as well. Our power had far exceeded my expectations. We've certainly improved, I said with a nod. But we still need to work harder. Little Spirit nodded, and we continued cultivating. As time passed, our strength climbed continuously and soon reached a new realm. At that level, we felt as though we had become one with heaven and earth, capable of controlling everything around us with a thought. It felt like standing in an immortal paradise, beautiful beyond description. But we did not stop. Stronger opponents still waited ahead. We continued our grueling cultivation until we broke through to an even higher level. At that point, we felt we had surpassed mortal limits and become true experts. Our bodies were as solid as cast iron, almost impossible to move. Our souls had also become purer and more powerful, as though they had ascended. We knew we were ready to face greater challenges. We therefore left the ruins and began a new journey. All kinds of trials and opportunities awaited us on the road ahead. We believed we now possessed enough strength and wisdom to confront anything. No matter how difficult the future became, we would persevere and become true experts. After we departed, peace returned to the ruins. But our legend continued spreading through the people's hearts, inspiring them with a new example and goal. Little Spirit and I would keep working to build a better future for both ourselves and the world. At last, we reached this realm. I studied my hands and felt the power surging inside them. Little Spirit's face shone with joy. Yes, we're true experts now. We don't need to fear any challenge. I nodded, filled with confidence and determination. The road ahead was still long, but we had taken a firm first step. Where should we go next? Little Spirit asked. After some thought, I answered, let's visit the nearest town. Perhaps we can help someone there. We quickly reached a gate bearing a sign that read Bluestone Town. Life inside was peaceful, the streets lively, and the people kind and hardworking. They seemed to live well here, I observed with a smile. Little Spirit agreed. While wandering, we heard a loud commotion. When we approached, we discovered a fierce martial contest. Two martial artists exchanged ruthless techniques on an arena, drawing every eye. Eventually, one emerged victorious and raised his arm to accept the crowd's cheers. The martial artists in this town aren't weak, I commented. Little Spirit was eager to try. We should compete too. I smiled and shook my head. Let's not join the excitement. We have more important things to do. Little Spirit was disappointed but understood and nodded obediently. We left the arena, crossed lively streets and silent alleys, and reached the deepest part of town, where we discovered an ancient temple. Its doors were closed, with dust and cobwebs covering every surface. Clearly, no one had entered for many years. I frowned. There's something strange about this temple. Let's look inside. Little Spirit nodded. We pushed open the doors, and an icy aura rushed over us, making both of us shiver. The temple was dark and sinister. Its ruined statues were mottled with age, its murals broken, and the air contained a heavy mixture of sandalwood and decay. This place has been abandoned for a long time, Little Spirit whispered. I nodded. But it seems to conceal a secret. We began searching and eventually discovered a concealed door in one corner. Intricate patterns covered its surface. After examining them carefully, I recognized an ancient mechanical lock. We have to solve the mechanism before we can enter, I said. We studied it for a long time and finally unlocked it. The small door slowly opened, releasing an even colder aura. Beyond it lay a dark and sinister tomb chamber filled with coffins and burial goods. The atmosphere was eerie and terrifying. It looks like the tomb of someone from ancient times, Little Spirit whispered. I nodded. But treasure may be hidden inside. We searched thoroughly and found a dust-covered chest in one corner. I opened it cautiously. Inside lay a worn book and a sword gleaming with cold light. We found treasure, I said with a smile. The book recorded ancient martial techniques and cultivation methods of immense depth and value. The blade was a legendary divine weapon of incomparable sharpness. Little Spirit cried out, "That's the Azure Dragon's sword. I've read legends about it in ancient texts." Excitement filled me. I never expected to find it here. I smiled. With this martial manual and the Azure Dragon's sword, our strength will rise dramatically. Little Spirit nodded joyfully. We had truly found treasure, and it would make us even stronger and more unstoppable. We carefully stored the book and sword, then prepared to leave the mysterious tomb. Before departing, we bowed deeply to express our respect and gratitude toward the ancient dead. After leaving the tomb and returning to town, Little Spirit and I understood that while one adventure had ended, our journey was only beginning. We would continue cultivating, exploring the unknown, and walking our own path. An unbroken mountain range stretched beyond the ruins. Standing on high ground, we looked down upon the world below, unable to contain our excitement. Little Spirit, where do we go next? I asked. Little Spirit smiled and pointed into the distance. A far broader world waits there for us to conquer. We need to challenge stronger enemies and seek more valuable treasures. Determination flashed in my eyes as I gripped my sword. Then that's where we'll go. We'll create our own legend. We exchanged smiles and began the next journey. We crossed mountains, forests, and grasslands, enduring countless hardships. We never gave up and continued steadily onward. At last, we reached an enormous castle that towered into the clouds. A powerful barrier surrounded it, radiating an oppressive and terrifying aura. Is this our destination? I asked. Little Spirit nodded. Yes, the enemy is inside. Only by defeating him can we continue. I took a deep breath, tightened my grip on my sword, and approached the castle. Little Spirit followed closely, ready to face the unknown challenge. As we drew near, an icy wind carried a heavy stench of blood toward us. Hordes of demons poured in from every direction and launched a furious assault. I cut them down with my sword, while Little Spirit unleashed powerful magic and drove the enemy back. But the number of demons continued growing, as though they were limitless. We stood back to back against the surging horde, knowing retreat was impossible. We could only fight our way forward. Little Spirit, let's break through together, I shouted and charged with my sword. Little Spirit followed. Sword light intertwined with magic to form a mighty radiance that shattered the demons. At last, we broke free of the encirclement and reached the castle gates. They remained tightly shut, almost as though waiting for our arrival. I took a deep breath and shoved them open. A freezing presence surged out as though intending to swallow us, but neither of us retreated. We entered the castle with unwavering steps. The interior was dark, sinister, and filled with traps. Using our intelligence and strength, Little Spirit and I safely avoided every danger. We eventually reached the castle's deepest chamber. An enormous palace stood there. At its center sat a black-robed elder with a cold face and evil light in his eyes. "You dare invade my territory? You have greatly overestimated yourselves." The elder sneered and attacked. Little Spirit and I met him head-on without yielding. A fierce battle erupted, sword light, magic, and palm strikes intertwining in a terrifying spectacle. The fight continued for a long time, and both sides suffered heavily. But our unwavering conviction and extraordinary strength finally allowed us to defeat the elder. As he fell, the castle began collapsing. We hurriedly escaped and returned to the world outside. When we emerged, the sky had cleared and warm sunlight poured down. We exchanged smiles and embraced tightly. The grueling battle greatly increased our strength and brought peace to the world. Our names entered the chronicles of history and became an eternal legend. Yet we still had to continue onward and face even greater challenges. No matter how dangerous the road became, I would never retreat. The horn of battle had sounded. Little Spirit and I advanced resolutely into the unknown, our hearts full of hope and faith. We believed that as long as we never surrendered, we could create a glorious future. I raced through a dense forest, disappearing after only a few flashes. Behind me, an old man stared in shock toward the direction I had gone. Such speed. Who was that man? He was the storyteller I had met in the tea house, but none of his former composure remained. No, I must inform the family head immediately. I reached the city and found an inn. Night had already fallen, so I had no intention of going out again. I sat cross-legged on the bed and began cultivating. I had already reached the Earth realm, but in this world, an Earth realm expert amounted to almost nothing. If I wanted to uncover the mystery of my origins and protect the people around me, I had to become stronger. I took out the pill I had obtained from the man in black and swallowed it. The instant it entered my stomach, tremendous medicinal power erupted within me. The energy was extraordinarily violent, so I hurriedly circulated my internal force and struggled to guide it. Gradually, the medicinal power became docile and ultimately fused completely with my body. Once the fusion ended, I sensed that my internal force had increased slightly. The improvement was small, but it still meant my power had advanced another step. Excitement rose inside me. What rank was that pill? It actually increased my internal force. I knew that pills were divided into 9 grades, each separated into low, middle, and high quality. Any pill capable of increasing internal force had to be at least grade 5. The one before me possessed such extraordinary medicinal power that its grade could not be low. After storing the remaining pills, I continued cultivating. The night passed. When morning sunlight entered the room, I slowly opened my eyes. My internal force had improved again through the night. The gain was small, but it was the reward for my effort. After washing, I left the inn and planned to explore the city and see what I could buy. But the moment I entered the streets, I found far more people than the day before, excitement covering every face. I stopped a passerby. "Brother, why is the city so lively today?" The man laughed. "You're from out of town, aren't you? Legendary Martial Hall opens today. Everyone is going to celebrate." I frowned. Legendary Martial Hall. Exactly. One of the city's great figures founded it, and every instructor is a Heaven Realm expert, the passerby said enviously. Heaven Realm experts working as instructors? Interest flashed through my eyes. I had seen such experts before, but I had never heard of one teaching in a martial hall. I asked, "Brother, where is Legendary Martial Hall?" "Not far ahead. Just follow the crowd and you'll see it." He pointed out the direction, then hurried away. Smiling, I headed in that direction. Several minutes later, I reached the entrance to legendary Martial Hall. A dense crowd had already gathered, and forcing my way inside took considerable effort. The sight before me was astonishing. 9 enormous bronze cauldrons stood in a neat row, each taller than a person. A line of men in fitted black uniforms stood before them, all radiating a fierce presence. What a powerful aura! I narrowed my eyes. Every man had to be at least in the middle of the Earth realm. Strangely, none released any obvious pressure, yet their presence remained overwhelming. Could this be the strength of Heaven Realm experts? I wondered, but I quickly rejected the thought. A Heaven Realm expert was far more powerful than this. As I pondered the matter, an arrogant shout interrupted me. A group of richly dressed young people pushed through the crowd, their heads held high as though the entire world belonged to them. People from the City Lord's estate are here. They've come to join the excitement again. The crowd whispered. The young man in front shouted, "Shut up. Anyone who keeps talking had better watch his head." Silence descended instantly. Humph. A group of lowly commoners dares discuss the City Lord's estate. The leader snorted and strode arrogantly into the Martial Hall. My brow tightened. These people are unbelievably overbearing. Still, I ignored them. I had come to discover what made legendary Martial Hall special. I entered with the moving crowd and found at least 1,000 people packed into the main hall. My attention settled on the high platform at its center, where a burly middle-aged man demonstrated an impressive martial technique. His body was covered in hard muscle that looked like blocks of iron, radiating tremendous physical force. I could clearly sense the aura surging through him. That presence is powerful. He must be at least a martial master, I thought. I knew a little about martial ranks, and a martial master already counted as an expert. In my previous life, I had been only an ordinary martial disciple. Legendary Martial Hall truly is extraordinary. I stared at the man on the platform in admiration. A cold snort interrupted me. I turned and saw the arrogant young man from before staring contemptuously at the middle-aged fighter, as though the man meant nothing to him. "Oh, are you even stronger than that martial master?" I asked with a smile. The young man replied proudly, "Of course. I come from the City Lord's estate. His pathetic strength is nothing." The City Lord's estate? I raised an eyebrow. I had not expected the arrogant brat to come from there. But why should his status matter? I did not fear the City Lord's estate. Does coming from the City Lord's estate make you extraordinary? I sneered. I hear the estate has its share of worthless trash too. The young man's expression changed, and he glared at me. "You dare call me trash? Do you know who I am?" I replied disdainfully. "Who cares? I judge only by strength. No one stands above anyone else in my eyes." Well said. Applause suddenly sounded from the crowd. An elegantly dressed elder stepped forward, his bearing extraordinary. The young friend is correct. In the world of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. Identity and status are empty things. He looked at me approvingly. "Old City Lord," everyone exclaimed. Even the arrogant young man immediately stared at the elder with respect, not daring to show the slightest negligence. The Old City Lord? Hearing the crowd, I raised an eyebrow. I had never expected this seemingly ordinary old man to be the city's lord. "You possess an extraordinary bearing. You cannot be an ordinary man," the Old City Lord said with a smile. "You flatter me. I'm merely an ordinary martial artist," I replied modestly. "An ordinary martial artist?" The Old City Lord laughed. How could someone capable of speaking those words be ordinary? I smiled faintly but said nothing more. "Would you be interested in joining the City Lord's estate? With your talent, your future is sure to be brilliant," he invited earnestly. The surrounding crowd stared in amazement. The City Lord had invited an unknown young man to join his estate, something they had never seen before. Join the City Lord's estate. Even I was surprised. But I had my own goal. Joining the estate would only restrain me. "Thank you for your generous offer, Old City Lord, but I have no intention of joining any faction for the time being," I said apologetically. "Are you certain you won't reconsider?" He did not become angry and asked once more. "Thank you, but I have made my decision," I answered firmly. "Then I will not force you. But if you change your mind, you may come to me at any time." Regret tinged the Old City Lord's voice. "Thank you." I looked at him gratefully. I could sense the sincerity in his words and found no hidden scheme, so I naturally treated him with the same honesty. I stared at Su Huayu and froze. In my eyes, he no longer resembled a human being. He looked more like a walking corpse. "What a pity. You could have become a true sword cultivator," I murmured. Su Huayu had possessed respectable talent in the way of the sword, but he had chosen the wrong path. He could have grown step by step. With his talent, becoming a grandmaster of swordsmanship should have been entirely possible. Now, however, it was too late. He had become a walking corpse that understood nothing but slaughter, his soul completely consumed by sword intent. I sighed. I did not want to kill him, but Su Huayu already threatened my life. If I refused to fight, I would be the one to die. Resolve filled my eyes. I took a deep breath, drew my sword in a flash of cold light, and slashed at Su Huayu. The blade light cut through the air. Su Huayu roared and swung his sword to meet mine. The two weapons collided with a metallic clang. Sword energy erupted across the area, shredding the surrounding trees and rocks. Our bodies crossed at tremendous speed. Blade light wove an enormous net that enveloped everything nearby. The battle became white-hot. Our techniques accelerated, and the sword energy grew even more ruthless. My courage intensified as we fought, every stroke releasing a sharp blade of energy. Su Huayu grew increasingly violent. His sword lost all structure, leaving behind only madness. A clear sword cry suddenly rang out. I shook my blade and knocked Su Huayu's weapon from his hand. I flashed behind him and swept my sword through his back in a streak of cold light. Blood sprayed. Su Huayu trembled, collapsed heavily to the ground, and sent dust billowing into the air. I looked at his fallen body without the slightest joy, feeling only regret. Su Huayu could have become a true sword cultivator. His decision to follow the wrong path had brought him to this end. I sighed, turned, and left. I did not search for treasure or secret manuals. None of those things mattered to Su Huayu now. I only wanted to increase my strength as quickly as possible and find opportunities and resources that could make me stronger. Only then could I survive in this world, where danger and opportunity existed side by side. I later learned that shortly after I departed, a black-robed elder silently appeared beside Su Huayu. Wrinkles covered the old man's weathered face, making him seem as though he had lived through countless ages. He looked down at Su Huayu, a peculiar light flashing through his eyes. I never expected this boy to draw sword intent into his body. He failed, but such talent is still rare. The elder murmured to himself. Unfortunately, the sword intent consumed his soul and turned him into a walking corpse. Without treatment, he will become a complete sword slave. The old man hesitated. Saving Su Huayu would require expelling the sword intent and slowly nourishing his soul. That would consume enormous spiritual energy and time, with little chance of success. Once sword intent entered the body, removing it was anything but simple. But if he did nothing, Su Huayu would lose all consciousness and retain only the instinct to kill. For a sword cultivator, no fate could be more tragic. After a moment of thought, the elder finally decided to intervene. He gently pressed a hand against Su Huayu's head and infused him with soft spiritual energy, slowly driving out the sword intent. The process was long. By the time the last trace of sword intent had been expelled, fine beads of sweat covered the elder's forehead. He then took out a pill and placed it in Su Huayu's mouth. It transformed into warmth that flowed through every limb and bone. As the warmth circulated, color gradually returned to Su Huayu's face and his breathing steadied. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and stared at the elder in confusion. Who are you? Where am I? The old man smiled. Merely a passing elder who found you unconscious and saved your life. Su Huayu stared in surprise, then hurriedly rose and bowed. Thank you for saving me, senior. He did not know how long he had been unconscious, but he understood how terrible his condition had been. Without the elder, he probably would not have survived. The old man waved a hand. There is no need for thanks. We met only by chance. Su Huayu spoke solemnly. I will never forget your kindness, senior. If there is anything I can do for you, please command me. I will spare no effort. He looked at the elder gratefully, aware that he owed an enormous debt. His strength might be limited, but he would find some way to repay it. After considering the matter, the old man said, There is indeed one task I would like to entrust to you. Su Huayu immediately answered with determination. Tell me what you need, senior. If it is within my power, I will do everything I can. I suddenly asked the old city lord, Are there any unusual places nearby? He froze, then frowned thoughtfully. Unusual places? What do you mean? Any strange phenomena, or perhaps local legends? I explained. Understanding dawned in his eyes. There is one rather peculiar place. Could you tell me about it? I asked curiously. The old city lord nodded. Not far from Chingson City lies a mountain range called the Cloudfall Mountains. The Cloudfall Mountains. I repeated. Yes, he said gravely. Clouds and mist cover them throughout the year, and fierce beasts roam everywhere. Ordinary people never dare enter casually. However, Countless natural treasures grow there, attracting martial artists willing to risk their lives. Very few ever return alive. Such a dangerous place really exists? I asked in surprise. It contains treasure and danger in equal measure, the old city lord said with a smile. Are you interested? I hesitated. The region might be dangerous, but its resources were extremely tempting. Cultivation materials were precisely what I lacked most. There's no rush. Take your time and consider it, the old city lord said. I nodded and cupped my fists. Thank you for telling me. I'll take my leave. He waved farewell. Safe travels, young friend. I said nothing more and left the city lord's estate. Once outside Qingxin City, I did not stop and headed straight toward the Cloudfall Mountains. They were filled with danger, but I trusted my strength to bring me a worthwhile harvest. Several days later, I reached the foot of the mountain range. Endless peaks coiled through drifting clouds like a gigantic dragon. So these are the Cloudfall Mountains. I marveled. A voice suddenly sounded beside me. I turned and found an old man standing nearby. Who are you, senior? The elder smiled. I am the guardian of the Cloudfall Mountains. I stared in surprise. I had never heard of a mountain range having its own guardian. What guidance do you have for me, senior? I asked respectfully. The Cloudfall Mountains are filled with danger. You would be wise not to enter, he advised. Thank you for your concern, but I have already decided, I answered firmly. The elder studied me. In that case, crush this jade token if you encounter danger. I will come to rescue you immediately. He handed the token to me. I accepted it gratefully. Thank you, senior. The elder nodded, turned, and left. I watched him depart, filled with gratitude. I knew such concern was rare. Facing the direction he had gone, I bowed deeply. Take care, senior. I turned toward the Cloudfall Mountains, determination covering my face. Cloudfall Mountains, here I come. With a shout, I charged inside. Behind me, the elder watched my retreating figure with a gratified smile. Young man, I hope you obtain something worthwhile in the Cloudfall Mountains. After speaking, his figure vanished. Danger filled the mountain range. Fierce beasts roamed everywhere, and deadly regions appeared one after another. Yet limitless power seemed to flow through me as I traveled rapidly across the terrain. Whenever I encountered a beast, I killed it without hesitation. Whenever I reached a hazardous region, I forced my way through with sheer speed and agility. Nothing along the way could stop me. Even so, I remained vigilant. The true dangers still lay ahead. Several days later, I reached the deepest part of the mountains. An endless white sea of clouds filled my vision. Is this the heart of the Cloudfall Mountains? I wondered aloud. A deafening roar suddenly erupted. A gigantic white ape burst from the clouds, baring its teeth and claws as it lunged at me. You're courting death. Cold light flashed through my eyes, and I punched. Boom. My fist struck the ape heavily and sent it flying. The beast screamed and crashed to the ground, its fate uncertain. Even I was surprised that one punch had brought down the white ape. Did my strength suddenly increase? I stared at my fist in confusion. I soon understood that my physical body had become stronger because I had killed so many fierce beasts in the mountains and absorbed their vital blood and power. Excellent. My strength increased again. Excitement surged through me. While I was still celebrating, another white ape charged from the sea of clouds. Perfect timing. I shouted and threw another punch. Boom. My fist once more slammed into the white ape and sent it flying. This one did not die. It climbed back to its feet and attacked again. This ape is stronger than the last. I frowned and punched once more. My fist struck it, but instead of flying away, the beast merely staggered back several steps. Interesting. The corner of my mouth rose, and I launched a flurry of punches. The force drove the white ape backward, but it continued swinging its arms and attacking. You truly don't know when to stop. I snorted and smashed my fist into its skull. Crack. Bone shattered, and the ape's head burst apart. Thud. Without anything left to support it, the headless corpse crashed to the ground. That finally settled it. I released a long breath and wiped away my sweat. The exchange had consumed considerable strength. The white ape was powerful and possessed sturdy defenses, making it difficult to kill. Just as I prepared to rest, a sudden hum sounded in my mind. An illusory world appeared before me, filled with points of light in different sizes and intensities. Is this my sea of consciousness? I wondered. No, it's my Danteon. Realization dawned, and I stared in shock. Are these points of light the internal force inside my body? Before I finished speaking, my Danteon roared. The lights began spinning at tremendous speed and gathered into a gigantic pillar that shot toward the sky. What's happening? I stared in astonishment. I had never imagined such immense power could be hidden within my dantian. A pillar of light soared upward as though to pierce the heavens. It did not last long, however. The column rapidly dissipated into countless lights that scattered back into my dantian. I released a long breath and began sensing the changes within me. My internal force had become several times stronger than before and much purer. Previously, it had resembled a narrow stream. Now it was a roaring river. The two states could not be compared. Did I break through? I murmured excitedly, joy covering my face. I could not stop myself from laughing. Excellent. I finally became a true martial artist. While excitement still filled me, another hum sounded in my mind and information about several martial techniques emerged. Iron shirt, low yellow rank martial technique. At full mastery, the body becomes as hard as iron and impervious to blades and spears. Thunder fist, middle yellow rank martial technique. Each blow carries the force of thunder and is nearly unstoppable. Gale step, low yellow rank movement technique. Grants tremendous speed and allows the body to move like the wind. I stared in shock. Why did these martial techniques appear in my mind? The moment I spoke, my dantian roared again. The lights gathered once more and formed a radiant sphere. Even more astonishingly, that sphere condensed into a longsword. Is that my weapon? I stared blankly at the sword of light, filled with confusion. The sword within my dantian suddenly trembled and released a clear metallic cry. Is this really my weapon? I stared into my dantian in delighted disbelief. Only a true martial artist could condense a weapon and command a flying sword to attack. A longsword had actually appeared inside my dantian. That could mean only one thing. I had become a genuine expert. Ha! I'm finally a martial artist. I laughed and attempted to summon the sword with my mind. The blade resonated, transformed into cold light, and burst from my body. Whoosh! The light flashed, and the sword landed in my hand. Is this my sword? I studied it, my heart racing with excitement. It was 7 feet long, with a cloud dragon pattern carved into the hilt and faint golden light radiating from the blade. Could this be the legendary dragon pattern sword? An ancient story flashed through my mind. This was a spirit artifact from antiquity, something an ordinary martial artist might never possess in an entire lifetime. How had it fallen into my hands? I vaguely sensed that it was connected to the mysterious person in the cave. Since it belongs to me, I'll use it well. I swung the sword and began practicing. One day later, the blade returned to my dantian. I felt as though my entire being had been remade. Not only did I possess a weapon, but my strength had increased several-fold. Whenever I willed it, the sword would appear and help me cut down enemies and break through any obstacle. My heart surged. I knew this was the guidance of fate. I put away the sword and considered my next step. The mysterious person in the cave had helped me selflessly and left behind an unparalleled manual. How could I fail to repay that kindness? Now that I possessed the manual, I had to cultivate it with everything I had. Once I became strong enough, I would save that person. I could leave the mysterious person's identity unanswered for now. Cultivation was the most important matter. Confident in my direction, I raised the sword and began following the manual. Flash! Blade light cut through the air, and my future began to unfold. My aura changed abruptly. I was no longer an ordinary person, but a true martial artist. My internal force had become purer, and my physical attributes had improved dramatically. More importantly, I could finally cultivate the unparalleled manual. It was one of the finest martial manuals in existence and would rank among the top 5, even within a great martial family. If I mastered it, I was confident I could reach the summit of the heavenly rankings. I had been reborn, becoming an entirely different person. As I swung the sword, I circulated my internal force according to the manual. My dantian roared, and the blade within slowly rotated. Shock filled me. I had never expected body cultivation to be so difficult. My brow tightened, but I refused to stop and continued directing my strength through each stroke. Every rotation made my body stronger and faster, but brought excruciating pain. I clenched my teeth and persevered without retreat. Boom! A force tore through my body. Then a mighty aura erupted from within me and surged into the sky. I succeeded. Excitement flashed through my eyes. I was no longer a weak young man, but a powerful martial artist. A sudden hum filled my mind, followed by an enormous flood of information. I froze as I realized it was an inherited memory left by my former incarnation as an Emperor Venerable. My cultivation had previously been too weak to awaken it. Now that I had succeeded in tempering my body, the memories had returned. Excellent. I laughed. With those inherited memories, my cultivation would accelerate and my future become even more glorious. A rush of air suddenly sounded, and a figure appeared before me. Jiang Feng, you finally emerged from seclusion. I froze briefly, then recognized my father, Jiang Tianyan. Not bad. Your cultivation has already broken through to the martial artist realm. Jiang Tianyan nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he looked at me. It's all thanks to father's excellent guidance. I answered with a smile. Ha ha, you little rascal. All you know is how to flatter me. Jiang Tianyan laughed and patted my shoulder. Father, how long was I in seclusion? I suddenly asked. An entire month. Jiang Tianyan answered. A month. I froze. I had never expected so much time to pass. Many things happened to the family during that month. Jiang Tianyan's expression turned grave. What happened? Could it be? My heart tightened as I guessed the possibility. Exactly. Jiang Tianyan sighed. The other three great families joined forces against the Jiang family. Our businesses suffered devastating losses. What? Rage erupted within me. Those other families had actually dared provoke us so openly. Don't worry, father. I will make them pay for this. Cold light flashed through my eyes, and my voice remained firm. I believe you. Father later told me that he had felt immensely gratified at that moment. He knew I had grown capable of standing on my own. Father, what realm has my cultivation reached? I asked. You are at the first heaven of the martial artist realm. Jiang Tianyan answered. I had only just entered the martial artist realm, so my power remained limited. But with the inheritance from my previous life, my cultivation would advance much faster. I'd like to visit the scripture pavilion. I said. Very well. It holds many martial techniques and cultivation methods. Choose a few to practice. Jiang Tianyan nodded. Thank you, father. I returned the gesture, then turned toward the scripture pavilion. The pavilion was one of the Jiang family's most important locations. It contained a vast collection of martial techniques and cultivation methods, and only core disciples could enter to select books. As the young master, I naturally possessed that privilege. I soon reached the entrance. Welcome, young master. The guards bowed respectfully when they saw me. Yes, carry on. I nodded and entered the scripture pavilion. Orderly shelves filled the interior, each packed with books on martial techniques and cultivation methods. There are so many. I marveled at the precious inheritances passed down through generations of the Jiang family. These techniques and methods allowed its disciples to become stronger. What's this? I suddenly noticed a worn book in the corner of one shelf. Dust covered its ancient-looking cover. Could this be a valuable old text? My heart stirred, and I walked over to pick it up. Whoosh! The moment I lifted it, a powerful stream of air erupted from the pages. Caught completely off guard, I took the blast head-on. Ah! I screamed, feeling as though my head were being ripped apart. An immense amount of information flooded into my mind. What is this? I stared in shock. The volume of knowledge was almost more than I could withstand. My dantian suddenly hummed, releasing a powerful force that instantly suppressed the flood. Phew! I released a long breath and smiled with the relief of someone who had narrowly escaped death. The information had nearly burst my head apart. Fortunately, the new power suppressed it in time. Wait, this force, its sword energy. My expression changed dramatically. Did I awaken a swordsmanship inheritance? I stared in shock. Such an inheritance was even more precious than martial techniques or cultivation methods. One sword could shatter 10,000 arts, making the way of the sword the mightiest branch of martial cultivation. Ha ha! Excellent! I laughed. With this swordsmanship inheritance, my strength would rise dramatically. Whoosh! Air split as my body flashed and vanished. The next instant, I appeared outside the scripture pavilion, excitement covering my face. Father, I awakened a swordsmanship inheritance. I shouted. Jiang Tianyan's expression changed dramatically. He rushed over. You truly awakened a swordsmanship inheritance, he asked excitedly. Yes, I really did. I nodded firmly. Ha ha, excellent. The Jiang family is finally going to rise. Jiang Tianyan laughed. Emotion stirred within me as I watched father's excitement. My awakening owed everything to his years of guidance and devotion. Father, I will cultivate diligently and never disappoint you. I looked at Jiang Tianyan with determination. Good. I believe in you, he said, patting my shoulder with a gratified smile. I knew he regarded the future of his son, now awakened to a swordsmanship inheritance, as limitless. Jiang Tianyan's expression suddenly tightened. Feng'er, you must never tell anyone about the swordsmanship inheritance. Confusion filled me. Why? He answered gravely. An innocent man becomes guilty when he possesses a treasure. If someone with malicious intentions learns the truth, it may bring a fatal disaster upon you. I immediately understood. I was still too weak. Exposing my identity now would only invite trouble. All right, Fomer, go rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you somewhere, Jiang Tianyan said with a mysterious smile. Where? I asked curiously. He refused to explain. You'll find out tomorrow. Early the next morning, Jiang Tianyan led me away from the family estate and to the outskirts of the Qingxin Mountains. Father, why did we come here? I asked. His expression became serious. The Jiang family possesses a secret realm here. Only descendants who awaken a swordsmanship inheritance may enter and cultivate. It was the first time I had heard of the place, and my interest soared. Jiang Tianyan explained. Our ancestor discovered this realm. It is filled with dense sword energy that greatly aids the cultivation of swordsmanship. But it opens for only 1 month at a time, and only someone who has awakened the inheritance can enter. I understood how precious it was. This was a sacred land practically designed for inheritors of the sword. Father, are we going inside now? I asked eagerly. Jiang Tianyan nodded. Yes, but first I must teach you a sword art, the Jiang family's supreme technique, flowing cloud swordsmanship. Only after learning it can you make proper use of the sword energy inside. Jiang Tianyan stared at me and spoke firmly. Remember, master this sword art. Yes, father, I answered with complete seriousness. I knew flowing cloud swordsmanship was no ordinary technique. Mastering it would greatly accelerate my cultivation. Jiang Tianyan began demonstrating every movement and carefully explained the art's crucial points and essence. I focused completely, afraid of missing a single detail. Under father's guidance, I quickly grasped the core of the swordsmanship. Father, I've mastered flowing cloud swordsmanship, I said excitedly. Jiang Tianyan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Your talent is outstanding. I never expected you to learn it so quickly. Let's enter the secret realm. Jiang Tianyan led me deeper into the mountains. Before long, we reached a concealed cave. This is the entrance, Jiang Tianyan said gravely. I nodded and followed father inside. The cave twisted onward for what seemed like an endless distance, but with Jiang Tianyan leading the way, we soon reached its terminus. An illusory curtain of light hung there. Pass through this barrier, and you will enter the secret realm. Jiang Tianyan pointed toward it. I took a deep breath and approached the light. Tremendous resistance pressed against me, but I gritted my teeth, persevered, and forced my way through. Whoosh! At last, I crossed the barrier and entered the secret realm. Dense sword energy swept over me immediately. It seemed to merge with my body, making me feel incomparably light. So this is the sword energy of the secret realm? I marveled. It was no wonder father had said that cultivating swordsmanship here would be many times more effective. Excited, I found a secluded spot, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. As I trained, the surrounding sword energy slowly converged and helped increase my strength. It continuously fused with my body and made me stronger. At the same time, my swordsmanship improved day by day. Flowing cloud swordsmanship seemed to come alive in my hands, each technique connecting smoothly to the next as its power rose. From the distance, Jiang Tianyan watched me cultivate with a gratified smile. He later told me that he knew his son had finally embarked upon the martial path. Meanwhile, I flourished inside the secret realm. I not only mastered flowing cloud swordsmanship, but also created several new sword techniques whose power surpassed the original art. Time flew. 1 month later, I awakened from cultivation, took a deep breath, and felt the surging power inside me with immense satisfaction. My cultivation had reached the early 5th stage of the body refinement realm, and my swordsmanship had advanced another level, greatly increasing its power. I rose, brushed away the dust, and vanished in a flash. When I reappeared, I stood at the exit. Without hesitation, I crossed the light barrier and returned outside. Where is Jiang Feng? Jiang Tianyan had been waiting anxiously. When he saw me emerge alone, astonishment filled his face. I'm right here. I suddenly appeared beside him. You broke through. Jiang Tianyan sensed my aura and exclaimed. I had entered at only the 3rd stage of body refinement, yet in a single month I had advanced to the 5th. The speed was astonishing. I was lucky enough to break through. I smiled and nodded. Jiang Tianyan laughed, filled with gratification and pride, as though he could already see the dawn of the Jiang family's rise. I smiled. I knew the dense sword energy inside the realm had made my breakthrough possible, but I did not say so. This place was the Jiang family's supreme treasure and could never be exposed. Otherwise, our entire family might face annihilation. A rush of air suddenly sounded. A figure landed beside Jiang Tianyan. It was Jiang Tianhai, an elder of the family. His expression was grave as he studied both of us. Jiang Tianyan, what are you and your son doing here? Jiang Tianhai demanded. His gaze kept moving between father and me, clearly searching for something. Nothing in particular. I merely brought my son here to cultivate. Jiang Tianyan answered indifferently. Not a trace of panic crossed his face, as though Jiang Tianhai meant nothing to him. Cultivating? I know you've set your sights on this secret realm. Jiang Tianhai sneered. Its sword energy is dense, making it a sacred land for cultivation. You obviously intend to claim it for yourself and raise the strength of your branch of the family.